Harper Audio presents Women by Charles Bukowski, performed by Christian Vasquez. Chapter 51. That night I took Tammy to the harness races. We went upstairs to the second deck and sat down. I brought her a program, and she stared at it a while. At the harness races, past performance charts are printed in the program. "Look," she said, "I'm on pills, and when I'm on pills I sometimes get spaced and I get lost. Keep your eye on me." "All right, I've got to bet. You want a few bucks to bet with?" "No." "All right, I'll be back." I walked to the windows and bet 5 win on the 7-horse. When I got back, Tammy wasn't there. She'd just gone to the ladies' room, I thought. I sat and watched the race. The 7-horse came in at 5-1. I was 25 bucks up. Tammy still wasn't back. The horses came out for the next race. I decided not to bet. I decided to look for Tammy. First I walked to the upper deck and checked the grandstand, all the aisles, the concession stands, the bar. I couldn't find her. The second race started, and they went around. I heard the players screaming during the stretch run as I walked down to the ground floor. I looked all around for that marvelous body and that red hair. I couldn't find her. I walked down to emergency first aid. A man was sitting in there smoking a cigar. I asked him, "Do you have a young redhead in there? Maybe she fainted. She's been sick." "I don't have any redheads in here, sir." My feet were tired. I went back to the second deck and began thinking about the next race. By the end of the 8th race, I was $132 ahead. I was going to bet 50 win on the 4-horse in the last race. I got up to bet, and then I saw Tammy standing in the doorway of a maintenance room. She was standing between a black janitor with a broom and another black man who was very well dressed. He looked like a movie pimp. Tammy grinned and waved at me. I walked over. "I was looking for you. I thought maybe you'd OD'd." "No, I'm all right. I'm fine." "Well, that's good. Good night, Red." I walked off toward the betting window. I heard her running behind me. "Hey, where the hell are you going?" "I want to get it down on the 4-horse. I got it down. The 4 lost by a nose." The races were over. Tammy and I walked out to the parking lot together. Her hip bounced against me as we walked. "You had me worried," I said. We found the car and got in. Tammy smoked 6 or 7 cigarettes on the way back, smoking them part way, then bending them out in the ashtray. She turned on the radio. She turned the sound up and down, changed stations, and snapped her fingers to the music. When we got to the court, she ran to her place and locked the door. Chapter 52. Bobby's wife worked 2 nights a week, and when she was gone, he got on the telephone. I knew that on Tuesday and Thursday nights he would be lonely. It was Tuesday night when the phone rang. It was Bobby. "Hey, man, mind if I come down and have a few beers?" "All right, Bobby." I was sitting in a chair across from Tammy, who was on the couch. Bobby came in and sat on the couch. I opened him a beer. Bobby sat and talked to Tammy. The conversation was so inane that I tuned out, but some of it seeped through. "In the morning," Bobby said, "I take a cold shower. It really wakes me up." "I take a cold shower in the morning, too," said Tammy. "I take a cold shower, and then I towel myself off," Bobby continued. "Then I read a magazine or something. Then I'm ready for the day." "I just take a cold shower, but I don't wipe myself off," said Tammy. "I just let the little drops stay there." Bobby said, Sometimes I take a real hot bath. The water's so hot that I've got to slip in real slow. Then Bobby got up and demonstrated how he slipped into his real hot bath. The conversation moved on to movies and television programs. They both seemed to love movies and television programs. They talked for 2 or 3 hours, non-stop. Then Bobby got up. "Well," he said, "I've got to go." "Oh, please don't go, Bobby," said Tammy. "No, I've got to go." Valerie was due home from work. Chapter 53. On Thursday night, Bobby phoned again. "Hey, man, what are you doing?" "Not much. Mind if I come down and have a few beers?" "I'd rather not have any visitors tonight." "Aw, come on, man. I'll just stay for a few beers." "No, I'd rather not." "Well, fuck you then," he screamed. I hung up and went into the other room. "Who's that?" Tammy asked. "Just somebody wanted to come by." "That was Bobby, wasn't it?" "Yes." "You treat him mean. He gets lonely when his wife is at work. What the hell's the matter with you?" Tammy jumped up and ran into the bedroom and started dialing. I had just bought her a fifth of champagne. She hadn't opened it. I took it and hid it in the broom closet. "Bobby," she said over the phone. "This is Tammy. Did you just phone? Where's your wife? Listen, I'll be right down." She hung up and came out of the bedroom. "Where's the champagne?" "Fuck off," I said. "You're not taking it down there and drinking it with him." "I want that champagne." "Where is it?" "Let him furnish his own." Tammy picked up a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table and ran out the door. I got out the champagne, uncorked it, and poured myself a glass. I was no longer writing love poems. In fact, I wasn't writing at all. I didn't feel like writing. The champagne went down easy. I drank glass after glass. Then I took my shoes off and walked down to Bobby's place. I looked through the blinds. They were sitting very close together on the couch, talking. I walked back. I finished the last of the champagne beer. The phone rang. It was Bobby. "Look," he said, "why don't you come down and have a beer with Tammy and me?" I hung up. I drank some more beer and smoked a couple of cheap cigars. I got drunker and drunker. I walked down to Bobby's apartment. I knocked. He opened the door. Tammy was down at the end of the couch snorting coke, using a McDonald's spoon. Bobby put a beer in my hand. "The trouble," he told me, "is that you're insecure. You lack confidence in yourself." I sucked at the beer. "That's right. Bobby's right," said Tammy. Something hurts inside of me. "You're just insecure," said Bobby. "It's quite simple." I had 2 phone numbers for Joanna Dover. I tried the one in Galveston. She answered. "It's me, Henry." "You sound drunk." "I am. I want to come see you." "When?" "Tomorrow." "All right." "Will you meet me at the airport?" "Sure, baby." "I'll get a flight and call you back." I got flight 707, leaving L.A. International the next day at 12:15 p.m. I relayed the information to Joanna Dover. She said she'd be there. The phone rang. It was Lydia. "I thought I'd tell you," she said, "that I sold the house. I'm moving to Phoenix. I'll be gone in the morning." "All right, Lydia. Good luck." "I had a miscarriage. I almost died. It was awful. I lost so much blood. I didn't want to bother you about it. Are you all right now?" "I'm all right. I just want to get out of this town. I'm sick of this town." We said goodbye. I opened another beer. The front door opened and Tammy walked in. She walked in wild circles, looking at me. "Did Valerie get home?" I asked. "Did you cure Bobby's loneliness?" Tammy just kept circling around. She looked very good in her long gown, whether she had been fucked or not. "Get out of here," I said. She made one more circle, ran out the door, and up to her place. I couldn't sleep. Luckily, I had some more beer. I kept drinking beer and finished the last bottle around 4:30 a.m. I sat and waited until 6 a.m., then went out and got some more. Time went slowly. I walked around. I didn't feel good, but I started singing songs. I sang songs and walked around, from bathroom to bedroom to the front room to the kitchen and back, singing songs. I looked at the clock, 11:15 a.m. The airport was an hour away. I was dressed. I had on shoes but no stockings. All I took was a pair of reading glasses, which I stuffed into my shirt pocket. I ran out the door without baggage. The Volks was in front. I got in. The sunlight was very bright. I put my head down on the steering wheel a moment. I heard a voice from the court. "Where the hell does he think he's going like that?" I started the car, turned the radio on, and drove off. I had trouble steering. My car kept pulling across the double yellow line and into the oncoming traffic. They honked, and I pulled back. I got to the airport. I had 15 minutes left. I had run red lights, stop signs, had exceeded the speed limit grossly all the way. I had 14 minutes. The parking lot was full. I couldn't find a space. Then I saw a place in front of an elevator, just large enough for a Volks. A sign read, "No parking." I parked. As I locked the car, my reading glasses fell out of my pocket and broke on the pavement. I ran down the stairway and across the street to the airline reservations desk. It was hot. The sweat rolled off me. "Reservation for Henry Chinaski." The clerk wrote out the ticket, and I paid cash. "By the way," said the clerk, "I've read your books." I ran up to security. The buzzer went off. Too much change, seven keys, and my pocket knife. I put them on the plate and walked through again. 5 minutes. Gate 42. Everyone had boarded. I walked on. 3 minutes. I found my seat, strapped in. The flight captain was talking over the intercom. We taxied down the runway. We were in the air. We swung out over the ocean and made the big turn. Chapter 54. I was the last one off the plane, and there was Joanna Dover. "My God," she laughed, "you look awful." "Joanna, let's have a Bloody Mary while we wait for my baggage." "Oh, hell, I don't have any baggage, but let's have a Bloody Mary anyhow." We walked into the bar and sat down. "You'll never make Paris this way." "I'm not crazy about the French. Born in Germany, you know." "I hope you like my place. It's simple. 2 floors and plenty of space." "As long as we're in the same bed." "I've got paints." "Paints? I mean, you can paint if you want." "Shit, but thanks anyhow." "Did I interrupt anything?" "No, there was a garage mechanic, but he petered out. He couldn't stand the pace." "Be kind to me, Joanna. Sucking and fucking aren't everything." "That's why I got the paints, for when you're resting." "You're a lot of woman, even forgetting the 6 feet. Christ, don't I know it." I liked her place. There were screens on every window and door. The windows swung open, large windows. There were no rugs on the floors, 2 bathrooms, old furniture, and lots of tables everywhere, large and small. It was simple and convenient. "Take a shower," said Joanna. I laughed. "These are all the clothes I have, what I'm wearing. We'll get you some more tomorrow. After you have your shower, we'll go out and get a nice seafood meal. I know a good place. They serve drinks, you asshole." I didn't take a shower. I took a bath. We drove quite a distance. I'd never realized that Galveston was an island. The dope runners are hijacking the shrimp boats these days. They kill everybody on board and then run the stuff in. That's one reason the price of shrimp is going up. It's become a hazardous occupation. How's your occupation going? I haven't been writing. I think it's over for me. How long has it been? 6 or 7 days. This is the place. Joanna pulled into a parking lot. She drove very fast, but she didn't drive fast as if she meant to break the law. She drove fast as if it were her given right. There was a difference, and I appreciated it. We got away from the crowd. It was cool and quiet and dark in there. I liked it. I went for the lobster. Joanna went for something strange. She ordered it in French. She was sophisticated, traveled. In a sense, as much as I disliked it, education helped you when you were looking at a menu or for a job, especially when you were looking at a menu. I always felt inferior to waiters. I'd arrived too late and with too little. The waiters all read Truman Capote. I read the race results. The dinner was good, and out on the Gulf were the shrimp boats, the patrol boats, and the pirates. The lobster tasted good in my mouth, and I drank him down with fine wine. Good fellow. I always liked you in your pink-red shell, dangerous and slow. Back at Joanna Dover's place, we had a delicious bottle of red wine. We sat in the dark, watching the few cars passing the street below. We were quiet. Then Joanna spoke. "Hank?" "Yes." "Was it some woman who drove you here?" "Yes." "Is it over with her?" "I'd like to think so." "But if I said no, then you don't know?" "Not really." "Does anybody ever know?" "I don't think so." "That's what makes it all stink so." "It does stink. Let's fuck." "I've drunk too much." "Let's go to bed." "I want to drink some more." "You won't be able to." "I know." "I hope you'll let me stay 4 or 5 days." "It will depend on your performance," she said. "That's fair enough." By the time we finished the wine, I could barely make it to bed. I was asleep by the time Joanna came out of the bathroom. Chapter 55. Upon awakening, I got up and used Joanna's toothbrush, drank a couple of glasses of water, washed my hands and face, and got back into bed. Joanna turned around, and my mouth found hers. My cock began to rise. I put her hand on my cock. I grabbed her hair, pulling her head back, kissing her savagely. I played with her cunt. I teased her clit for a long time. She was very wet. I mounted and buried it. I held it in. I could feel her responding. I was able to work a long time. Finally, I was unable to hold back any longer. I was wet with sweat, and my heart beat so loudly that I could hear it. "I'm not in very good shape," I told her. I liked it. "Let's have a joint." She produced a joint already rolled. We passed it back and forth. "Joanna," I told her, I'm still sleepy. I could use another hour." "Sure, as soon as we finish this joint." We finished the joint and stretched out in bed again. I slept. Chapter 56. That evening after dinner, Joanna produced some mescaline. "You ever tried this stuff?" No. Want to try some? All right. Joanna had some paints and brushes and paper spread on the table. Then I remembered she was an art collector, and that she had bought some of my paintings. We had been drinking Heinekens most of the evening, but were still sober. This is very powerful stuff. What does it do? It gives you a strange kind of high. You might get sick. When you vomit, you get higher, but I prefer not to vomit, so we take a little baking soda along with it. I guess the main thing about mescaline is that it makes you feel terror. I've felt that without any help at all. I began painting. Joanna turned the stereo on. It was very strange music, but I liked it. I looked around, and Joanna was gone. I didn't care. I painted a man who had just committed suicide. He had hung himself from the rafters with a rope. I used many yellows. The dead man was so bright and pretty. Then something said, "Hank." It was right behind me. I leaped out of my chair. Jesus Christ! Oh, Jesus! Shit! Christ! Tiny ice bubbles ran from my wrists to my shoulders and down my back. I shivered and trembled. I looked around. Joanna was standing there. "Never do that again," I told her. "Never sneak up on me like that or I'll kill you." "Hank, I just went to get some cigarettes." "Look at this painting." "Oh, it's great," she said. "I really love it." "It's the mescaline, I guess." "Yes, it is." "All right, give me a smoke, lady." Joanna laughed and lit us up, too. I began painting again. This time I really did it. A huge green wolf fucking a redhead, her red hair flowing back while the green wolf slammed it to her through lifted legs. She was helpless and submissive. The wolf sawed away, and overhead the night burned. It was outdoors, and long-armed stars and the moon watched them. It was hot, hot, and full of color. "Hank!" I leaped up and turned. It was Joanna behind me. I got her by the throat. "I told you, goddamn you, not to sneak up!" Chapter 57. I stayed 5 days and nights. Then I couldn't get it up any more. Joanna drove me to the airport. She had bought me a new piece of luggage and some new clothing. I hated that Dallas-Fort Worth airport. It was the most inhuman airport in the U.S. Joanna waved me off, and I was in the air. The trip to Los Angeles was without incident. I disembarked, wondering about the Volks. I took the elevator up in the parking area and didn't see it. I figured it must have been towed away. Then I walked around to the other side, and there it was. All I had was a parking ticket. I drove home. The apartment looked the way it always had, bottles and trash everywhere. I'd have to clean it up a bit. If anybody saw it that way, they'd have me committed. There was a knock. I opened the door. It was Tammy. "Hi," she said. "Hello." "You must have been in an awful hurry when you left. All the doors were unlocked." The back door was wide open. "Listen, promise you won't tell if I tell you something?" "All right." "Arlene went in and used your phone long distance." "All right." "I tried to stop her, but I couldn't. She was on pills." "All right." "Where have you been?" "Galveston." "Why'd you go flying off like that? You're crazy." "I've got to leave again, Saturday." "Saturday? What's today?" "Thursday." "Where are you going?" "New York City." "Why?" "A reading. They sent the tickets 2 weeks ago, and I get a percentage of the gate." "Oh, take me with you. I'll leave Dancy with Mother. I want to go." I can't afford to take you. It'll eat up my profits. I've had some heavy expenses lately. I'll be good. I'll be so good I'll never leave your side. I really missed you. I can't do it, Tammy. She went to the refrigerator and got a beer. You just don't give a fuck. All those love poems, you don't mean it. I meant it when I wrote them. The phone rang. It was my editor. Where have you been? Galveston. Research. I hear you're reading in New York City this Saturday. Yes, Tammy wants to go, my girl. Are you taking her? No, I can't afford it. How much is it? $316 round trip. Do you really want to take her? Yes, I think so. All right, go ahead. I'll mail you a check. Do you mean it? Yes. I don't know what to say. Forget it. Just remember Dylan Thomas. They won't kill me. We said goodbye. Tammy was sucking on her beer. All right, I told her. You've got 2 or 3 days to pack. You mean I'm going? Yes, my editor is paying your way. Tammy leaped up and grabbed me. She kissed me, grabbed my balls, pulled at my cock. You're the sweetest old fuck. New York City. Outside of Dallas, Houston, Charleston, and Atlanta, it was the worst place I had ever been. Tammy pushed up against me, and my cock rose. Joanna Dover hadn't gotten it all. Chapter 58. We had a 3:30 flight out of Los Angeles that Saturday. At 2 p.m., I went up and knocked on Tammy's door. She wasn't there. I went back to my place and sat down. The phone rang. It was Tammy. Look, I said, we have to think about leaving. I have people meeting me at Kennedy Airport. Where are you? I'm $6 short on a prescription. I'm getting some Quaaludes. Where are you? I'm just below Santa Monica Boulevard and Western, about a block. It's an Owl drugstore. You can't miss it. I hung up, got into the Volks, and drove over. I parked a block below Santa Monica and Western, got out and looked around. There was no pharmacy. I got back in the Volks and drove along looking for her red Camaro. Then I saw it 5 blocks further down. I parked and walked in. Tammy was sitting in a chair. Dancy ran up and made a face at me. We can't take the kid. I know, we'll drop her off over at my mother's. Your mother's? That's 3 miles the other way. It's on the way to the airport. No, it's in the other direction. Do you have the $6? I gave Tammy the 6. I'll see you back at your place. You packed? Yes, I'm ready. I drove back and waited. Then I heard them. Mommy, Dancy said, I want a ding-dong. They went up the stairs. I waited for them to come down. They didn't come down. I went up. Tammy was packed, but she was down on her knees, zipping and unzipping her baggage. Look, I said, I'll carry your other stuff down to the car. She had 2 large paper shopping bags, stuffed, and 3 dresses on hangers, all this besides her luggage. I took the shopping bags and the dresses down to the Volks. When I came back, she was still zipping and unzipping her luggage. Tammy, let's go. Wait a minute. She knelt there, running the zipper back and forth, up and down. She didn't look into the baggage. She just ran the zipper up and down. Mommy, said Dancy, on a ding-dong. Come on, Tammy, let's go. Oh, all right. I picked up the zipper bag, and they followed me out. I followed her battered red Camaro to her mother's place. We went in. Tammy stood at her mother's dresser and started pulling drawers out, in and out. Each time she pulled a drawer out, she reached in and mixed everything up. Then she'd slam the drawer and go to the next. Same thing. Tammy, the plane is ready to take off. "Oh, no, I got plenty of time. I hate hanging around airports." "What are you gonna do about Dancy?" "I'm gonna leave her here until Mother gets home from work." Dancy let out a wail. Finally she knew, and she wailed, and the tears ran, and then she stopped, balled her fists, and screamed, "I want a ding-dong!" "Listen, Tammy, I'll be waiting in the car." I went out and waited. I waited 5 minutes, then went back in. Tammy was still sliding the drawers in and out. "Please, Tammy, let's leave." "All right." She turned to Dancy. "Look, you stay here until Grandma gets home. Keep the door locked and don't let anybody in but Grandma." Dancy wailed again. Then she screamed, "I hate you." Tammy followed me, and we got into the Volks. I started the engine. She opened the door and was gone. "I have to get something out of my car." Tammy ran over to the Camaro. "Oh, shit, I locked it and I don't have the key for the door. Do you have a coat hanger?" "No," I screamed, "I don't have a coat hanger." "Be right back." Tammy ran back to her mother's apartment. I heard the door open. Dancy wailed and shouted. Then I heard the door slam, and Tammy returned with a coat hanger. She went to the Camaro and jimmied the door. I walked over to her car. Tammy had climbed into the back seat and was going through that incredible mess. Clothing, paper bags, paper cups, newspapers, beer bottles, empty cartons piled in there. Then she found it, her camera, the Polaroid I had given her for her birthday. As I drove along, racing the Volks like I was out to win the 500, Tammy leaned over. "You really love me, don't you?" "Yes. When we get to New York, I'm gonna fuck you like you've never been fucked before." "You mean it?" "Yes." She grabbed my cock and leaned against me. My first and only redhead. I was lucky. Chapter 59. We ran up the long ramp. I was carrying her dresses and the shopping bags. At the escalator, Tammy saw the flight insurance machine. "Please," I said, "we only have 5 minutes until takeoff." "I want Dancy to have the money." "All right. Do you have 2 quarters?" I gave her 2 quarters. She inserted them, and a card jumped out of the machine. "You got a pen?" Tammy filled out the card, and then there was an envelope. She put the card in the envelope. Then she tried to insert it in the slot in the machine. "This thing won't go in. We're going to miss the plane." She kept trying to jam the envelope in the slot. She couldn't get it in. She stood there and kept jamming the envelope at the slot. Now the envelope was completely bent in half, and all the edges were bent. "I'm going mad," I told her. "I can't stand it." She jammed a few more times. It wouldn't go. She looked at me. "Okay, let's go." We went up the escalator with her dresses and shopping bags. We found the boarding gate. We got 2 seats near the back. We strapped in. "You see," she said, "I told you we had plenty of time." I looked at my watch. The plane started to roll. Chapter 60. We were in the air 20 minutes when she took a mirror out of her purse and began to make up her face, mostly the eyes. She worked at her eyes with a small brush, concentrating on the eyelashes. While she was doing this, she opened her eyes very wide and she held her mouth open. I watched her and began to get a hard-on. Her mouth was so very full and round and open, and she kept working on her eyelashes. I ordered 2 drinks. Tammy stopped to drink, then she continued. A young fellow in the seat to the right of us began playing with himself. Tammy kept looking at her face in the mirror, holding her mouth open. It looked like she could really suck with that mouth. She continued for an hour. Then she put the mirror and the brush away, leaned against me, and went to sleep. There was a woman in the seat to our left. She was in her mid-40s. Tammy was sleeping next to me. The woman looked at me. "How old is she?" she asked me. It was suddenly very quiet on that jet. Everyone nearby was listening. 23. She looks 17. She's 23. She spends 2 hours making up her face and then goes to sleep. It was about an hour. Are you going to New York? The lady asked me. Yes. Is she your daughter? No, I'm not her father or her grandfather. I'm not related to her in any way. She's my girlfriend, and we're going to New York. I could see the headline in her eyes. Monster from East Hollywood drugs 17-year-old girl, takes her to New York City where he sexually abuses her, then sells her body to numerous bums. The lady questioner gave up. She stretched back in her seat and closed her eyes. Her head slipped down toward me. It was almost in my lap, it seemed. Holding Tammy, I watched that head. I wondered if she would mind if I crushed her lips with a crazy kiss. I got another hard-on. We were ready to land. Tammy seemed very limp. It worried me. I strapped her in. "Tammy, it's New York City. We're getting ready to land. Tammy, wake up." No response. An OD? I felt her pulse. I couldn't feel anything. I looked at her enormous breasts. I watched for some breathing. They didn't move. I got up and found a stewardess. "Please take your seat, sir. We are preparing to land." "Look, I'm worried. My girlfriend won't wake up." "Do you think she's dead?" she whispered. "I don't know," I whispered back. "All right, sir. As soon as we land, I'll come back there." The plane was starting to drop. I went into the crapper and wet some paper towels. I came back, sat next to Tammy, and rubbed them over her face. All that makeup, wasted. Tammy didn't respond. "You whore, wake up." I ran the towels down between her breasts. Nothing, no movement. I gave up. I'd have to ship her body back somehow. I'd have to explain to her mother. Her mother would hate me. We landed. The people got up and stood in line waiting to get out. I sat there. I shook Tammy and pinched her. "It's New York City, Red, the rotten apple. Come around. Cut out the shit." The stewardess came back and shook Tammy. "Honey, what's the matter?" Tammy started responding. She moved. Then her eyes opened. It was only the matter of a new voice. Nobody listened to an old voice anymore. Old voices became a part of oneself, like a fingernail. Tammy got out her mirror and started combing her hair. The stewardess was patting her shoulder. I got up and got the dresses out of the overhead compartment. The shopping bags were up there, too. Tammy continued to look into the mirror and comb her hair. "Tammy, we're in New York. Let's get off." She moved quickly. I had the 2 shopping bags and the dresses. She went through the exit, wiggling the cheeks of her ass. I followed her. Chapter 61. Our man was there to meet us, Gary Benson. He also wrote poetry and drove a cab. He was very fat, but at least he didn't look like a poet. He didn't look North Beach or East Village or like an English teacher, and that helped because it was very hot in New York that day, nearly 110 degrees. We got the baggage and got into his car, not his cab, and he explained to us why it was almost useless to own a car in New York City. That's why there were so many cabs. He got us out of the airport and he started driving and talking, and the drivers of New York City were just like New York City. Nobody gave an inch or a damn. There was no compassion or courtesy. Fender jammed against fender. They drove on. I understood it. Anybody who gave an inch would cause a traffic jam, a disturbance, a murder. Traffic flowed endlessly like turds in a sewer. It was marvelous to see, and none of the drivers were angry. They were simply resigned to the facts. But Gary did like to talk shop. "If it's okay with you, I'd like to tape you for a radio show. I'd like to do an interview." "All right, Gary. Let's say tomorrow after the reading. I'm going to take you to see the poetry coordinator now. He has everything organized. He'll show you where you are staying and so forth. His name is Marshall Benchley, and don't tell him I told you, but I hate his guts." We drove along, and then we saw Marshall Benchley standing in front of a brownstone. There was no parking. He leaped in the car, and Gary drove off. Benchley looked like a poet, a private income poet who had never worked for a living. It showed. He was affected and bland, a pebble. "We'll take you to your place," he said. He proudly recited a long list of people who had stayed at my hotel. Some of the names I recognized, others I didn't. Gary drove into the unloading zone in front of the Chelsea Hotel. We got out. Gary said, "See you at the reading, and see you tomorrow." Marshall took us inside, and we went up to the desk clerk. The Chelsea certainly wasn't much. Maybe that's where it got its charm. Marshall turned and handed me the key. "It's room 1010, Janis Joplin's old room." "Thanks. Many great artists have stayed in 1010. He walked us over to the tiny elevator. "The reading's at 8. I'll pick you up at 7:30. We've been sold out for 2 weeks. We're selling some standing room tickets, but we've got to be careful because of the fire department." "Marshall, where's the nearest liquor store?" "Downstairs, and take a right." We said goodbye to Marshall and took the elevator up. Chapter 62. It was hot that night at the reading, which was to be held at St. Mark's Church. Tammy and I sat in what was used as the dressing room. Tammy found a full-length mirror leaning against the wall and began combing her hair. Marshall took me out in back of the church. They had a burial ground back there. Little cement tombstones sat on the earth, and carved on the tombstones were inscriptions. Marshall walked me around and showed me the inscriptions. I always got nervous before a reading, very tense and unhappy. I almost always vomited. Then I did. I vomited on one of the graves. "You just vomited on Peter Stuyvesant," Marshall said. I walked back into the dressing room. Tammy was still looking at herself in the mirror. She looked at her face, body, but mostly she was worried about her hair. She piled it on top of her head, looked at it that way, and then let it fall back down. Marshall put his head into the room. "Come on, they're waiting." "Tammy's not ready," I told him. Then she piled her hair up on top of her head again and looked at herself. Then she let it fall. Then she stood close to the mirror and looked at her eyes. Marshall knocked, then came in. "Come on, Chinaski." "Come on, Tammy, let's go." "All right." I walked out with Tammy at my elbow. They started applauding. The old Chinaski bullshit was working. Tammy went down into the crowd, and I started to read. I had many beers in an ice bucket. I had old poems and new poems. I couldn't miss. I had St. Mark's by the Cross. Chapter 63. We got back to 1010. I had my check. I'd left word that we didn't want to be disturbed. Tammy and I sat drinking. I'd read 5 or 6 love poems about her. "They knew who I was," she said. Sometimes I giggled. It was embarrassing. They had known who she was, all right. She glistened with sex. Even the roaches and the ants and the flies wanted to fuck her. There was a knock on the door. 2 people had slipped through, a poet and his woman. The poet was Morse Jenkins from Vermont. His woman was Sadie Everett. He had 4 bottles of beer. He wore sandals and old torn blue jeans, turquoise bracelets, a chain around his throat. He had a beard, long hair, orange blouse. He talked and walked around the room. There is a problem with writers. If what a writer wrote was published and sold many, many copies, the writer thought he was great. If what a writer wrote was published and sold a medium number of copies, the writer thought he was great. If what a writer wrote was published and sold very few copies, the writer thought he was great. If what the writer wrote never was published and he didn't have the money to publish it himself, then he thought he was truly great. The truth, however, was that there was very little greatness. It was almost non-existent, invisible. But you could be sure that the worst writers had the most confidence, the least self-doubt. Anyway, writers were to be avoided, and I tried to avoid them, but it was almost impossible. They hoped for some sort of brotherhood, some kind of togetherness. None of it had anything to do with writing. None of it helped at the typewriter. "I sparred with Clay before he became Ali," said Morse. Morse jabbed and shuffled, danced. It was pretty good, but I gave him a workout. Morse shadowboxed about the room. "Look at my legs," he said. "I've got great legs." "Hank's got better legs than you have," said Tammy. Being a leg man, I nodded. Morse sat down. He pointed a beer bottle at Sadie. "She works as a nurse. She supports me. But I'm going to make it someday. They'll hear from me." Morse would never need a mic at his readings. He looked at me. "Chinaski, you're one of the 2 or 3 best living poets. You're really making it. You write a tough line. But I'm coming on, too. Let me read you my shit. Sadie, hand me my poems." "No," I said. "Wait, I don't want to hear them." "Why not, man? Why not?" "There's been too much poetry tonight, Morse. I just want to lay back and forget it." "Well, all right. Listen, you never answer my letters." "I'm not a snob, Morse, but I get 75 letters a month. If I answered them, that's all I would ever do." "I'll bet you answer the women." "Well, that depends." "All right, man. I'm not bitter. I still like your stuff. Maybe I'll never be famous, but I think I will, and I think you'll be glad you met me. Come on, Sadie, let's go." I walked them to the door. Morse grabbed my hand. He didn't pump it, and neither of us quite looked at the other. "You're a good old guy," he said. "Thanks, Morse." And then they were gone. Chapter 64. The next morning, Tammy found a prescription in her purse. "I've got to get this filled," she said. "Look at it." It was wrinkled and the ink had run. "What happened here?" "Well, you know, my brother, he's a pillhead." "I know your brother. He owes me $20. "Well, he tried to get this prescription away from me. He tried to strangle me. I put the prescription in my mouth and swallowed it. Or I pretended to swallow it. He wasn't sure. That was the time I phoned you and asked you to come over and kick the shit out of him. He split, but I still had the prescription in my mouth. I haven't used it yet, but I can get it filled here. It's worth a try." "All right." We took the elevator down to the street. It was over 100 degrees. I could hardly move. Tammy started walking, and I followed along behind her as she weaved from one edge of the sidewalk to the other. "Come on," she said, "keep up." She was on something. It appeared to be Downers. She was woozy. Tammy walked up to a newsstand and began staring at a periodical. I think it was Variety. She stood there and stood there. I stood there near her. It was boring and senseless. She just stared at Variety. "Listen, sister, either buy the damn thing or move on." It was the man inside the newsstand. Tammy moved on. "My God, New York is a horrible place. I just wanted to see if there was anything about the reading." Tammy moved along, wiggling it, wobbling from one side of the pavement to the other. In Hollywood, cars would have pulled over to the curbing. Blacks would have made overtures. She would have been approached, serenaded, applauded. New York was different. It was jaded and weary, and it disdained flesh. We were into a black district. They watched us walking by, the redhead with the long hair, stoned, and the old guy with gray in his beard walking behind her wearily. I glanced at them sitting on their stoops. They had good faces. I liked them. I liked them better than I liked her. I followed Tammy down the street. There was a furniture store. There was a broken-down desk chair out in front on the sidewalk. Tammy walked over to the old desk chair and stood, staring at it. She seemed hypnotized. She kept staring at the desk chair. She touched it with her finger. Minutes went by. Then she sat down in it. "Look," I told her, "I'm going back to the hotel. You do whatever you want to do." Tammy didn't even look up. She slid her hands back and forth on the armrests of the desk chair. She was in a world of her own. I turned and walked off back to the Chelsea. I got some beer and took the elevator up. I undressed, took a shower, propped a couple of pillows against the headboard of the bed, and sucked at the beer. Readings diminished me. They were soul sucks. I finished one beer and opened another. Readings got you a piece of ass sometimes. Rock stars got ass. Boxers on the way up got ass. Great bullfighters got virgins. Somehow only the bullfighters deserved any of it. There was a knock on the door. I got up and opened it a crack. It was Tammy. She pushed in. "I've a dirty Jew son of a bitch. He wanted $12 to fill the prescription. It's $6 on the coast. I told him I only had $6. He didn't care. A dirty Jew living in Harlem. Can I have a beer?" Tammy took the beer and sat in the window, one leg out, one arm out, one leg in, one holding on to the raised window. "I want to see the Statue of Liberty. I want to see Coney Island," she said. I got myself a new beer. "Oh, it's nice out here. It's nice and cool." Tammy leaned out the window, looking. Then she screamed. The hand that had been holding onto the window slipped. I saw most of her body go out the window. Then it came back. Somehow she had pulled herself back in. She sat there, stunned. "That was close," I told her. "It would have made a good poem. I've lost a lot of women in a lot of ways, but that would have been a new way." Tammy walked over to the bed. She stretched out face down. I realized she was still stoned. Then she rolled off the bed. She landed flat on her back. She didn't move. I walked over and picked her up and put her back on the bed. I grabbed her by the hair and kissed her viciously. "Hey, what are you doing?" I remembered she had promised me a piece of ass. I rolled her on her stomach, pulled her dress up, pulled her panties off. I climbed on top of her and rammed, trying to find her cunt. I poked and poked. It went in. It slid further and further in. I had her good. She made small sounds. Then the phone rang. I pulled out, got up, and answered it. It was Gary Benson. "I'm coming over with my tape recorder for that radio interview." "When?" "In about 45 minutes. I hung up and went back to Tammy. I was still hard. I grabbed her hair, gave her another violent kiss. Her eyes were closed, her mouth was lifeless. I mounted her again. Outside, they were sitting on their fire escapes. When the sun started to go down and some shade appeared, they came out to cool off. The people of New York City sat out there and drank beer and soda and ice water. They endured and smoked cigarettes. Just being alive was a victory. They decorated their fire escapes with plants. They made do with what there was. I went straight for Tammy's core, dog fashion. Dogs knew best. Dogs knew best. I whammed away. It was good to be out of the post office. I rocked and socked her body. Despite the pills, she was trying to speak. "Hank," she said. I came finally, then rested on her. We were both drenched with sweat. I rolled off, got up, undressed, and walked to the shower. Once again I had fucked this redhead 32 years younger than I was. It felt fine in the shower. I intended to live to be 80 so that I could then fuck an 18-year-old girl. The air conditioner didn't work, but the shower did. It felt really good. I was ready for my radio interview. Chapter 65. Back in L.A., there was almost a week of peace. Then the phone rang. It was the owner of a Manhattan Beach nightclub, Marty Sievers. I'd read there a couple of times before. The club was called Smack High. "Chinaski, I want you to read a week from Friday. You can pick up about $450. "All right." Rock groups played there. It was a different audience than at the colleges. They were as obnoxious as I was, and we cursed one another between poems. I preferred it. "Chinaski," Marty said, "you think you have trouble with women. Let me tell you, the one I've got now has a way with windows and screens. I'll be sleeping, and she'll appear in the bedroom at 3 or 4 a.m. She'll shake me. It scares the shit out of me. She stands there and says, 'I just wanted to make sure you were sleeping alone.' Death and transfiguration. The other night, I'm sitting there and there's a knock on the door. I know it's her. I open the door, and she isn't there. It's 11 p.m., and I'm in my shorts. I've been drinking, and I'm worried. I run outside in my shorts. I had given her $400 worth of dresses for her birthday. I run outside, and there are the dresses on the roof of my new car, and they're on fire. They're burning. I run up to pull them off, and she leaps out from behind a bush and starts screaming. The neighbors look out, and there I am in my shorts, burning my hands, snatching the dresses off the roof. She sounds like one of mine," I said. "Okay, so I figured we were through. I'm sitting here 2 nights later. I had to work the club that night, so I'm sitting here at 3 a.m., drunk, and in my shorts again. There's a knock on the door. It's her knock. I open it, and she isn't there. I go out to my car, and she has more dresses soaked in gasoline and burning. She had saved some, only this time they are burning on the hood. She leaps out from somewhere and starts screaming. The neighbors look out. There I am again in my shorts trying to get these burning dresses off the hood. That's great. I wish it had happened to me. You should see my new car. It has paint blisters all over the hood and the roof. Where is she now? We're back together. She's coming over in 30 minutes. Can I put you down for the reading? Sure. You outdraw the rock groups. I never saw anything like it. I'd like to bring you in every Friday and Saturday night. It wouldn't worry. You can play the same song over and over, but with poems, they want something new." Marty laughed and hung up. Chapter 66. I took Tammy. We got there a little early and went to a bar across the street. We got a table. "Now, don't drink too much, Hank. You know how you slur your words and miss your lines when you get too drunk." "At last," I said, "you're talking sense." "You're afraid of the audience, aren't you?" "Yes, but it's not stage fright. It's that I'm there as the geek. They like to watch me eat my shit, but it pays the light bill and takes me to the racetrack. I don't have any excuses about why I do it." "I'll have a stinger," said Tammy. I told the girl to bring us a stinger and a bud. "I'll be all right tonight," she said. "Don't worry about me." Tammy drank the stinger down. "These stingers don't seem to have much in them. I'll have another." We had another stinger and another bud. "Really," she said, "I don't think they're putting anything into these drinks. I better have another." Tammy had 5 stingers in 40 minutes. We knocked on the back door of the Smack High. One of Marty's big bodyguards let us in. He had these malfunctioning thyroid types working for him to keep law and order when the teeny boppers, the hairy freaks, the glue sniffers, the acid heads, the plain grass folk, the alcoholics, all the miserable, the damned, the bored, and the pretenders got out of hand. I was getting ready to puke, and I did. This time I found a trash can and let it go. The last time I had dumped it just outside Marty's office. He was pleased with the change. Chapter 67. "Want something to drink?" Marty asked. "I'll have a beer," I said. "I'll have a stinger," said Tammy. "Get a seat for her. Put her on the tab," I told Marty. "All right, we'll set her up. We're SRO. We've had to turn away 150, and it's 30 minutes before you go on." "I want to introduce Chinaski to the audience," said Tammy. "Okay with you?" asked Marty. "Okay." They had a kid out there with a guitar, Dinky Summers, and the crowd was disemboweling him. 8 years ago, Dinky had had a gold record, but nothing since. Marty got on an intercom and dialed out. "Listen," he asked, "is that guy as bad as he sounds?" You could hear a woman's voice over the phone. "He's terrible." Marty hung up. "We want Chinaski," they yelled. "All right," we could hear Dinky. "Chinaski is next." He started singing again. They were drunk. They hooted and hissed. Dinky sang on. He finished his act and got off stage. One could never tell. Some days it was better to stay in bed with the covers pulled up. There was a knock. It was Dinky in his red, white, and blue tennis shoes, white T-shirt, cords, and brown felt hat. The hat sat perched on a mass of blonde curls. The T-shirt said, "God is love." Dinky looked at us. "Was I really that bad? I want to know, was I really that bad?" Nobody answered. Dinky looked at me. "Hank, was I that bad?" The crowd was drunk. Full time. "I want to know if I was bad or not. Have a drink." "I gotta go find my girl," Dinky said. "She's out there alone." "Look," I said, "let's get it over with." "Fine," said Marty. "Go get it on." "I'm introducing him," said Tammy. I walked out with her. As we approached the stage, they saw us and began screaming, cursing. Bottles fell off the tables. There was a fist fight. The boys at the post office would never believe this. Tammy went out to the mic. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said, "Henry Chinaski couldn't make it tonight." There was silence. Then she said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Henry Chinaski." I walked on. They jeered. I hadn't done anything yet. I took the mic. "Hello, this is Henry Chinaski." The place trembled with sound. I didn't need to do anything. They would do it all. But you had to be careful. Drunk as they were, they could immediately detect any false gesture, any false word. You could never underestimate an audience. They had paid to get in. They had paid for drinks. They intended to get something, and if you didn't give it to them, they'd run you right into the ocean. There was a refrigerator on stage. I opened it. There must have been 40 bottles of beer in there. I reached in and got one, twisted the cap off, took a hit. I needed that drink. Then a man down front hollered, "Hey, Chinaski, we're paying for drinks." It was a fat guy in a mailman's outfit. I went into the refrigerator and took out a beer. I walked over and handed him the beer. Then I walked back, reached in, and got some more beers. I handed them to the people in the first row. "Hey, how about us?" a voice from near the back. I took a bottle and looped it through the air. I threw a few more back there. They were good. They caught them all. Then one slipped out of my hand and went high into the air. I heard it smash. I decided to quit. I could see a lawsuit, skull fracture. There were 20 bottles left. Now, the rest of these are mine. "You gonna read all night?" "I'm gonna drink all night." Applause, cheers, belches. "You fucking hunk of shit!" Some guy screamed. Some guy screamed. "Thank you, Aunt Tilly," I answered. I sat down, adjusted the mic, and started on the first poem. It became quiet. I was in the ring, alone with the bull now. I felt some terror. But I had written the poems. I read them out. It was best to open up light, a poem of mockery. I finished it, and the walls rocked. 4 or 5 people were fighting during the applause. I was going to luck out. All I had to do was hang in there. You couldn't underestimate them, and you couldn't kiss their ass. There was a certain middle ground to be achieved. I read more poems, drank the beer. I got drunker. The words were harder to read. I missed lines, dropped poems on the floor. Then I stopped and just said, "This is good," I told them. "You pay to watch me drink." I made an effort and read them some more poems. Finally, I read them a few dirty ones and wound it up. "That's it," I said. They yelled for more. The boys at the slaughterhouse, the boys at Sears Roebuck, all the boys at all the warehouses where I worked as a kid and as a man never would have believed it. In the office there were more drinks and several fat joints, bombers. Marty got on the intercom to find out about the gate. Tammy stared at Marty. "I don't like you," she said. "I don't like your eyes at all." "Don't worry about his eyes," I told her. "Let's just get the money and go." Marty made the check out and handed it to me. "Here it is," he said, $200. $200? Tammy screamed at him. "You rotten son of a bitch." I read the check. "He's kidding," I told her. "Calm down." She ignored me. $200, she said to Marty. "You rotten Tammy," I said. "It's $400. "Sign the check," said Marty, "and I'll give you cash." "I got pretty drunk out there," Tammy told me. "I asked this guy, 'Can I lean my body against your body?' He said, 'Okay.' I signed, and Marty gave me a stack of bills. I put them in my pocket. Look, Marty, I guess we better be leaving. I hate your eyes, Tammy said to Marty. Why don't you stay and talk a while? Marty asked me. No, we've got to go. Tammy stood up. I have to go to the ladies' restroom. She left. Marty and I sat there. 10 minutes went by. Marty stood up and said, Wait, I'll be right back. I sat and waited 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I walked out of the office and out the back door. I walked to the parking lot and sat in my Volks. 15 minutes went by. 20, 25. I'll give her 5 more minutes, and then I'm leaving, I thought. Just then Marty and Tammy walked out the back door and into the alley. Marty pointed. There he is. Tammy walked over. Her clothes were all messed up and twisted. She climbed into the back seat and curled up. I got lost 2 or 3 times on the freeway. Finally, I pulled up in front of the court. I awakened. She got out, ran up the stairs to her place, and slammed the door. Chapter 68. It was a Wednesday night, 12:30 a.m., and I was very sick. My stomach was raw, but I managed to hold down a few beers. Tammy was with me, and she seemed sympathetic. Dancy was at her grandmother's. Even though I was ill, it seemed finally to be a good time, just 2 people being together. There was a knock on the door. I opened it. It was Tammy's brother, Jay, with another young man, Filbert, a small Puerto Rican. They sat down, and I gave each of them a beer. "Let's go to a dirty movie," said Jay. Filbert just sat there. He had a black, carefully trimmed mustache, and his face had very little expression. It didn't give off any rays at all. I thought of terms like blank, wooden, dead, and so forth. "Why don't you say something, Filbert?" Tammy asked. He didn't speak. I got up, went to the kitchen sink, and vomited. I came back and sat down. I had a new beer. I hated it when the beer wouldn't stay down. I had simply been drunk too many days and nights in a row. I needed a rest, and I needed a drink, just beer. You'd think I could hold down beer. I took a long pull. The beer wouldn't stay down. I went to the bathroom. Tammy knocked. "Hank, are you all right?" I washed out my mouth and opened the door. "I'm sick, that's all." "Do you want me to get rid of them?" "Sure." She went back to them. "Look, fellas, why don't we go up to my place?" Tammy had neglected to pay her electric bill, or she didn't want to, and they sat up there by candlelight. She had taken a fifth of mixed margarita cocktails I had purchased earlier in the day up there with her. I sat and drank alone. The next beer stayed down. I could hear them up there talking. Then Tammy's brother left. I watched him walk in the moonlight towards his car. Tammy and Filbert were up there alone by candlelight. I sat with the lights out, drinking. An hour passed. I could see the wavering candlelight in the dark. I looked around. Tammy had left her shoes. I picked up her shoes and went up the stairway. Her door was open, and I heard her talking to Filbert. Anyway, what I meant was," she heard me walking up the stairs. "Henry, is that you?" I threw Tammy's shoes the remainder of the way up the stairway. They landed outside her door. "You forgot your shoes," I said. "Oh, God bless you," she said. About 10:30 the next morning, Tammy knocked on the door. I opened it. "You rotten goddamn bitch." "Stop talking that way," she said. "Want a beer?" "All right." She sat down. Well, we drank the bottle of margaritas. Then my brother left. Filbert was very nice. He just sat and didn't talk much. "How are you going to get home?" I asked him. "Do you have a car?" And he said he didn't. He just sat there looking at me, and I said, "Well, I have a car. I'll drive him home." Anyhow, since I was there, I went to bed with him. I was pretty drunk, but he didn't touch me. He said he had to go to work in the morning. Tammy laughed. Sometime during the night he tried to approach me. I put the pillow over my head and just started giggling. I kept the pillow there and giggled. He gave up. After he left for work, I drove over to my mother's and took Dancy to school, and now here I am. The next day Tammy was on uppers. She kept running in and out of my place. Finally she told me, "I'll be back tonight. I'll see you tonight." "Forget tonight." "What's wrong with you? Plenty of men would be happy to see me tonight." Tammy slammed out of the door. There was a pregnant cat sleeping on my porch. "Get the hell out of here, Red." I picked up the pregnant cat and threw it at her. I missed by a foot, and the cat dropped into a nearby bush. The following night, Tammy was on speed. I was drunk. Tammy and Dancy screamed at me from the window above. "Go eat jerk-off, you jerk!" "Yeah, go eat jerk-off, you jerk!" "Ah, balloons," I answered, "your mother's big balloons." "Go eat rat droppings, you jerk!" "You jerk, you jerk, you jerk, ha ha ha!" "Fruit fly brains," I answered, "suck the cotton out of my navel." "You," began Tammy. Suddenly there were several pistol shots nearby, either in the street or in the back of the court behind the apartment next door, very near. It was a poor neighborhood with lots of prostitution and drugs and occasionally a murder. Dancy started screaming out the window, "Hank, Hank, come up here, Hank, 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 hurry, Hank." I ran up. Tammy was stretched out on the bed. All that glorious red hair flared out on the pillow. She saw me. "I've been shot," she said weakly. "I've been shot." She pointed to a spot on her blue jeans. She was not joking any more. She was terrified. There was a red stain, but it was dry. Tammy liked to use my paints. I reached down and touched the dry stain. She was all right, except for the pills. "Listen," I told her. "Listen," I told her. "You're all right, don't worry." As I walked out the door, Bobby came pounding up the stairs. Tammy, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Bobby evidently had had to get dressed, which explained the time lag. As he bounced past me, I told him quickly, "Jesus Christ, man, you're always in my life." He ran into Tammy's apartment, followed by the guy next door, a used car salesman and a certified nut. Tammy came down a few days later with an envelope. "Hank, the manager just served me with an eviction notice." She showed it to me. I read it carefully. "It looks like they mean it," I said. I told her I'd pay the back rent, but she said, "We want you out of here, Tammy." "You can't let the rent go too long." "Listen, I have the money. I just don't like to pay." Tammy was completely contrary in her ways. Her car wasn't registered, the license plate tabs had long ago expired, and she drove without a driver's license. She left her car parked for days in yellow zones, red zones, white zones, reserved parking lots. When the police stopped her, drunk or high or without her ID, she talked to them, and they always let her go. She tore up the parking tickets whenever she got them. "I'll get the owner's phone number." We had an absentee landlord. "They can't kick my ass out of here." "Do you have his phone number?" "No." Just then, Irv, who owned a whorehouse, and who also acted as bouncer at the local massage parlor, walked by. Irv was 6'3" and on ATD. He also had a better mind than the first 3,000 people you'd pass on the street. Tammy ran out. "Irv! Irv!" He stopped and turned. Tammy swung her breasts at him. "Irv, do you have the owner's phone number?" "No, I don't." "Irv, I need the owner's phone number. Give me his number and I'll suck you off." "I don't have the number." He walked up to his door and put his key into the lock. "Come on, Irv. I'll suck you off if you tell me." "You really mean it?" he asked, hesitating, looking at her. Then he opened the door, walked in, and closed it. Tammy ran up to another door and beat on it. Richard opened the door cautiously, with the chain on it. He was bald, lived alone, was religious, about 45, and looked at television continually. He was as pink and clean as a woman. He complained continually about the noise from my place. He couldn't sleep, he said. The management told him to move. He hated me. Now there was one of my women at his door. He kept the chain on. "What do you want?" he hissed. "Look, baby, I want the owner's phone number. You've lived here for years. I know you have his phone number. I need it." "Go away," he said. "Look, baby, I'll be nice to you. A nice big kiss for you." "Harlot," he said. "Strumpet." Richard slammed the door. Tammy walked on in. "Hank." "Yes." "What's a strumpet?" "I know what a trumpet is. A strumpet." "A strumpet, my dear, is a whore." "Why, that dirty son of a bitch!" Tammy walked outside and continued to beat on the doors of the other apartments. Either they were out or they didn't answer. She came back. "It's not fair. Why do they want me out of here? What have I done?" "I don't know. Think back. Maybe there's something." "I can't think of anything." "Move in with me." "You couldn't stand the kid." "You're right." The days passed. The owner remained invisible. He didn't like to deal with the tenants. The manager stood behind the eviction notice. Even Bobby became less visible, ate TV dinners, smoked his grass, and listened to his stereo. "Hey, man," he told me, "I don't even like your old lady. She's up our friendship, man." "Right on, Bobby." I drove to the market and got some empty cardboard cartons. Then Tammy's sister, Kathy, went crazy in Denver after losing a lover, and Tammy had to go see her with Dancy. I drove them down to the train depot. I put them on the train. Chapter 69. That evening the phone rang. It was Mercedes. I had met her after giving a poetry reading at Venice Beach. She was about 28, fair body, pretty good legs, a blonde, about 5'5", blue-eyed blonde. Her hair was long and slightly wavy, and she smoked continuously. Her conversation was dull, and her laugh was loud and false most of the time. I'd gone to her place after the reading. She lived off the boardwalk in an apartment. I'd played the piano, and she played the bongos. There was a jug of Red Mountain. There were joints. I got too drunk to leave. I had slept there that night and left in the morning. "Look," said Mercedes, "I work right in your neighborhood now. I thought I might come by." "All right." I hung up. The phone rang again. It was Tammy. "Look, I've decided to move out. I'll be home in a couple of days. Just get my yellow dress out of the apartment, the one you like, and my green shoes. All the rest is crap. Leave it. Okay. Listen, I'm flat broke. We don't have any money for food. I'll wire you $40 in the morning, Western Union. You're sweet. I hung up. 15 minutes later, Mercedes was there. She had on a very short skirt, was wearing sandals and a low-cut blouse. Also, small blue earrings. "You want some grass?" she asked. "Sure." She took the grass and the papers out of her purse and started rolling some joints. I broke out the beer, and we sat on the couch and smoked and drank. We didn't talk much. I played with her legs, and we drank and smoked quite a long time. Finally, we undressed and went to bed. First Mercedes, then me. We began kissing, and I rubbed her cunt. She grabbed my cock. I mounted. Mercedes guided it. She had a good grip down there, very tight. I teased her a while, pulling it almost all the way out and moving the head back and forth. Then I slid it all the way in, slowly, in lazy fashion. Then suddenly I rammed her 4 or 5 times, and her head bounced on the pillow. "Arg," she said. Then I eased up and stroked. It was a very hot night, and we both sweated. Mercedes was high on the beer and the joints. I decided to finish her off with a flourish. Show her a thing or two. I pumped on and on. 5 minutes, 10 minutes more. I couldn't come. I began to fail. I was getting soft. Mercedes got worried. "Make it," she demanded. "Oh, make it, baby." That didn't help at all. I rolled off. It was an unbearably hot night. I took the sheet and wiped off the sweat. I could hear my heart pounding as I lay there. It sounded sad. I wondered what Mercedes was thinking. I lay dying, my cock limp. Mercedes turned her head toward me. I kissed her. Kissing is more intimate than fucking. That's why I never liked my girlfriends to go around kissing men. I'd rather they fucked them. I kept kissing Mercedes, and since I felt that way about kissing, I hardened again. I climbed on top of her, kissing her as if it was my last hour on earth. My cock slid in. This time I knew I was going to make it. I could feel the miracle of it. I was going to come in her cunt, the bitch. I was going to pour my juices into her, and there was nothing she could do to stop me. She was mine. I was a conquering army. I was a rapist. I was her master. I was death. She was helpless. Her head rolled. She gripped me and gasped as she made sounds. Ugh, ugh, oh, oh, oh. My cock fed on it. I made a strange sound. Then I came. In 5 minutes she was snoring. We both were snoring. In the morning we showered and dressed. "I'll take you to breakfast," I said. "All right," Mercedes answered. "By the way, did we fuck last night?" "My God, don't you remember? We must have fucked for 50 minutes. I couldn't believe it. Mercedes looked unconvinced. We went to a place around the corner. I ordered eggs over easy with bacon and coffee, wheat toast. Mercedes ordered hot cakes and ham, coffee. The waitress brought our orders. I took a bite of egg. Mercedes poured syrup over her hot cakes. "You're right," she said. "You must have fucked me. I can feel the semen running down my leg." I decided not to see her again. Chapter 70. I went up to Tammy's place with my cardboard cartons. First I got the items she mentioned. Then I found other things, other dresses and blouses, shoes, an iron, a hairdryer, Dancy's clothing, dishes and flatware, a photo album. There was a heavy rattan chair which belonged to her. I took all the things down to my place. I had 8 or 10 cartons full of stuff. I stacked them against my front room wall. The next day I drove down to the train station to pick Tammy and Dancy up. "You're looking good," Tammy said. "Thanks," I said. "We're going to live at Mother's. You might as well drive us there. I can't fight that eviction. Besides, who wants to stay where they're not wanted?" "Tammy, I moved most of your things. They're in cardboard cartons at my place." "All right. Can I leave them there a while?" "Sure." Then Tammy's mother went to Denver to see the sister, and the night she left I went to Tammy's to get drunk. Tammy was on pills. I didn't take any. When I got into the 4th six-pack, I said, "Tammy, I don't see what you see in Bobby. He's nothing." She crossed her legs and swung her foot back and forth. "He thinks his small talk is charming," I said. She kept swinging her foot. "Movies, TV, grass, comic books, dirty photos, that's his gas tank." Tammy swung her foot harder. "Do you really care for him?" She kept swinging her foot. "You fucking bitch," I said. I walked to the door, slammed it behind me, and got into the Volks. I raced through traffic, weaving in and out, destroying my clutch and gear shift. I got back to my place and started loading the cartons of her stuff into my Volks. Also record albums, blankets, toys. The Volks, of course, didn't hold too much. I speeded back to Tammy's. I pulled up and double-parked, put the red warning lights on. I pulled the boxes out of the car and stacked them on the porch. I covered them with blankets and toys, rang the bell, and drove off. When I came back with the second load, the first load was gone. I made another stack, rang the bell, and wheeled off like a missile. When I came back with the third load, the second was gone. I made a new stack and rang the bell. Then I was off again into the early morning. When I got back to my place, I had a vodka and water and looked at what was left. There was the heavy rattan chair and the stand-up hairdryer. I could only make one more run. It was either the chair or the dryer. The Volks couldn't consume both. I decided on the rattan chair. It was 4 a.m. I was double-parked in front of my place with the warning lights on. I finished the vodka and water. I was getting drunker and weaker. I picked up the rattan. It was really heavy, and I carried it down the walk to my car. I sat it down and opened the door opposite the driver's side. I jammed the rattan chair in. Then I tried to close the door. The chair was sticking out. I tried to pull the chair out of the car. It was stuck. I cursed and pushed it further in. One leg of the rattan poked through the windshield and stuck out, pointing at the sky. The door still wouldn't close. It wasn't even close. I tried to push the leg of the chair further through the windshield so that I could close the door. It wouldn't budge. The chair was jammed in tight. I tried to pull it out. It wouldn't move. Desperately, I pulled and pushed, pulled and pushed. If the police came, I was finished. Sometime I wearied. I climbed in the driver's side. There were no parking spaces on the street. I drove the car down to the pizza parlor parking lot, the open door swinging back and forth. I left it there with the door open, the ceiling light on. The ceiling light wouldn't shut off. The windshield was smashed, the chair leg poking out into the moonlight. The whole scene was indecent, mad. It smacked of murder and assassination. My beautiful car. I walked down the street and back to my place. I poured another vodka and water and phoned Tammy. "Look, baby, I'm in a jam. I've got your chair stuck through my windshield, and I can't get it out, and I can't get it in, and the door won't close. The windshield is smashed. What can I do? Help me, for Christ's sake." "You'll think of something, Hank." She hung up. I dialed again. "Baby." She hung up. "Baby." She hung up. Then next the phone was off the hook. Buzz, buzz, Buzz. I stretched out on the bed. The phone rang. Tammy? Hank? This is Valerie. I just came home. I want to tell you that your car is parked in the pizza parlor with the door open. Thanks, Valerie, but I can't close the door. There is a rattan chair stuck through the windshield. Oh, I didn't notice that. I appreciate your phoning. I fell asleep. It was one worried sleep. They were going to tow me away. I was going to get booked. I awakened at 6:20 a.m., got dressed, and walked to the pizza parlor. The car was still there. The sun was coming up. I reached in and grabbed the rattan. It still wouldn't budge. I was furious and began pulling and yanking, cursing. The more impossible it seemed, the matter was a cracking of wood. I was inspired, energized. A piece of wood broke off in my hands. I looked at it, tossed it into the street, went back to my task. Something else broke off. The days in the factories, the days of unloading boxcars, the days of lifting cases of frozen fish, the days of carrying murdered cattle on my shoulders were paying off. I'd always been strong, but equally lazy. Now I was tearing that chair to pieces. Finally, I ripped it out of the car. I attacked it in the parking lot. I smashed it to bits. I broke it in pieces. Then I picked up the pieces and stacked them neatly on somebody's front lawn. I got in the Volks and found an empty parking space near my court. All I had to do now was find a junkyard on Santa Fe Avenue and buy myself a new windshield. That could wait. I went back in, drank 2 glasses of ice water, and went to bed. Chapter 71. 4 or 5 days passed. The phone rang. It was Tammy. "What do you want?" I asked. "Listen, Hank, you know that little bridge you cross in your car when you drive to my mother's place?" "Yes." "Well, right by there they're having a yard sale. I went in and saw this typewriter. It's only $20 and it's in good working order. Please get it for me, Hank." "What do you want with a typewriter?" "Well, I've never told you, but I've always wanted to be a writer." "Tammy." "Please, Hank, just this one last time. I'll be your friend for life." "No." "Hank." "Oh, shit. Well, all right. I'll meet you at the bridge in 15 minutes. I want to hurry before it's taken. I found a new apartment, and Filbert and my brother are helping me move." Tammy wasn't at the bridge in 15 minutes or in 25 minutes. I got back in the Volks and drove over to Tammy's mother's apartment. Filbert was loading cartons into Tammy's car. He didn't see me. I parked a half a block away. Tammy came out and saw my Volks. Filbert was getting into his car. He had a Volks, too, a yellow one. Tammy waved to him and said, "See you later." Then she walked down the street toward me. When she got near my car, she stretched out in the center of the street and lay there. I waited. Then she got up, walked to my car, got in. I pulled away. Filbert was sitting in his car. I waved to him as we drove away. He didn't wave back. His eyes were sad. It was just beginning for him. "You know," Tammy said, "I'm with Filbert now." I laughed. It welled out of me. "We better hurry. The typer might be gone." "Why don't you let Filbert buy the fucking thing?" "Look, if you don't want to do it, just stop the car and let me out." I stopped the car and opened the door. "Listen, you son of a bitch, you told me you'd buy that typer. If you don't, I'm going to start screaming and breaking your windows." "All right, the typer is yours." We drove to the place. The typer was still there. "This typewriter has spent its whole life up to now in an insane asylum," the lady told us. "It's going to the right person," I replied. I gave the lady a 20 and we drove back. Filbert was gone. "Don't you want to come in for a while?" Tammy asked. "No, I've got to go." She was able to carry the typer in without help. It was a portable. Chapter 72. I drank for the next week. I drank night and day and wrote 25 or 30 mournful poems about lost love. It was Friday night when the phone rang. It was Mercedes. "I got married," she said, "to little Jack. You met him at the party that night you read in Venice. He's a nice guy, and he's got money. We're moving to the valley." "All right, Mercedes. Luck with it all. But I miss drinking and talking with you. Suppose I come over tonight." "All right." She was there in 15 minutes, rolling joints and drinking my beer. "Little Jack is a nice guy. We're happy together." I sucked on my beer. "I don't want to fuck," she said. "I'm tired of abortions. I'm really tired of abortions." "We'll figure something out." "I just want to smoke and talk and drink." "That's not enough for me." "All you guys want to do is fuck." "I like it." "Well, I can't fuck. I don't want to fuck." "Relax." We sat on the couch. We didn't kiss. Mercedes was not a good conversationalist. She wasn't interesting. But she had her legs, and her ass, and her hair, and her youth. I'd met some interesting women, God knows, but Mercedes just wasn't high on the list. The beer flowed and the joints went around. Mercedes still had the same job with the Hollywood Institute of Human Relationships. She was having trouble with her car. Little Jack had a short, fat dick. She was reading Grapefruit by Yoko Ono. She was tired of abortions. The valley was nice, but she missed Venice. She missed riding her bicycle along the boardwalk. I don't know how long we talked, or she talked, but much, much later she said she was too drunk to drive home. "Take off your clothes and go to bed," I told her. "But no fucking," she said. "I won't touch your cunt." She undressed and went to bed. I undressed and went into the bathroom. She watched me coming out with a jar of Vaseline. "What are you going to do?" "Just take it easy, baby, take it easy." I rubbed the Vaseline on my cock. Then I turned out the light and got into bed. "Turn your back," I said. I reached one arm under her and played with one breast, reached over the top and played with the other breast. It felt good with my face in her hair. I stiffened and slipped it into her ass. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her ass toward me, hard, sliding it in. "Ooh," she said. I began working. I dug it in deeper. The cheeks of her ass were big and soft. As I slammed away, I began to sweat. Then I rolled her on her stomach and sunk it in deeper. It was getting tighter. I nudged into the end of her colon, and she screamed, "Shut up, God damn you!" She was very tight. I slipped it even further in. Her grip was unbelievable. As I rammed it in, I suddenly got a stitch in my side, a terrible burning pain. But I continued. I was slicing her in half, right up the backbone. I roared like a madman and came. Then I lay there on top of her. The pain in my side was murder. She was crying. "God damn it," I asked her, "what's the matter?" "I didn't touch your cunt." I rolled off. In the morning, Mercedes said very little, got dressed, and left for her job. Well, I thought, there goes another one. Chapter 73. My drinking slowed down the next week. I went to the racetrack to get fresh air and sunshine and plenty of walking. At night I drank, wondering why I was still alive, how the scheme worked. I thought about Catherine, about Lydia, about Tammy. I didn't feel very good. That Friday night the phone rang. It was Mercedes. "Hank, I'd like to come by, but just for talk and beer and joints, nothing else." "Come by if you want to." Mercedes was there in a half hour. To my surprise, she looked very good to me. I'd never seen a miniskirt as short as hers, and her legs looked fine. I kissed her happily. She broke away. "I couldn't walk for 2 days after that last one. Don't rip my butt again." "All right. Honest Injun, I won't." It was about the same. We sat on the couch with the radio on, talked, drank beer, smoked. I kissed her again and again. I couldn't stop. She acted like she wanted it, yet she insisted that she couldn't. Little Jack loved her. Love meant a lot in this world. "It sure does," I said. "You don't love me. You're a married woman." "I don't love little Jack, but I care for him very much, and he loves me." "It sounds fine." "Have you ever been in love?" 4 times. "What happened? Where are they tonight?" "One is dead. The other 3 are with other men." We talked a long time that night and smoked any number of joints. Around 2 a.m., Mercedes said, "I'm too high to drive home. I'd total the car." "Take your clothes off and go to bed." "All right, but I've got an idea." "Like what?" "I want to watch you beat that thing off. I want to watch it squirt." "All right. That's fair enough. It's a deal." Mercedes undressed and went to bed. I undressed and stood at the side of the bed. "Sit up so you can see it better." Mercedes sat on the edge of the bed. I spit in my palm and began to rub my cock. "Oh," Mercedes said, "it's growing." "Uh-huh. It's getting big." "Uh-huh. Oh, it's all purple with big veins. It throbs. It's ugly." "Yeah." As I kept beating my cock, I moved it near her face. She watched it. Just as I was about to come, I stopped. "Oh," she said, "look, I've got a better idea." "What?" "You beat it off." "All right." She started in. "Am I doing it right?" "A little harder, and spit on your palm, and rub almost all of it, most of it, just not up near the head." "All right." "Oh, God, look at it. I want to see it squirt juice." "Keep going, Mercedes." "Oh, my God." I was just about to come. I pulled her hand away from my cock. "Oh, damn you," Mercedes said. She bent forward and got it in her mouth. She began sucking and bobbing, running her tongue along the length of my cock as she sucked it. "Oh, you bitch." Then she pulled her mouth off my cock. Go ahead, finish me off." "No." "Well, God damn it, then." I pushed her over backwards on the bed and leaped on her. I kissed her viciously and drove my cock in. I worked violently, pumping and pumping. I moaned and then came. I pumped it into her, feeling it enter, feeling it steam into her. Chapter 74. I had to fly to Illinois to give a reading at the university. I hated readings, but they helped with the rent, and maybe they helped sell books. They got me out of East Hollywood. They got me up in the air with the businessmen and the stewardesses and the iced drinks and little napkins and the peanuts to kill the breath. I was met by the poet William Keesing, who I had been corresponding with since 1966. I'd first seen his work in the pages of Bull, edited by Doug Fazek, one of the first mimeomags and probably the leader in the mimeo revolution. None of us were literary in the proper sense. Fazek worked in a rubber plant. Keesing was an ex-Marine out of Korea who had done time and was supportive. I was working 11 hours a night as a postal clerk. That was also the time when Marvin arrived on the scene with his strange poems about demons. Marvin Woodman was the best damn demon writer in America, maybe in Spain and Peru, too. I was into writing letters at the time. I wrote 4- and 5-page letters to everybody, coloring the envelopes and pages wildly with crayons. That's when I began writing William Keesing, ex-Marine, ex-con, drug addict. He was mostly into codeine. Now, years later, William Keesing had secured a temporary teaching job at the university. He had managed to pick up a degree or two between drug busts. I warned him that it was a dangerous job for anybody who wanted to write, but at least he taught his class plenty of Chinaski. Keesing and his wife were waiting at the airport. I had my baggage with me, and so we went right to the car. "My God," said Keesing, "I never saw anybody get off of an airplane looking like that." I had on my dead father's overcoat, which was too large. My pants were too long, the cuffs came down over the shoes, and that was good because my stockings didn't match, and my shoes were down at the heels. I hated barbers, so I cut my own hair when I couldn't get a woman to do it. I didn't like to shave, and I didn't like long beards, so I scissored myself every 2 or 3 weeks. My eyesight was bad, but I didn't like glasses, so I didn't wear them except to read. I had my own teeth, but not that many. My face and my nose were red from drinking, and the light hurt my eyes, so I squinted through tiny slits. I would have fit into any skid row anywhere. We drove off. "We expected somebody quite different," said Cecilia. "Oh? I mean, your voice is so soft, and you seem gentle. Bill expected you to get off the plane drunk and cursing, making passes at the women." "I never pump up my vulgarity. I wait for it to arrive on its own terms." "You're reading tomorrow night," said Bill. "Good. We'll have fun tonight and forget everything." We drove on. That night Keesing was as interesting as his letters and poems. He had the good sense to stay away from literature in our conversation. We talked about other things. I didn't have much luck in person with most poets, even when their letters and poems were good. I'd met Douglas Fazek with less than charming results. It was best to stay away from other writers and just do your work, or just not do your work. Cecilia retired early. She had a job to go to in the morning. "Cecilia's divorcing me," Bill told me. "I don't blame her. She's sick of my drugs, my puke, my whole thing. She stood it for years. Now she can't take it any longer. I can't give her much of a fuck anymore. She's running with this teenage kid. I can't blame her. I've moved out. I've got a room. We can go there and sleep, or I can go there and sleep, and you can stay here, or we can both stay here. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me." Keesing took out a couple of pills and dropped them. "Let's both stay here," I said. "You really pour the drinks down." "There's nothing else to do." "You must have a cast-iron gut." "Not really. It busted open once. But when those holes grow back together, they say it's tougher than the best welding." "How long you figure to go on?" he asked. I've got it all planned. I'm gonna die in the year 2000 when I'm 80. That's strange, said Keesing. That's the year I'm gonna die, 2000. I haven't had a dream about it. I haven't dreamed the day, an hour of my death. Anyhow, it's in the year 2000. It's a nice round number. I like it. We drank for another hour or two. I got the extra bedroom. Keesing slept on the couch. Cecilia apparently was serious about dumping him. The next morning I was up at 10:30 a.m. There was some beer left. I managed to get one down. I was on the second when Keesing walked in. Jesus, how do you do it? You spring back like an 18-year-old boy. I've had some bad mornings. This just isn't one. I've got a 1 o'clock English class. I've got to get straight. Drop a white. I need some food in my gut. Eat 2 soft-boiled eggs. Eat them with a touch of chili powder or paprika. Can I borrow you a couple? Thanks, yes. The phone rang. It was Cecilia. Bill talked a while, then hung up. There's a tornado approaching. One of the biggest in the history of the state. It might come through here. Something always happens when I read. I noticed it was beginning to get dark. They might cancel the class. It's hard to tell. I better eat. Bill put the eggs on. I don't understand you, he said. You don't even look hungover. I'm hungover every morning. It's normal. I've adjusted. You're still writing pretty good shit in spite of all that booze. Let's not get on that. Maybe it's the variety of pussy. Don't boil those eggs too long. I went into the bathroom and took a shit. Constipation wasn't one of my problems. I was just coming out when I heard Bill holler, "Chinaski!" Then I heard him in the yard. He was vomiting. He came back. The poor guy was really sick. You got a Valium? No. Then wait 10 minutes after the baking soda and drink a warm beer. Put it in a glass now so the air can get to it. I got a Benny. Take it. It was getting darker. 15 minutes after the Benny, Bill took a shower. When he came out, he looked all right. He had a peanut butter sandwich with sliced banana. He was going to make it. You still love your old lady, don't you? I asked. Christ, yes. I know it doesn't help. But try to realize that it's happened to all of us, at least once. That doesn't help. Once a woman turns against you, forget it. They can love you, then something turns in them. They can watch you dying in a gutter, run over by a car, and they'll spit on you. Cecilia's a wonderful woman. It was getting darker. Let's drink some more beer, I said. We sat and drank beer. It got really dark, and then there was a high wind. We didn't talk much. I was glad we had met. There was very little bullshit in him. He was tired. Maybe that helped. He'd never had any luck with his poems in the USA. They loved him in Australia. Maybe someday they'd discover him here. Maybe not. Maybe by the year 2000. He was a tough, chunky little guy. You knew he could duke it. You knew he had been there. I was fond of him. We drank quietly, then the phone rang. It was Cecilia again. The tornado had passed over, or rather, around. Bill was going to teach his class. I was going to read that night. Bully! Everything was working. We were all fully employed. Around 12:30 p.m., Bill put his notebooks and whatever he needed into a backpack, got on his bike, and pedaled off to the university. Cecilia came home sometime in the mid-afternoon. Did Bill get off all right? Yes, he left on the bike. He looked fine. How fine? Was he on shit? He looked fine. He ate and everything. I still love him, Hank. I just can't go through it anymore. Sure. You don't know how much it means to him to have you out here. He used to read your letters to me. Dirty, huh? No, funny. You made us laugh. Laugh. Let's fuck, Cecilia. Hank. Now you're playing your game. You're a plump little thing. Let me sink it in. You're drunk, Hank. You're right. Forget. Chapter 75. That night I gave another bad reading. I didn't care. They didn't care. If John Cage could get $1,000 for eating an apple, I'd accept $500 plus airfare for being a lemon. It was the same afterwards. The little co-eds came up with their young, hot bodies and their pilot-light eyes and asked me to autograph some of my books. I would have liked to fuck about 5 of them in one night sometime and get them out of my system forever. A couple of professors came up and grinned at me for being an ass. It made them feel better. They felt now as if they had a chance at the typewriter. I took the check and got out. There was to be a small, select gathering at Cecilia's house afterwards. That was part of the unwritten contract. The more girls, the better, but at Cecilia's house I stood very little chance. I knew that. And sure enough, in the morning I awakened in my bed, alone. Bill was sick again the next morning. He had another 1 o'clock class, and before he went off he said, "Cecilia, will you drive to the airport? I'm going now. No heavy goodbyes." "All right." Bill put on his backpack and walked his bike out the door. Chapter 76. I was back in L.A. about a week and a half. It was night. The phone rang. It was Cecilia. She was sobbing. "Hank, Bill is dead. You're the first one I've called." Cries Cecilia. I don't know what to say. "I'm so glad you came when you did. Bill did nothing but talk about you after you left. You don't know what your visit meant to him." "What happened?" "He complained of feeling real bad, and we took him to a hospital, and in 2 hours he was dead. I know people are going to think he OD'd, but he didn't. Even though I was going to divorce him, I loved him." "I believe you." "I don't want to bother you with all this." "It's all right. Bill would understand. I just don't know what to say to help you. I'm kind of in shock. Let me phone you later on to see if you're all right." "Would you?" "Of course." That's the problem with drinking, I thought, as I poured myself a drink. If something bad happens, you drink in an attempt to forget. If something good happens, you drink in order to celebrate. And if nothing happens, you drink to make something happen. As sick and unhappy as he was, Bill just didn't look like somebody who was about to die. There were many deaths like that, and even though we knew about death and thought about it almost every day, when there was an unexpected death, and when that person was an exceptional and lovable human being, it was hard, very, no matter how many other people had died, good, bad, or unknown. I phoned Cecilia back that night, and I phoned her again the next night, and once more after that, and then I stopped phoning. Chapter 77. A month went by. R.A. Dwight, the editor of Dogbite Press, wrote and asked me to do a foreword to Keesing's selected poems. Keesing, with the help of his death, was at last going to get some recognition somewhere besides Australia. Then Cecilia phoned. "Hank, I'm going to San Francisco to see R.A. Dwight. I have some photos of Bill and some unpublished things. I want to go over them with Dwight, and we're going to decide what to publish. But first I want to stop in L.A. for a day or two. Can you meet me at the airport?" "Sure. You can stay at my place, Cecilia." "Thanks much." She gave me her arrival time, and I went in and cleaned the toilet, scrubbed the bathtub, and changed the sheets and pillowcases on my bed. Cecilia arrived on the 10 a.m. flight, which was hell for me to make, but she looked good, albeit a bit plump. She was sturdy, built low. She looked Midwestern, scrubbed. Men looked at her. She had a way of moving her behind. It looked forceful, a bit ominous, and sexy. We waited for the baggage in the bar. Cecilia didn't drink. She had an orange juice. "I just love airports and airport passengers, don't you?" "No." "The people seem so interesting." "They have more money than the people who travel by rail or bus." "We passed over the Grand Canyon on the way in." "Yes, it's on your route." "These waitresses wear such short skirts. Look, you can see their panties." "Good tips. They all live in condominiums and drive MGs. Everybody on the plane was so nice. The man in the seat next to me offered to buy me a drink." "Let's get your baggage." "R.A. phoned to tell me that he had received your foreword to Bill's selected poems. He read me parts of it over the phone. It was beautiful. I want to thank you." "Forget it." "I don't know how to repay you." "Are you sure you don't want a drink?" "I rarely drink. Maybe later." "What do you prefer? I'll get something for when we get back to my place. I want you to feel comfortable and relaxed." "I'm sure Bill is looking down on us now, and he's feeling happy." "Do you think so?" "Yes." We got the baggage and walked toward the parking lot. Chapter 78. That night I managed to get 2 or 3 drinks into Cecilia. She forgot herself and crossed her legs high, and I saw some good heavy flank. Durable, a cow of a woman, cow's breasts, cow's eyes. She could handle plenty. Keesing had had a good eye. She was against the killing of animals. She didn't eat meat. I guess she had enough meat. Everything was beautiful, she told me. We had all this beauty in the world, and all we had to do was reach out and touch it. It was all there and all ours for the taking. "You're right, Cecilia," I said. "Have another drink." "It makes me giddy." "What's wrong with a little bit of giddy?" Cecilia crossed her legs again, and her thighs flashed. They flashed way up high. "Bill, you can't use it now. You were a good poet, Bill, but what the hell, you left more behind than your writing, and your writing never had thighs and flanks like this." Cecilia had another drink, then stopped. I kept going. "Where did all the women come from?" "The supply was endless. Each one of them was individual, different. Their pussies were different, their kisses were different, their breasts were different. But no man could drink them all. There were too many of them, crossing their legs, driving men mad. What a feast!" "I want to go to the beach. Will you take me to the beach, Hank?" Cecilia asked. "Tonight?" "No, not tonight, but sometime before I leave." "All right." Cecilia talked about how the American Indian had been abused. Then she told me that she wrote, but she never submitted it. She just kept a notebook. Bill had encouraged and helped her with some of her things. She'd helped Bill get through the university. Of course, the GI Bill had helped, too. And there had always been codeine. He had always been hooked on codeine. She'd threatened to leave him again and again, but it didn't help. "Now, drink this, Cecilia," I said. "It will help you forget." I poured her a tall one. "Oh, I couldn't drink all that. Cross your legs higher. Let me see more of your legs." Bill never talked to me like that. I continued to drink. Cecilia continued to talk. After a while, I didn't listen. Midnight came and left. "Listen, Cecilia, let's go to bed. I'm bombed." I walked into the bedroom and undressed, got under the covers. I heard her walk by and go into the bathroom. I switched the bedroom light off. She came out soon, and I felt her getting into the other side of the bed. "Good night, Cecilia," I said. I pulled her to me. She was naked. Jesus, I thought. We kissed. She kissed very well. It was a long, hot one. We finished. "Cecilia?" "Yes." "I'll fuck you some other time." I rolled over and went to sleep. Chapter 79. Bobby and Valerie came by, and I introduced everybody around. "Valerie and I are going to take a vacation and rent rooms by the seashore in Manhattan Beach," said Bobby. "Why don't you guys come along? We could split the rent. There are 2 bedrooms. "No, Bobby, I don't think so." "Oh, Hank, please," said Cecilia. "I just love the ocean. Hank, if we go down there, I'll even drink with you, I promise." "All right, Cecilia." "Fine," said Bobby. "We leave this evening. We'll pick you guys up around 6 p.m. We'll have dinner together." "That sounds real good," said Cecilia. "Hank's fun to eat with," said Valerie. "Last time we went out with him, we walked into this fancy place, and he told the head waiter right off, 'I want coleslaw and French fries for my friends here, a double order of each, and don't water the drinks or I'll have your coat and tie.'" "I can't wait," said Cecilia. Cecilia wanted to go for a constitutional around 2 p.m. We walked through the court. She noticed the poinsettias. She walked right up to a bush and stuck her face into the flowers, caressing them with her fingers. "Oh, they're so beautiful." "They're dying, Cecilia. Can't you see how shriveled they are? The smog is killing them." We walked along under the palms. "And there are birds everywhere, hundreds of birds, Hank, and dozens of cats." We drove to Manhattan Beach with Bobby and Valerie, moved into our waterfront apartment, and went out to eat. The dinner was fair. Cecilia had 1 drink with her dinner and explained all about her vegetarianism. She had soup, salad, and yogurt. The remainder of us had steaks, French fries, French bread, and salad. Bobby and Valerie stole the salt and pepper shakers, 2 steak knives, and the tip I had left for the waiter. We stopped for liquor, ice, and smokes, then went back to the apartment. Her 1 drink had Cecilia giggling and talking, and she was explaining that animals had souls, too. Nobody challenged her opinion. It was possible, we knew. What we weren't sure of was if we had any. Chapter 80. We continued drinking. Cecilia had just 1 more and stopped. "I want to go out and look at the moon and stars," she said. "It's so beautiful out." "All right, Cecilia." She went outside by the swimming pool and sat in a deck chair. "No wonder Bill died," I said. "He's starved. She never gives it away." "She talked the same way about you at dinner when you went to the men's room," said Valerie. "She said, 'Oh, Hank's poems are so full of passion, but as a person, he's not that way at all.'" "Me and God don't always pick the same horse." "You fucked her yet?" asked Bobby. "No." "What was kissing like?" "All right." But I really wonder how he stood being with her. Maybe the codeine and pills helped. Maybe she was like a big flower child nurse to him. "Fuck it," said Bobby. "Let's drink." "Yeah. If I had to choose between drinking and fucking, I think I'd have to stop fucking." "Fucking can cause problems," said Valerie. "When my wife is out fucking somebody else, I put on my pajamas, pull the covers up, and go to sleep," said Bobby. "He's cool," said Valerie. "None of us quite know how to use sex, what to do with it," I said. "With most people, sex is just a toy. Wind it up and let it run." "What about love?" asked Valerie. "Love is all right for those who can handle the psychic overload. It's like trying to carry a full garbage can on your back over a rushing river of piss." "Oh, it's not that bad. Love is a form of prejudice. I have too many other prejudices." Valerie went to the window. "People are having fun jumping into the pool, and she's out there looking at the moon." "Her old man just died," said Bobby. "Give her a break." I took my bottle and went to my bedroom. I undressed down to my shorts and went to bed. Nothing was ever in tune. People just blindly grabbed at whatever there was: communism, health food, Zen, surfing, ballet, hypnotism, group encounters, orgies, biking, herbs, Catholicism, weightlifting, travel, withdrawal, vegetarianism, India, painting, writing, sculpting, composing, conducting, backpacking, yoga, copulating, gambling, drinking, hanging around, frozen yogurt, Beethoven, Bach, Buddha, Christ, TMH, carrot juice, suicide, handmade suits, travel, New York City, and then it all evaporated and fell apart. People had to find things to do while waiting to die. I guess it was nice to have a choice. I took my choice. I raised the fifth of vodka and drank it straight. The Russians knew something. The door opened and Cecilia walked in. She looked good with her low-slung, powerful body. Most American women were either too thin or without stamina. If you gave them rough use, something broke in them, and they became neurotic, and their men became sports freaks or alcoholics or obsessed with cars. The Norwegians, the Icelanders, the Finns knew how a woman should be built: wide and solid, a big ass, big hips, big white flanks, big heads, big mouths, big tits, plenty of hair, big eyes, big nostrils, and down in the center, big enough and small enough. "Hello, Cecilia, come on to bed." "It was nice out tonight." "I suppose. Come say hello." She went into the bathroom. I switched off the bedroom light. She came out after a while. I felt her climb into bed. It was dark, but some light came in through the curtains. I handed her the fifth. She took a tiny sip, then handed the bottle back. We were sitting up, our backs against the headboard and the pillows. We were thigh to thigh. "Hank, the moon was just a tiny sliver, but the stars were brilliant and beautiful. It makes you think, doesn't it?" "Yes." "Stars have been dead for millions of light years, and yet we can still see them." I reached around and pulled Cecilia's head toward me. Her mouth opened. It was wet and it was good. "Cecilia, let's fuck." "I don't want to." In a way, I didn't want to either, which is why I'd asked. "You don't want to? Then why do you kiss like that?" "I think that people should take the time to get to know each other." "Sometimes there's not that much time." "I don't want to do it." I got out of bed. I walked down in my shorts and knocked on Bobby and Valerie's door. "What is it?" Bobby asked. She won't fuck me. So? Let's go for a swim. It's late. The pool is closed. Closed? Closed? There's water, isn't there? I mean, the lights are off. That's all right. She won't fuck me. You don't have a bathing suit. I have my shorts. All right, wait a minute. Bobby and Valerie came out dressed beautifully in new, tight-fitting swimsuits. Bobby handed me a Colombian, and I took a hit. What's wrong with Cecilia? Christian chemistry. We walked to the pool. It was true, the lights were out. Bobby and Valerie dove into the pool in tandem. I sat at the edge of the pool, my legs dangling in. I sucked from the fifth of vodka. Bobby and Valerie surfaced together. Bobby swam over to the edge of the pool. He pulled at one of my ankles. Come on, shithead. Come on, shithead. Show some guts. Dive. I took another hit of vodka, then set the bottle down. I didn't dive. I carefully lowered myself over the edge. Then I dropped in. It was strange in the dark water. I sank slowly towards the bottom of the pool. I was 6 feet tall and weighed 225 pounds. I waited to touch bottom and push off. Where was the bottom? There it was, and I was almost out of oxygen. I pushed off. I went back up slowly. Finally, I broke the surface of the water. Death to all whores who keep their legs closed against me, I screamed. A door opened, and a man came running out of a ground-floor apartment. He was the manager. Hey, there's no swimming allowed this time of night. The pool lights are off. I paddled toward him, reached the pool and looked up at him. Look, motherfucker, I drink 2 barrels of beer a day, and I'm a professional wrestler. I'm a kindly soul by nature, but I intend to swim, and I want those lights turned on. Now, I'm only asking you one time. I paddled off. The lights went on. The pool was brilliantly lit. It was magic. I paddled toward the vodka, took it down from the pool edge, and had a good one. The bottle was almost empty. I looked down, and Valerie and Bobby were swimming in circles around each other underwater. They were good at it. They were lithe and graceful. How odd that everybody was younger than I. We finished with the pool. I walked to the manager's door in my wet shorts and knocked. He opened the door. I liked him. Hey, buddy. You can flick out the lights now. I'm through swimming. You're okay, baby. You're okay. We walked back to our apartment. Have a drink with us, said Bobby. I know that you're unhappy. I went in and had 2 drinks. Valerie said, Look, Hank, you and your women. You can't fuck them all, don't you know that? Victory or death. Sleep it off, Hank. Good night, folks, and thanks. I went back to my bedroom. Cecilia was flat on her back, and she was snoring. She looked fat to me. I took off my wet shorts, climbed into bed. I shook her. Cecilia snoring. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Cecilia. This is just like being married. I'll get you in the morning when I'm fresh. Chapter 81. A sound awakened me. It was not quite daylight. Cecilia was moving around getting dressed. I looked at my watch. It's 5 a.m. What are you doing? I want to watch the sun come up. I love sunrises. No wonder you don't drink. I'll be back. We can have breakfast together. I haven't been able to eat breakfast for 40 years. I'm going to watch the sunrise. Hank? I found a capped bottle of beer. It was warm. I opened it, drank it, then I slept. At 10:30 a.m., there was a knock on the door. "Come in." It was Bobby, Valerie, and Cecilia. "We just had breakfast together," said Bobby. "Now Cecilia wants to take her shoes off and walk along the beach," said Valerie. "I've never seen the Pacific Ocean before, Hank. It's so beautiful." "I'll get dressed." We walked along the shoreline. Cecilia was happy. When the waves came in and ran over her bare feet, she screamed. "You people go ahead," I said. "I'm going to find a bar." "I'll come with you," said Bobby. "I'll watch over Cecilia," Valerie said. We found the nearest bar. There were only 2 empty stools. We sat down. Bobby drew a male. I drew a female. Bobby and I ordered our drinks. The woman next to me was 26, 27. Something had wearied her. Her eyes and mouth looked tired, but she still held together in spite of it. Her hair was dark and well kept. She had on a skirt, and she had good legs. Her soul was topaz, and you could see it in her eyes. I laid my leg against hers. She didn't move away. I drained my drink. "Buy me a drink," I asked her. She nodded to the barkeep. He came over. "Vodka 7 for the gentleman." "Thanks." "Babette." "Thanks, Babette." "My name's Henry Chinaski, alcoholic writer." "Never heard of you." "Likewise." "I run a shop near the beach. Trinkets and crap, mostly crap. Or even, I write a lot of crap. If you're such a bad writer, why don't you quit? I need food, shelter, and clothing. Buy me another drink." Babette nodded to the barkeep, and I had a new drink. We pressed our legs together. "I'm a rat," I told her. "I'm constipated, and I can't get it up." "I don't know about your bowels, but you're a rat, and you can get it up. What's your phone number?" Babette reached into her purse for a pen. Then Cecilia and Valerie walked in. "Oh," said Valerie, "there are those bastards. I told you, the nearest bar." Babette slid off her stool. She was out the door. I could see her through the blinds on the window. She was walking away on the boardwalk, and she had a body. It was willow slim. It swayed in the wind and was gone. Chapter 82. Cecilia sat and watched us drink. I could see that I repulsed her. I ate meat. I had no God. I liked to fuck. Nature didn't interest me. I never voted. I liked wars. Outer space bored me. Baseball bored me. History bored me. Zoos bored me. "Hank," she said, "I'm going outside for a while." "What's out there?" "I like to watch people swim in the pool. I like to see them enjoying themselves." Cecilia got up and walked outside. Valerie laughed. Bobby laughed. "All right, so I'm not going to get into her panties." "Do you want to?" asked Bobby. "It's not so much my sex drive that's offended, it's my ego." And don't forget your age," said Bobby. "There's nothing worse than an old shove pig," I said. We drank in silence. An hour or so later, Cecilia returned. "Hank, I want to go." "Where?" "To the airport. I want to fly to San Francisco. I have all my luggage with me." "It's all right with me. But Valerie and Bobby brought us down in their car. Maybe they don't want to leave yet." "We'll drive her to L.A.," said Bobby. We paid our bill, got into the car, Bobby at the wheel. Valerie next to him, and Cecilia and me in the back seat. Cecilia leaned away from me, pressed herself against the door, as far away from me as she could get. Bobby turned on the tape deck. The music hit the back seat like a wave. Bob Dylan. Valerie passed back a joint. I took a hit, then tried to hand it to Cecilia. She cringed away from me. I reached and fondled one of her knees, squeezed it. She pushed my hand away. "Hey, how you guys doing back there?" Bobby asked. "It's love," I replied. We drove for an hour. "Here's the airport," said Bobby. "You've got 2 hours," I told Cecilia. "We can go back to my place and wait." "It's all right," said Cecilia. I want to go now." "But what will you do for 2 hours at the airport?" I asked. "Oh," said Cecilia, "I just love airports." We stopped in front of the terminal. I jumped out, unloaded her baggage. As we stood together, Cecilia reached up and kissed me on the cheek. I let her walk in alone. Chapter 83. I had agreed to give a reading up north. It was the afternoon before the reading, and I was sitting in an apartment at the Holiday Inn drinking beer with Joe Washington, the promoter, and the local poet Dudley Barry, and his boyfriend Paul. Dudley had come out of the closet and announced he was a homo. He was nervous, fat, and ambitious. He paced up and down. You gonna give a good reading?" "I don't know." "You draw the crowds. Jesus, how do you do it? They line up around the block. They like bloodlettings." Dudley grabbed Paul by the cheeks of the ass. "I'm gonna ream you out, baby. Then you can ream me." Joe Washington stood by the window. "Hey, look, here comes William Burroughs across the way. He's got the apartment right next to yours. He's reading tomorrow night." I walked to the window. It was Burroughs, all right. I turned away and opened a new beer. We were on the second floor. Burroughs walked up the stairway, passed my window, opened his door, and went in. "Do you want to go meet him?" Joe asked. "No." "I'm going to see him for a minute." "All right." Dudley and Paul were playing grab-ass. Dudley was laughing, and Paul was giggling and blushing. "Why don't you guys work out in private?" "Isn't he cute?" asked Dudley. "I just love young boys." "I'm more interested in the female." "You don't know what you're missing." "Don't be concerned. Jack Mitchell is running with transvestites. He writes poems about them. At least they look like women. Some of them look better." I drank in silence. Joe Washington returned. "I told Burroughs that you were in the next apartment." I said, "Burroughs, Henry Chinaski is in the next apartment." He said, "Oh, is that so?" I asked if he wanted to meet you. He said, "No." "They should have refrigerators in these places," I said. "This fucking beer's getting warm." I walked out to look for an ice machine. As I walked by Burroughs' place, he was sitting in a chair by the window. He looked at me indifferently. I found the ice machine and came back with the ice and put it in the wash basin and stuck the beers in there. "You don't want to get too bombed," said Joe. "You really start slurring your words." "They don't give a damn. They just want me on the cross." $500 for an hour, asked Dudley. "You call that a cross?" "Yeah, you're some Christ." Dudley and Paul left, and Joe and I went out to one of the local coffee houses for food and drink. We found a table. The first thing we knew, strangers were pulling chairs up to our table. All men. What shit. There were some pretty girls there, but they just looked and smiled, or they didn't look and they didn't smile. I figured the ones who didn't smile hated me because of my attitude towards women. Fuck them. Jack Mitchell was there, and Mike Tufts, both poets. Neither worked for a living, despite the fact their poetry paid them nothing. They lived on willpower and handouts. Mitchell was really a good poet, but his luck was bad. He deserved better. Then Blast Grimley, the singer, walked over. Blast was always drunk. I'd never seen him sober. There were a couple of others at the table who I didn't know. "Mr. Chinaski?" It was a sweet little thing in a short green dress. "Yes." "Would you autograph this book?" It was an early book of poems I'd written while working at the post office. It runs around the room and me. I signed it and made a drawing, handed it back. "Oh, thanks so much." She left. All the bastards sitting around me had killed any chance for action. Soon there were 4 or 5 pitchers of beer on the table. I ordered a sandwich. We drank 2 or 3 hours, then I went back to the apartment. I finished the beers in the sink and went to sleep. I don't remember much about the reading, but I awakened in bed the next day, alone. Joe Washington knocked about 11 a.m. "Hey, man, that was one of your best readings." "Really? You're not shitting me?" "No, you were right there. Here's the check." "Thanks, Joe. You sure you don't want to meet Burroughs?" "I'm sure. He's reading tonight. You gonna stay for his reading?" "I gotta get back to L.A., Joe." "You ever heard him read?" "Joe, I want to take a shower and get out of here." "You're going to drive me to the airport?" "Sure." When we left, Burroughs was sitting in his chair by the window. He gave no indication of having seen me. I glanced at him and walked on. I had my check. I was anxious to make the racetrack. Chapter 84. I had been corresponding with a lady in San Francisco for several months. Her name was Liza Weston, and she survived by giving dance lessons, including ballet, in her own studio. She was 32, had been married once, and all her letters were long and typed flawlessly on pinkish paper. She wrote well, with intelligence, and with very little exaggeration. I enjoyed her letters and answered them. Liza stayed away from literature. She stayed away from the so-called larger questions. She wrote me about small, ordinary happenings, but described them with insight and humor. And so it came about that she wrote to say that she was coming to Los Angeles to buy some dancing costumes, and would I like to see her. I told her most certainly could stay at my place, but due to the difference in our ages, she would have to sleep on the couch while I slept on the bed. "I'll phone you when I get in," she wrote back. 3 or 4 days later, the phone rang. It was Liza. "I'm in town," she said. "Are you at the airport?" "I'll pick you up." "I'll take a cab in." "It costs." "It'll be easier this way." "What do you drink?" "I don't, much, so whatever you want." I sat and waited for her. I always became uneasy in these situations. When they actually arrived, I almost didn't want them to happen. Liza had mentioned that she was pretty, but I hadn't seen any photographs. I had once married a woman, promised to marry her, sight unseen, through the mails. She, too, had written intelligent letters, but my 2.5 years of marriage proved to be a disaster. People were usually much better in their letters than in reality. They were much like poets in this way. I paced the room. Then I heard footsteps coming up the court walk. I went to the blinds and peeked out. Not bad. Dark hair, neatly dressed in a long skirt that fell to her ankles. She walked gracefully, holding her head high. Nice nose, ordinary mouth. I liked women in dresses. It reminded me of bygone days. She carried a small bag. She knocked. I opened the door. "Come in." Liza put her suitcase on the floor. "Sit down." She had on very little makeup. She was pretty. Her hair was stylish and short. I got her a vodka 7 and made myself one. She seemed calm. There was a touch of suffering in her face. She had been through 1 or 2 difficult periods in her life. So had I. "I'm going to buy some costumes tomorrow. There's a shop in L.A. that's very unusual." "I like that dress you have on. A fully covered woman is exciting, I think. Of course, it's hard to tell about her figure, but one can make a judgment." "You're like I thought you'd be. You're not afraid at all." "Thanks. You seem almost diffident." "I'm on my 3rd drink." "What happens after the 4th?" "Not much. I drink it and wait for the 5th. I walked out to get the newspaper. When I came back, Liza had that long skirt hiked up to just above the knees. It looked good. She had fine knees, good legs. The day, actually the night, was brightening. From her letters, I knew she was a health food addict, like Cecilia, only she didn't act like Cecilia at all. I sat at the other end of the couch and kept sneaking looks at her legs. I'd always been a leg man. "You have nice legs," I told Liza. "You like them?" She hitched her skirt up another inch. It was maddening. All that good leg coming out of all that cloth. It was so much better than a miniskirt. After the next drink, I moved down next to Liza. "You ought to come see my dance studio," she said. "I can't dance." "You can. I'll teach you." "Free?" "Of course. You're very light on your feet for a big guy. I can tell by the way you walk that you could dance very well. It's a deal. I'll sleep on your couch. I have a nice apartment, but all I have is a waterbed." "All right. But you have to let me cook for you. Good food." "Sounds all right." I looked at her legs. Then I fondled one of her knees. I kissed her. She kissed me back like a lonely woman. "Do you find me attractive?" Liza asked. "Yes, of course. But what I like best is your style. You have a certain high tone." "You've got a good line, Chinaski." "I have to. I'm almost 60 years old." "You seem more like 40, Hank." "You have a good line, too, Liza." "I have to. I'm 32. "I'm glad you're not 22. "And I'm glad you're not 32. "This is one glad night," I said. We each sipped drinks. "What do you think of women?" she asked. "I'm not a thinker. Every woman is different. Basically, they seem to be a combination of the best and the worst, both magic and terrible. I'm glad that they exist, however." "How do you treat them?" "They are better to me than I am to them." "Do you think that's fair?" "Not fair, but that's the way it is." "You're honest." "Not quite." "After I buy those new costumes tomorrow, I want to try them on. You can tell me which one you like best." "Sure. But I like the long type of gown. Class. I buy all kinds. I don't buy clothes until they fall apart. Your expenditures are of a different kind. Liza, I'm going to bed after this drink, all right? All right?" "Of course." I'd piled her bedding on the floor. "Will you have enough blankets?" "Yes." "Pillow okay?" "I'm sure." I finished my drink, got up, and bolted the front door. "I'm not locking you in. Feel safe." "I do." I walked into the bedroom, switched off the light, undressed, and got under the covers. "You see," I called to her, "I didn't rape you." "Oh," she answered, "I wish you would." I didn't quite believe that, but it was good to hear. I played a pretty fair hand, lies that would keep overnight. When I awakened, I heard her in the bathroom. Maybe I should have slammed her. How did a man know what to do? Generally, I decided it was better to wait if you had any feeling for the individual. If you hated her right off, it was better to fuck her right off. If you didn't, it was better to wait, then fuck her, and hate her later on. Liza came out of the bathroom in a medium-length red dress. It fit her well. She was slim and classy. She stood in front of my bedroom mirror playing with her hair. "Hank, I'm going to buy the costumes now. You stay in bed. You're probably sick from all that drinking." "Why, we both drank the same. I heard you sneaking some in the kitchen."
"Why did you do that?"
"I was afraid, I guess." "You? Afraid? I thought you were the big, tough, drinking woman-fucker. Did I let you down?" "No. I was afraid. My art is my fear. I rocket off from it. I'm going to get the costumes, Hank." "You're angry. I'll let you down." "Not at all. I'll be back. Where's this shop at?" 87th Street. 87th Street? Great Christ, that's Watts. They have the best costumes on the coast. It's black down there. Are you anti-black? I'm anti-everything. I'll take a cab. I'll be back in 3 hours. Is this your idea of vengeance?" "I said I'd be back. I'm leaving my things." "You'll never come back." "I'll be back. I can handle myself." "All right, but look. Don't take a cab." I got up and found my blue jeans, found my car keys. "Here. Take my Volks, ERV 469, right outside. But go easy on the clutch, and second gear is shot, especially coming back down at grinds." She took the keys, and I got back into bed and pulled the sheet up. Liza bent over me. I grabbed her, kissed her along the neck. My breath was bad. "Cheer up," she said. "Trust. We'll celebrate tonight, and there'll be a fashion parade." "I can't wait." "You will." The silver key opens the door on the driver's side. The gold key is the ignition. She walked off in her medium-length red dress. I heard the door close. I looked around. Her suitcase was still there, and there was a pair of her shoes on the rug. Chapter 85. When I awakened, it was 1:30 p.m. I took a bath, got dressed, checked the mail. A letter from a young man in Glendale. "Dear Mr. Chinaski, I'm a young writer, and I think that I am a good one, a very good one, but my poems keep coming back. How does one break into this game? What is the secret? Who do you have to know? I very much admire your writing, and I would like to come over and talk to you. I'll bring a couple of six-packs, and we can talk. I'd also like to read you some of my work." The poor fucker didn't have a cunt. I threw his letter into the wastebasket. An hour or so later, Liza returned. "Oh, I've found the most marvelous costumes." She had an armful of dresses. She went into the bedroom. Some time passed, then she walked out. She was in a high-necked, long gown, and she whirled in front of me. It fit her very nicely around the ass. It was gold and black, and she had on black shoes. She did a subdued dance. "You like it?" "Oh, yes." I sat and waited. Liza went back into the bedroom. Then she came out in green and red with shots of silver. This one was a midriff job with her belly button showing. As she paraded in front of me, she had this special way of looking into my eyes. It was neither coy nor sexy. It was perfect. I don't remember how many costumes she showed me, but the last one was just right. It clung to her and was slit up each side of the skirt. As she walked around, first one leg came out, then the other. The dress was black in front. I got up as she walked across the room and grabbed her. I kissed her viciously, bending her backwards. I continued to kiss her and began pulling up her long gown. I pulled the back of the skirt all the way up and saw her panties, yellow. I pulled the front of her gown up and began pushing my cock against her. Her tongue slipped into my mouth. It was as cool as if she had been drinking ice water. I walked her backwards into the bedroom, pushed her onto the bed, and mauled her. I got those yellow panties off and got my own pants off. I let my imagination go. Her legs were around my neck as I stood over her. I spread her legs apart, moved up, and slid it in. I played around a little, using different speeds, then anger, thrusts of love, teasing thrusts, brutal thrusts. I would pull out from time to time, then begin again. Finally, I let go, gave her the last few strokes, came, and sank down beside her. Liza continued to kiss me. I wasn't sure whether she had gotten off or not. I had. We had dinner at a French place that also served good American food at fair prices. It was always overcrowded, which gave us time at the bar. That night I left my name as Lancelot Lovejoy, and I was even sober enough to recognize the call 45 minutes later. We ordered a bottle of wine.
We decided to hold off dinner for a while.
There isn't a better way to drink than at a small table over a white tablecloth with a good-looking woman. You fuck, Liza told me, with the enthusiasm of a man who is fucking for the first time, and yet you fuck with a lot of inventiveness. May I write that down on my sleeve? Sure. I might use it sometimes. Just don't use me. That's all I ask. I don't want to be just another one of your women. I didn't answer. My sister hates you, she said. She said that all you'll do is use me. What happened to your class, Liza? You're talking just like everybody else. We never got around to dinner. When we got back home, we drank some more. I did like her very much. I began to abuse her a bit verbally. She looked surprised. Her eyes filled with tears. She ran to the bathroom, stayed 10 minutes or so, then came out. My sister was right. You're a bastard. Let's go to bed, Liza. We got ready for bed. We got into bed, and I mounted her. Without foreplay, it was much more difficult, but I finally got it in. I began to work. I worked and I worked. It was another hot night. It was like a recurring bad dream. I began sweating. I humped and I pumped. It wouldn't go down, it wouldn't come off. I pumped and I humped. Finally I rolled off. Sorry, baby. Too much to drink. Liza slowly slid her head down my chest, across my belly, down, got to it, began licking and licking and licking, then took it into her mouth and worked on it. I flew back to San Francisco with Liza. She had an apartment at the top of a steep hill. It was nice. The first thing I went into the bathroom and sat down. Green vines all around. What a pot! I liked it. When I came out, Liza sat me down on some big pillows, put Mozart on the machine, and poured me a chilled wine. It was dinner time, and she stood in the kitchen, cooking. Every now and then she poured me another wine. I always enjoyed being at women's places more than when they were at mine. When I was at their places, I could always leave. She called me into dinner. There was salad, iced tea, and a chicken stew. It was quite good. I was a terrible cook. All I could fry were steaks, although I made a good beef stew, especially when drunk. I liked to gamble with my beef stews. I put almost everything into them and sometimes got away with it. After dinner, we took a ride to Fisherman's Wharf. Liza drove her car with great caution. It made me nervous. She would stop at a cross street and look in both directions for traffic. When there wasn't any, she still sat there. I waited. Liza, shit, let's go. There isn't anybody around. Then she would go. That was the way it was with people. The longer you knew them, the more their eccentricities showed. Sometimes their eccentricities were humorous in the beginning. We walked along the wharf, then went and sat on the sand. It wasn't much of a beach. She told me she hadn't had a boyfriend in some time. What the men she had known talked about, what was important to them, she found unbelievable. Women are much the same, I told her. When they asked Richard Burton what was the first thing he looked for in a woman, he said, she must be at least 30 years old. It got dark, and we went back to her apartment. Liza brought out the wine, and we sat on pillows. She opened the shutters, and we looked out on the night. We began kissing, then we drank, and kissed some more. "When are you going back to work?" I asked her. "Do you want me to?" "No, but you have to live." "But you're not working." "In a way, I am." "You mean you live in order to write?" "No, I just exist. Then later I try to remember and write some of it down. I only run my dance studio 3 nights a week." "You make ends meet that way?" "So far I have." We became more involved with kissing. She didn't drink as much as I did. Waterbed, undressed, and got to it. I'd heard about waterbed fucks. They were supposed to be great. I found it difficult. The water shuddered and shook beneath us, and as I was moving down, the water seemed to be rocking from side to side. Instead of bringing her to me, it seemed to take her away from me. Maybe I needed practice. I went into my savagery routine. I grabbed her by the hair, thrusting as if it was a rape. She liked it, or seemed to, making little delightful sounds. I savaged her some more, then suddenly she appeared to climax, making all the right sounds. That excited me, and I came just at the end of hers. We cleaned up and went back to the pillows and the wine. Liza fell asleep with her head in my lap. Liza fell asleep with her head in my lap. I sat there an hour or so, then I stretched out on my back, and we slept that night on all those pillows. The next day, Liza took me to her dance studio. We got sandwiches from a place across the street, and we took them up with our drinks to her studio and ate them. It was a very large room on a second floor. There was nothing but empty floor, some stereo equipment, a few chairs, and there were ropes strung high above across the ceiling. I didn't know what any of it meant. "Shall I teach you to dance?" she asked. "Somehow I'm not in the mood," I said. The following days and nights were similar. Not bad, but not great. I learned to manage on the water bed a bit better, but I still preferred a normal bed for fuck. I stayed 3 or 4 more days, then flew back to L.A. We continued to write letters back and forth. A month later, she was back in L.A. This time, when she walked up to my door, she wore slacks. She looked different. I couldn't explain it to myself, but she looked different. I didn't enjoy sitting around with her, so I took her to the racetrack, to the movies, to the boxing matches. All the things I did with women I enjoyed, but something was missing. We still had sex, but it was no longer as exciting. I felt as if we were married. After 5 days, Liza was sitting on the couch and I was reading the newspaper when she said, "Hank, it's not working, is it?" "No." "What's wrong?" "I don't know. I'll leave. I don't want to stay here." "Relax, it's not that bad." "I just don't understand it." I didn't answer. "Hank, drive me to the Women's Liberation Building." "Do you know where it's at?" "Yes, it's in the Westlake district, where the art school used to be." "How did you know?" "I drove another woman there once." "You bastard." "Okay, now, I have a girlfriend who works there. I don't know where her apartment is, and I can't find her in the phone book, but I know she works at the Women's Lib building. I'll stay with her for a couple of days. I just don't want to go back to San Francisco feeling like I do." Liza got her things together and put them in her suitcase. We walked out to the car, and I drove her to the Westlake district. I had driven Lydia there once for a women's art exhibit where she had entered some of her sculpture. I parked outside. "I'll wait to make sure your friend is there." "That's all right. You can go." "I'll wait." I waited. Liza came out, waved. I waved back, started the engine, and drove off. Chapter 86. I was sitting in my shorts one afternoon a week later. There was a tender little knock on the door. "Just a moment," I said. I put on a robe and opened the door. "We're two girls from Germany. We've read your books." One looked to be about 19, the other maybe 22. I had 2 or 3 books out in Germany in limited editions. I'd been born in Germany in 1920 in Andernach. The house I had lived in during my childhood was now a brothel. I couldn't speak German, but they spoke English. "Come in." They sat on the couch. "I'm Hilda," said the 19-year-old. "I'm Gertrude," said the 22-year-old. "I'm Hank. We thought your books were very sad and very funny," said Gertrude. "Thank you." I went in and poured 3 vodka 7s. I loaded their drinks, and I loaded mine. "We're on our way to New York City. We thought we would stop by," said Gertrude. They went on to say they'd been in Mexico. They spoke good English. Gertrude was heavier, almost a butterball. She was all breasts and ass. Hilda was thin, looked like she was under some kind of strain, constipated and odd, but attractive. As I drank, I crossed my legs. My robe fell apart. "Oh," said Gertrude, "you have sexy legs." "Yes," said Hilda. "I know it," I said. The girls stayed right along with me on the drinks. I went and concocted 3 more. When I sat down again, I made sure that my robe covered me properly. "You girls can stay here for a few days. Rest up." They didn't answer. "Or you don't have to stay," I said. "That's all right. We can just talk a while. I don't want to make any demands on you." "I bet you know a lot of women," said Hilda. "We've read your books." "I write fiction." "What's fiction?" "Fiction is an improvement on life." "You mean you lie?" asked Gertrude. "A little, not too much." "Do you have a girlfriend?" asked Hilda. "No, not now." "We'll stay," said Gertrude. "There's only one bed." "That's all right." "Just one other thing." "What?" "I must sleep in the middle." "That's all right." I kept mixing drinks, and soon we ran out. I phoned the liquor store. "I want—" "Wait, my friend," he said. "We don't start making home deliveries until 6 p.m. Really? I pushed $200 a month down your throat. Who is this? Chinaski. Ah, Chinaski! What is it you wanted? I told the man. Then, you know how to get here? Oh, yes. He arrived in 8 minutes. It was the fat Australian who was always sweating. I took the 2 cartons and sat them on a chair. "Hello, ladies," said the fat Australian. They didn't answer. "What's the bill, Arbuckle?" "Well, it comes to $17.94. I gave him a 20. He started digging for change. "You know better than that. Buy yourself a new home." "Thank you, sir." Then he leaned toward me and asked in a lower voice, "My God, how do you do it?" "Typing," I said. "Typing?" "Yes, about 18 words a minute." I pushed him back outside and closed the door. That night I got in bed with them, with me in between. We were all drunk, and first I grabbed one and kissed and fondled her. Then I turned and grabbed the other. I went back and forth, and it was very rewarding. Later I concentrated on one for a long time, then turned and went to the other. Each waited patiently. I was confused. Gertrude was hotter, Hilda was younger. I reamed butt, laid on top of each of them, but didn't stick it in. I finally decided on Gertrude, but I couldn't do it. I was too drunk. Gertrude and I went to sleep, her hand holding my cock, my hands on her breasts. My cock went down. Her breasts remained firm. It was very hot the next day, and there was more drink. I phoned out for food. I turned the fan on. There wasn't much talking. Those German girls liked their drinks. Then they both went out and sat on the old couch on my front porch, Hilda in shorts and bra, and Gertrude in a tight pink underslip without bra or panties. Max, the mailman, came by. Gertrude accepted my mail for me. Poor Max nearly fainted. I could see the envy and disbelief in his eyes. But then he had job security. Around 2 p.m., Hilda announced that she was going for a walk. Gertrude and I went inside. Finally, it did happen. We were on the bed, and we played our openers. After a while, we got down to it. I mounted, and it went in. But it went in sharply to the left, like there was a curve. I could only remember one other woman like that, but it had been good. Then I got to thinking, she's fooling me. I'm not really in there. So I pulled it out and stuck it back in. It went in and took a hard left turn again. What shit? Either she had a fucked-up pussy or I wasn't penetrating. I persuaded myself to believe she had a fucked-up pussy. I pumped and worked while it bent around that hard left turn. I worked and worked. Then it felt as if I were hitting bone. It was shocking. I gave up and rolled off. "Sorry," I said, "I just don't seem to have it today." Gertrude didn't answer. We both got up and dressed. Then we went into the front room and sat and waited on Hilda. Hilda took a long time. A long, long time. She finally arrived. "Hello," I said. "Who are all these black men in your neighborhood?" she asked. "I don't know who they are." "They said I could make $2,000 a week." "Doing what?" "They didn't say." The German girl stayed 2 or 3 days more. I still kept hitting that left turn in Gertrude even when I was sober. Hilda told me she was on Tampax, so she was no help. They finally collected their things, and I got them into my car. They had large canvas bags that they carried over their shoulders. German hippies. I followed their instructions. Turn here, turn there. We climbed higher and higher into the Hollywood Hills. We were in rich territory. I'd forgotten that some people lived quite well, while most others ate their own shit for breakfast. When you lived where I lived, you began to believe that every place else was like your own crummy place.
"Here it is," said Gertrude.
The Volks was at the bottom of a long, winding driveway. Up there somewhere was a house, a large, large house with all the things in it and around it that such houses have.
"You had better let us walk up," said Gertrude.
"Sure," I said. They got out. I turned the Volks around. They stood at the entrance and waved to me, their canvas backpacks slung over their shoulders. I waved back. Then I drove off, put it into neutral, and glided down out of the mountains. Chapter 87. I was asked to give a reading at a famous nightclub, the Lancer on Hollywood Boulevard. I agreed to read 2 nights. I was to follow a rock group, the Big Rape, each night. I was getting sucked into the showbiz maze. I had some extra tickets, and I phoned Tammy and asked her if she wanted to come. She said yes, so the first night I took her with me. I had them put her on the tab. We sat in the bar waiting for my act to go on. Tammy's act was similar to mine. She promptly got drunk and walked up and down in the bar talking to people. By the time I was ready to go on, Tammy was falling over tables. I found her brother and told him, "Jesus Christ, get her out of here, will you?" He led her off into the night. I was drunk, too, and later on I forgot that I had asked that she be taken away. I didn't give a good reading. The audience was strictly into rock, and they missed some lines and meanings. But some of it was my fault, too. I sometimes lucked out with rock crowds, but that particular night I didn't. I was disturbed by Tammy's absence, I think. When I got home, I phoned her number. Her mother answered. "Your daughter," I told her, "is scum." "Hank, I don't want to hear that." She hung up. The next night I went alone. I sat at a table in the bar and drank. An elderly, dignified woman came up to my table and introduced herself. She taught English literature and had brought one of her pupils, a little butterball called Nancy Freeze. Nancy appeared to be in heat. They wanted to know if I would answer some questions for the class. Shoot. "Who is your favorite author?" "Fante." "Who?" "John Fante. Ask the dust. Wait until spring Bandini." "Where can we find his books?" "I found them in the main library downtown, 5th and Olive, isn't it?" "Why do you like him?" "Total emotion. A very brave man." "Who else?" "Céline." "Why?" "He ripped out his guts, and he laughed, and he made them laugh too. A very brave man." "Do you believe in bravery?" "I like to see it anywhere, in animals, birds, reptiles, humans." "Why?" "Why? It makes me feel good. It's a matter of style in the face of no chance at all." "Hemingway?" "No." "Why?" "Too grim, too serious. A good writer finds sentences. But for him, life was always total war. He never let go. He never danced." They folded up their notebooks and vanished. Too bad. I'd meant to tell them that my real influences were Gable, Cagney, Bogart, and Errol Flynn. Next thing I knew, I was sitting with 3 handsome women, Sarah, Cassie, and Deborah. Sarah was 32, a classy wench, good style and a heart. She had red blonde hair that fell straight down, and she had wild eyes, slightly insane. She also carried an overload of compassion that was real enough and which obviously cost her something. Deborah was Jewish, with large brown eyes and a generous mouth, heavily smeared with blood-red lipstick. Her mouth glistened and beckoned to me. I guessed she was somewhere between 30 and 35, and she reminded me of how my mother looked in 1935, although my mother had been much more beautiful. Cassie was tall with long blonde hair, very young, expensively dressed, modish, hip, nervous, beautiful. She sat closest to me, squeezing my hand, rubbing her thigh against mine. As she squeezed my hand, I became aware that her hand was much larger than mine. Although I am a large man, I am embarrassed by my small hands. In my barroom brawls in Philadelphia, I had quickly found out the importance of hand size. How I had managed to win 30% of my fights was amazing. Anyway, Cassie felt she had an edge on the other two, and I wasn't sure but that I agreed. Then I had to read, and I had a luckier night. It was the same crowd, but my mind was on my work. The crowd got warmer and warmer, wilder and enthusiastic. Sometimes it was them who made it happen, sometimes it was you, usually the latter. It was like climbing into the prize ring. You should feel you owed them something, or you shouldn't be in there. I jabbed and crossed and shuffled, and in the last round I really opened up and knocked out the referee. Performance is performance. Because I had bombed the night before, my success must have seemed very strange to them. It certainly seemed strange to me. Cassie was waiting in the bar. Sarah slipped me a love note with her phone number. Deborah was not as inventive. She just wrote down her phone number. For a moment, strangely, I thought about Catherine. Then I bought Cassie a drink. I'd never see Catherine again, my little Texas girl, my beauty of beauties. Goodbye, Catherine. Look, Cassie, can you drive me home? I'm too drunk to drive. One more drunk driving rap, and I've had it. All right, I'll drive you home. How about your car? Fuck it, I'll leave it. We left together in her MG. It was like a movie. At any moment I expected her to drop me off at the next corner. She was in her mid-20s. She talked as we drove. She worked for a music company, loved it. Didn't have to be at work until 10:30 a.m., and she left at 3 p.m. Not bad, she said, and I like it. I can hire and fire. I've moved up, but I haven't had to fire anybody yet. They're good folks, and we've put out some great records. We arrived at my place. I broke out the vodka. Cassie's hair came down almost to her ass. I had always been a hair and leg man. You really read well tonight, she said. You were a totally different person than the night before. I don't know how to explain it, but at your best you have this humanness. Most poets are such little prigs and shits. I don't like them either, and they don't like you. We drank some more and then went to bed. Her body was amazing, glorious, Playboy style, but unfortunately I was drunk. I did get it up, however, and I pumped and pumped. I grabbed her long hair, I got it out from under her and ran my hands through it. I was excited, but I couldn't finally do it. I rolled off, told Cassie good night, and slept a guilty sleep. In the morning I was embarrassed. I was sure I would never see Cassie again. We dressed. It was about 10 a.m. We walked to the MG and got in. I didn't talk, she didn't talk. I felt the fool, but there was nothing to say. We drove back to the Lancer, and there was the blue Volks. Thanks for all of it, Cassie. Think nice thoughts about Chinaski. She didn't answer. I kissed her on the cheek and got out. She drove off in the MG. It was, after all, as Lydia had often said, if you want to drink, drink. If you want to fuck, throw the bottle away. My problem was that I wanted to do both. Chapter 88. So I was surprised when the phone rang a couple of nights later and it was Cassie. "What are you doing, Hank?" "Just sitting around. Why don't you come over?" "I'd like to." She gave me the address. It was either Westwood or West L.A. "I have plenty to drink," she said. "You needn't bring anything." "Maybe I shouldn't drink anything." "It's all right. If you pour it, I'll drink it. If you don't, I won't." "Don't worry about it," she said. I got dressed, jumped into the Volks, and drove to the address. How many breaks did a man have coming? The gods were good to me of late. Maybe it was a test. Maybe it was a trick. Fatten Chinaski up, then slice him in half. I knew that might be coming too. But what can you do after a couple of 8 counts, with only 2 rounds left to go? Cassie's apartment was on the 2nd floor. She seemed glad to see me. A large black dog leaped on me. He was huge and floppy and male. He stood with his paws on my shoulders and licked my face. I pushed him off. He stood there, wiggling his butt and making begging sounds. He had long black hair and appeared to be a mongrel, but what a big one he was. "That's Elton," said Cassie. She went to the refrigerator and got the wine. "This is what you should drink." "I've got plenty of it." She was dressed in an all-green gown which clung tightly to her. She was like a snake. She had on shoes sequined with green stones, and once again I noticed how long her hair was, not only long but full. There was such a mass of it. It came down at least to her ass. Her eyes were large and blue-green, sometimes more blue than green, sometimes the other way around, depending on how the light hit them. I noticed 2 of my books in her bookcase, 2 of the better ones. Cassie sat down, opened the wine, and poured 2. "We kind of met somehow during that last encounter. We touched somewhere. I didn't want to let it go," she said. "I enjoyed it," I said. "Want an upper?" "All right," I said. She brought out 2. Black Cap, the best. I sent mine down with the wine. "I've got the best dealer in town. He doesn't rip me off," she said. "Good. You ever been hooked?" she asked. "Oh, but I couldn't stand the come-down. I was afraid to go into the kitchen the next day because there was a butcher knife in there. Besides, $50 to $75 a day is beyond me. I've got some coke." "I'll pass." She poured more wine. I don't know why, but with each new woman it seemed like the first time, almost as if I had never been with a woman before. I kissed Cassie. As I kissed her, I let one hand run through all that long hair. "Want some music?" "No, not really." "You knew Dee Dee Bronson, didn't you?" Cassie asked. "Yes, we split." "You heard what happened to her?" "No. First she lost her job. Then she went to Mexico. She met a retired bullfighter. The bullfighter beat the shit out of her and took her life savings, $7,000. Poor Dee Dee. From me to that. Cassie got up. I watched her walk across the room. Her ass moved and shimmered under the tight green gown. She came back with papers and some grass. She rolled a joint. Then she got in a car crash. She never could drive. Do you know her well?"
"No, but we hear about things in the industry."
"Just living until you die is hard work," I said.
Cassie passed the joint. "Your life seems in order," she said.
"Really?"
"I mean, you don't come on or try to impress like some men, and you seem naturally funny."
"I like your ass and your hair," I said, "and your lips and your eyes and your wine and your place and your joints, but I'm not in order."
"You write a lot about women."
"I know. I wonder sometimes what I will write about after that."
"Maybe it won't stop."
"Everything stops."
"Let me have some of that joint."
"Sure, Cassie."
She took a hit, and then I kissed her. I pulled her head back by the hair. I forced her lips open. It was a long one. Then I let her go. "You like that, don't you?"
"To me it's more personal and sexual than fucking."
"I think you were right," she said.
We smoked and drank for several hours, then went to bed. We kissed and played. I was good and hard, and I stroked her well, but after 10 minutes I knew I wasn't going to make it. Too much to drink again. I began to sweat and strain. I stroked some more, then rolled off. "I'm sorry, Cassie." I watched her head move down to my penis. It was still hard. She began licking it. The dog jumped up on the bed, and I kicked him off. I watched Cassie licking my cock. The moonlight came through the window, and I could see her clearly. She took the end of my dick in her mouth and just nibbled at it. Suddenly she went for it all, and she worked well, running her tongue up and down the length of my cock as she sucked. It was glorious. I reached down and grabbed her hair with one hand and held it high over her head, all that hair, as she sucked on my cock. It lasted a long time, but finally I could feel myself getting ready to come. She sensed it too and redoubled her efforts. I began making whimpering sounds, and I could hear the big dog whimpering on the rug along with me. I liked that. I held back as long as I could prolong the pleasure. Then, still holding and caressing her hair, I exploded in her mouth. When I awakened the next morning, Cassie was getting dressed.
"That's all right," she said. "You can stay. Just be sure you lock the door when you leave."
"All right." After she left, I took a shower. Then I found a beer in the refrigerator, drank that, dressed, said goodbye to Elton, made sure the door was locked, got into the Volks, and drove back home. Chapter 89. 3 or 4 days later, I found her note and phoned Deborah. She said, "Come on over." She gave me the directions to Playa del Rey, and I drove over. She had a small rented house with a front yard. I drove into the front yard, got out of the car and knocked, then rang. It was one of those two-tone bells. Deborah opened the door. She was as I remembered her, with enormous lipstick mouth, short hairdo, bright earrings, perfume, and almost always that wide smile.
"Oh, come in, Henry."
I did. There was a guy sitting there, but he was obviously a homosexual, so it wasn't really an affront.
"This is Larry, my neighbor. He lives in the house."
We shook hands, and I sat down. "Is there anything to drink?" I asked.
"Oh, Henry."
"I can go get something." "I would have, only I didn't know what you wanted."
"Oh, I have something."
Deborah went into the kitchen. "How are you doing?" I asked Larry. "I haven't been doing well, but I'm doing better. I'm into self-hypnosis. It's done marvels for me."
"Do you want anything to drink, Larry?"
asked Deborah from the kitchen.
"Oh, no, thanks."
Deborah came out with 2 glasses of red wine. Deborah's house was over-decorated.
There was something everywhere. It was expensively cluttered, and there seemed to be rock music coming from every direction out of little speakers. "Larry's practicing self-hypnosis," he told me. "You don't know how much better I'm sleeping. You don't know how much better I'm sleeping. You don't know how much better I'm relating," Larry said. "Do you think everybody should try it?" asked Deborah. "Well, that would be difficult to say, but I do know that it works for me." "I'm throwing a Halloween party, Henry. Everybody's coming. Why don't you join us?" "What do you think he could come as, Larry?" They both looked at me. "Well, I don't know," said Larry. "Really, I don't know. Maybe... No, I don't think so." The doorbell bing-bonged, and Deborah went to open it. It was another homosexual without his shirt on. He had on a wolf's mask with a big rubber tongue hanging out of the mouth. He seemed testy and depressed. "Vincent, this is Henry. Henry, this is Vincent." Vincent ignored me. He just work. I can't stand it there anymore. I think I'll quit. "But, Vincent, what would you do?" Deborah asked him. "I don't know, but I can do a lot of things. I don't have to eat their shit." "You're coming to the party, aren't you, Vincent?" "Of course. I've been preparing for days." "Have you memorized your lines for the play?" "Yes, but this time I think we should do the play before we do the games. Last time, before we got to the play, we were all so smashed we didn't do the play justice." "All right, Vincent, we'll do it that way." With that, Vincent and his tongue turned and walked out the door. Larry stood up. "Well, I must be going too. Nice meeting you," he said to me. "All right, Larry." We shook hands, and Larry walked through the kitchen and out the back door to his place. "Larry's been a great help to me. Larry's been a great help to me. He's a good neighbor." "I'm glad you were nice to him." "He was all right. Hell, he was here before I was." "We don't have sex." "Neither do we." "You know what I mean." "I'll go get us something to drink." "Henry, I have plenty of everything. I knew you were coming." Deborah refilled our glasses. I looked at her. She was young, but she looked as if she was straight out of the 1930s. She wore a black skirt that came down halfway between her knee and ankle, black shoes with high heels, a white, high-necked blouse, a necklace, earrings, bracelets, the lipstick mouth, plenty of rouge, perfume. She was well built, with nice breasts and buttocks, and she swung them as she walked. She kept lighting cigarettes. There were lipstick-smeared butts everywhere. I felt sure I was back in my boyhood. She even didn't wear pantyhose, and now and then she tugged at her long stockings, showing just enough leg, just enough knee. She was the kind of girl that our fathers loved. She told me about her business. It had something to do with court transcripts and lawyers. It drove her crazy, but she was making a good living. "Sometimes I get very snappish with my help, but then I get over it and they forgive me. You just don't know what those goddamn lawyers are like. They want everything immediately. They don't think about the time it takes to do it. Lawyers and doctors are the most overpaid, spoiled members of our society. Next in line is your corner garage mechanic. Then you might throw in your dentist." Kurt hiked up. "You have very nice legs, Deborah, and you know how to dress. You remind me of the girls in my mother's day. That's when women were women." "You've got a great line, Henry." "You know what I mean. It's especially true of L.A. Once not long ago I left town, and when I returned, do you know how I knew I was back?" "Well, no." "It was the first woman I passed on the street. She had on a skirt so short you saw the crotch of her panties, and through the front of the panties, pardon me, you could see cunt hairs. I knew I was back in L.A. Where were you? On Main Street? Main Street, hell. It was Beverly and Fairfax. Do you like the wine? Yes, and I like your place. I might even move in here. My landlord's jealous. Anybody else who might be jealous? No. Why? I work hard, and I'd just like to come home and relax in the evening. I like to decorate this place. My girlfriend, she works for me, and I are going to antique shops tomorrow morning. Do you want to come along? Will I be here in the morning? Deborah didn't answer. She poured me another drink and sat beside me on the couch. I leaned over and kissed her. As I did, I pulled her skirt further back and peeked at that nylon leg. It looked good. When we finished kissing, she pulled her skirt down again, but I had already memorized the leg. She got up and went to the bathroom. I heard the toilet flush. Then there was a wait. She was probably applying more lipstick. I took out my hanky and wiped my mouth. The hanky came away smeared with red. I was finally getting everything the boys in high school had gotten. The rich, pretty, well-dressed golden boys with their new automobiles, and me with my sloppy old clothes and broken-down bicycle. Deborah walked out. She sat down and lit a cigarette. "Let's fuck," I said. Deborah walked into the bedroom. There was half a bottle of wine left on the coffee table. I poured myself a drink and lit one of her cigarettes. She turned off the rock music. That was nice. It was quiet. I poured another drink. Maybe I would move in. Where would I put the typewriter? Henry? What? Wait, I just want to finish this drink. All right. I finished the glass and then poured down what was left in the bottle. I was in Playa del Rey. I undressed, leaving my clothes in a messy pile on the couch. I'd never been a dresser. My shirts were all faded and shrunken, 5 or 6 years old, threadbare. My pants the same. I hated department stores. I hated the clerks. They acted so superior. They seemed to know the secret of life. They had a confidence I didn't possess. My shoes were always broken down and old. I disliked shoe stores, too. I never purchased anything until it was completely unusable, and that included automobiles. It wasn't a matter of thrift. I just couldn't bear to be a buyer needing a seller being so and aloof and superior. Besides, it all took time when you could just be laying around and drinking. I walked into the bedroom with just my shorts on. I was conscious of my white belly lolling out over the shorts, but I made no effort to suck in my gut. I stood by the side of the bed, lowered my shorts, stepped out of them. Suddenly I wanted more to drink. I climbed into the bed. I got under the covers. Then I turned toward Deborah. I held her. We were pressed together. Her mouth was open. I kissed her. Her mouth was like a wet cunt. She was ready. I sensed it. There would be no need of foreplay. We kissed, and her tongue flicked in and out of my mouth. I caught it between my teeth, held it. Then I rolled over on top of Deborah and slid it in. I think it was the way her head was turned away to one side as I fucked her. It turned me on. Her head was turned away and bounced on the pillow with each stroke. Now and then, as I was stroking, I turned her head toward me and kissed that blood-red mouth. It was finally working for me. I was fucking all the women and girls I'd gazed longingly after on the sidewalks of Los Angeles in 1937, the last really bad year of the Depression, when a piece of ass cost $2 and nobody had any money or hope at all. I'd had to wait a long time for mine. I worked and pumped. I was having a red-hot, useless fuck. I grabbed Deborah's head once again, reached that lipstick mouth just one more time as I spurted into her diaphragm. Chapter 90. The next day was Saturday, and Deborah cooked us breakfast. "Are you coming antique hunting with us today?" "All right." "Are you hungover?" she asked. "Not too bad." We ate in silence for a while, then she said, "I liked your reading at the Lancer. You were drunk, but it came through." "Sometimes it doesn't." "When are you going to read again?" "Somebody's been phoning from Canada. They're trying to raise funds." "Canada? Can I go with you?" "We'll see." "Are you staying tonight?" "Do you want me to?" "Yes." "I will then." "Great." We finished breakfast, and I went to the bathroom while Deborah did the dishes. I flushed and wiped, flushed again, washed my hands, came out. Deborah was cleaning up at the sink. I grabbed her from behind. "You can use my toothbrush if you want," she said. "Is my breath bad?" "It's all right." "Like hell." "You can also shower if you want." "That too?" "Stop it. Tessie won't be here for an hour. We can clear away the cobwebs." I went and let the bath water run. The only time I liked to shower was in a motel. In the bathroom there was a photo of a man on the wall. Dark, long hair, standard, handsome face, run through with the usual idiocy. It smiled white teeth at me. I brushed what was left of my discolored teeth. Deborah had mentioned that her ex-husband was a shrink. Deborah showered after I was through. I poured myself a small glass chair looking out the front window. Suddenly I remembered that I had forgotten to mail my ex-woman her child support money. Oh, well, I'd do it Monday. I felt peaceful in Playa del Rey. It was good to get out of the crowded, dirty court where I lived. There was no shade, and the sun beat down mercilessly on us. We're all insane in one way or another. Even the dogs and the cats were insane, and the birds and the newsboys and the hookers. For us in East Hollywood, the toilets never worked properly, and the landlord's cut-rate plumber could never quite fix them. We left the tank lids off and hand-manipulated the plunger. The faucets dripped, the roaches crawled, the dogs crapped everywhere, and the screens had large holes in them that let in flies and all manner of strange flying insects. The bell bing-bonged, and I got up and opened the door. It was Tessie. She was in her 40s, a swinger, a redhead with obviously dyed hair. "You're Henry, aren't you?" "Yes, Deborah's in the bathroom. Please, sit down." She had on a short red skirt. Her thighs were good. Her ankles and calves weren't bad either. She looked like she loved to fuck. I walked to the bathroom and knocked on the door. "Deborah, Tessie's here." The first antique store was a block or two from the water. We drove down in the Volks and went in. I walked around with them. Everything was priced $800, $1,500. Old clocks, old chairs. The prices were unbelievable. 2 or 3 clerks stood around and rubbed their hands. They evidently worked on salary plus commission. The owners certainly located the items for almost nothing in Europe or the Ozark Mountains. I got bored looking at huge price tags. I told the girls I'd wait in a car. I found a bar across the street, went in, sat down. I ordered a bottle of beer. The bar was full of young men, mostly under 25. They were blond and slim, or dark and slim, dressed in perfectly fitting slacks and shirts. They were expressionless and undisturbed. There were no women. A large television set was on. There was no sound. Nobody watched it. Nobody spoke. I finished my beer and left. I found a liquor store and got a six-pack. I went back to the car and sat there. The beer was good. The car was parked in the lot in back of the antique store. The street to my left was backed up with traffic, and I watched the people waiting patiently in the cars. There was almost always a man and a woman staring straight ahead, not talking. It was, finally, for everyone a matter of waiting. You waited and you waited for the hospital, the doctor, the plumber, the madhouse, the jail, Papa Death himself. First the signal was red, then the signal was green. The citizens of the world ate food and watched TV and worried about their jobs or their lack of same while they waited. I began to think about Deborah and Tessie in the antique shop. I really didn't like Deborah, but there I was, entering her life. It made me feel like a peep freak. I sat drinking the beer. I was down to the last can when they finally came out. "Oh, Henry," said Deborah, "I found the nicest marble-top table for only $200. "It's really fabulous," said Tessie. They climbed into the car. Deborah pressed her leg against mine. "Have you been bored with all this?" she asked. I started the engine and drove to a liquor store and bought 3 or 4 bottles of wine, cigarettes. That bitch Tessie in her short red skirt with her nylons, I thought to myself as I paid the liquor store man. I bet she has done in at least a dozen good men without even thinking about it. I decided her problem was not thinking. She didn't like to think. And that was all right, because there weren't any laws or rules about it. But when she reached 50 in a few years, she'd begin to think. Then she'd be a bitter woman in a supermarket, jamming her shopping cart into people's backs and ankles in the checkout line, her dark shades on, her face puffy and unhappy, her cart filled with cottage cheese, potato chips, pork chops, red onions, and a quart of Jim Beam. I went back to the car and we drove to Deborah's place. The girls sat down. I opened a bottle and poured 3 glasses. "Henry," said Deborah, "I'm going to get Larry. He'll drive me down in his van to pick up my table. You needn't endure that. Aren't you glad?" "Yes." "Tessie will keep you company." "All right." "You two behave yourselves now." Back door, and he and Deborah walked out the front. Larry warmed up the van, and they drove off. "Well, we're alone," I said. "Yeah," said Tessie. She sat very still, looking straight ahead. I finished my drink and went into the bathroom to take a piss. When I came out, Tessie was still sitting quietly on the couch. I walked along behind the couch. When I reached her, I took her under the chin and tipped her face up. I pressed my mouth against hers. She had a very large head. She had purple makeup smeared under her eyes, and she smelled like stale fruit juice, apricots. She had thin silver chains dangling from each ear, and at the end of each chain hung one ball, symbolic. As we kissed, I reached down into her blouse. I found a breast and cupped my hand on it and rolled it around. No brassiere. Then I straightened up and pulled my hand away. I walked around the couch and sat down next to her. I poured 2 drinks. "For an ugly old son of a bitch, you've got a lot of balls," she said. "How about a quickie before Deborah gets back?" "No." "Don't hate me. I'm just trying to enliven the party. I think you've stepped out of bounds. What you just did was gross and obvious. I guess I lack imagination. And you're a writer? I write, but mostly I take photographs. I think you fuck women just in order to write about fucking them. I don't know. I think you do. Okay, forget it. Drink up. Tessie went back to her drink. She looked at me, blinking her long false eyelashes. She was like Deborah, with a big lipstick mouth. Only Deborah's mouth was darker and didn't glisten as much. Tessie's was a bright red, and her lips glistened. She held her mouth open, continually licking her lower lip. Suddenly, Tessie grabbed me. That mouth opened over my mouth. It was exciting. I felt as if I was being raped. My cock began to rise. I reached down while she was kissing me and flipped her skirt back, ran my hand up her left leg as we continued to kiss. "Come on," I said after the kiss. I took her by the hand and led her into Deborah's bedroom. I pushed her down on the bed. The bedspread was on. I pulled off my shoes and pants, then pulled her shoes off. I kissed her a long one, then I pulled the red skirt up over her hips. No pantyhose. Nylons and pink panties. I pulled the panties off. Tessie had her eyes closed. Somewhere in the neighborhood I could hear a stereo playing symphony music. I rubbed a finger along her cunt. Soon it got wet and began to open. I sank my finger in. Then I pulled it out and rubbed the clit. She was nice and juicy. I mounted. I hit her a few swift, vicious jolts. Then I went slow. Then I ripped again. I looked into that depraved and simple face. It really excited me. I pounded away. Then Tessie pushed me away. "Get off." What? I hear the van. I'll get fired. I'll lose my job." No, you whore." I ripped away without mercy, pressed my lips against that glistening, horrible mouth, and came inside of her good. I jumped off. Tessie picked up her shoes and panties and ran to the bathroom. I wiped off with my handkerchief and straightened the bedspread, fluffed up the pillows. As I was zipping up, the door opened. I walked into the front room. "Henry, would you help Larry carrying the table? It's heavy." "Sure." "Where's Tessie?" "I think she's in the bathroom." I followed Deborah out to the truck. We slid the table out of the van, grabbed it, and carried it back to the house. As we came back in, Tessie was sitting on the couch with a cigarette. "Don't drop the merchandise, boys," she said. "No way," I said. We carried it into Deborah's bedroom and put it by the bedside. She had another table there, which she removed. Then we stood around and looked at the marble top. "Oh, Henry, just $200. Do you like it?" "Oh, it's fine, Deborah, just fine." I went to the bathroom. I washed my face, combed my hair. Then I dropped my pants and shorts and quietly washed my parts. I pissed, flushed, and walked back out. "Care for wine, Larry?" I asked. "Oh, no, but thanks." "Thanks for helping, Larry," said Deborah. Larry went out the back door. "Oh, I'm so excited," said Deborah. Tessie sat and drank and talked with us for 10 or 15 minutes. Then she said, "I've got to go." "Stay if you want to," said Deborah. No, I've got to go," said Deborah. No, I've got to go. I've got to clean my apartment. It's a mess." "Clean your apartment today, when you've got two nice friends to drink with?" asked Deborah. "I just sit here thinking about that mess over there, and I can't feel relaxed. Don't take it personally." "All right, Tessie. You go now. We'll forgive you." "All right, darling." They kissed in the doorway, and then Tessie was gone. Deborah took me by the hand and led me into the bedroom. We looked at the marble tabletop. "What do you really think of it, Henry?" "Well, I've lost $200 at the track, and I've had nothing to show for it, so I think it's all right." "It will be here next to us tonight while we sleep together." "Maybe I ought to stand there and jealous." "Of course." Deborah walked back to the kitchen and came back with some rags and some kind of cleaning fluid. She began wiping off the marble. "You see, there is a special way to treat marble to accent the veins." I got undressed and sat on the edge of the bed in my shorts. Then I lay back on the pillows and on the bedspread. Then I sat up. "Oh, Christ, Deborah, I'm messing up your bedspread." "That's all right." I went and got 2 drinks, gave one to Deborah. I watched her working on the table. Then she looked at me. "You know, you have the most beautiful legs I've ever seen on a man." "Not bad for an old guy, huh, kid?" "Not at all." She rubbed at the table some more, then gave it up. "How did you get along with Tessie?" "She's all right. I really like her. Worker. I wouldn't know about that." "I feel bad that she left. I think she just wanted to give us some privacy. I ought to phone her." "Why not?" Deborah got on the phone. She talked to Tessie for quite some time. It began to get dark. What about dinner? She had the phone in the center of the bed, and she was sitting on her legs. She had a nice behind. Deborah laughed, and then she said goodbye. She looked at me. "Tessie says that you're sweet." I went out for more drinks. When I got back, the large color television was on. We sat side by side on the bed watching TV. We sat with our backs to the wall, drinking. "Henry," she asked, "what are you doing on Thanksgiving?" "Nothing." "Why don't you have Thanksgiving with me? I'll get the turkey. I'll have 2 or 3 friends over. I'll get the turkey. I'll have 2 or 3 friends over." "All right. Sounds good." Deborah leaned forward and snapped the set off. She looked very happy. Then the light went off. She went to the bathroom and came out with something flimsy wrapped around her. Then she was in bed next to me. We pressed together. My cock rose. Her tongue flicked in and out of my mouth. She had a large tongue, and it was warm. I went on down, spread the hair, and worked my tongue. Then I gave her a bit of a nose job. She was responding. I climbed back up, mounted her, and stuck it in. I worked and worked. I tried to think of Tessie in her short red skirt. It didn't help. I'd given it all to Tessie. I pumped on and on. "Sorry, baby. Too much to drink. Ah, feel my heart." She put her hand on my chest. "It's really going," she said. "Am I still invited for Thanksgiving?" "Sure, my poor dear. Don't worry, please." I kissed her good night. Chapter 91. After Deborah left for work the next morning, I bathed, then tried to watch TV. I walked around naked and noticed that I could be seen from the street through the front window. So I had a glass of grapefruit juice and dressed. Finally, there was nothing to do but go back to my place. There'd be some mail, maybe a letter from someone. I made sure that all the doors were locked, then I walked out to the Volks, started it, and drove back to Los Angeles. On the way in, I remembered Sarah, the 3rd girl I had met during the reading at the Lancer. I had her phone number in my wallet. I drove home, took a crap, then phoned her. "Hello," I said. "This is Chinaski, Henry Chinaski." "Yes, I remember you." What are you doing? I thought I might drive out to see you. I have to be at my restaurant today. Why don't you come down here? It's a health food place, isn't it? Yes, I'll make you a good healthy sandwich. Oh? I close at 4. Why don't you get here a little before that? All right. How do I get there? Get a pen and I'll give you directions. I wrote the directions down. See you about 3:30, I said. About 2:30 I got into the Volks. Somewhere on the freeway the instructions got confusing, or I became confused. I have a great dislike both for freeways and for instructions. I turned off and found myself in Lakewood. I pulled into a gas station and phoned Sarah. "Drop on in," she answered. "Shit, what's the matter? You sound angry." "I'm in Lakewood. Your instructions are fucked." "Lakewood? Wait. I'm going back. I need a drink." "Now hold on. I want to see you. Tell me what street in Lakewood and the nearest cross street." I let the phone hang and went to see where I was. I gave Sarah the information. She redirected me. "It's easy," she said. "Now promise you'll come." "All right. And if you get lost again, phone me." "I'm sorry. You see, I have no sense of direction. I've always had nightmares about getting lost. I believe I belong on another planet." "It's all right. Just follow my new instructions." I got back in the car, and this time it was easy. Soon I was on the Pacific Coast Highway looking for the turnoff. I found it. It led me into a snob shopping district near the ocean. I drove slowly and spotted it. "Drop on in," a large hand-painted sign. There were photos and small cards pasted in the window. An honest-to-God health food place. Jesus Christ, I didn't want to go in. I drove around the block and past the drop-on-in slowly. I took a right, then another right. I saw a bar, Crab Haven. I parked outside and went in. It was 3:45 in the afternoon, and every seat was taken. Most of the clients were well on the way. I stood and ordered a vodka 7. I took it to the telephone and phoned Sarah. "Okay, it's Henry. I'm here." "Don't be afraid." "Where are you?" "Crab Haven." "I'm having a drink. I'll be there soon." "All right, don't have too many." I had that one and another. I found a small, empty booth and sat there. I really didn't want to go. I hardly remembered what Sarah looked like. I finished the drink and drove to her place. I got out, opened the screen door, and walked in. Sarah was behind the counter. She saw me. "Hi, Henry," she said. "I'll be with you in a minute." She was preparing something. 4 or 5 guys sat or stood around. Some sat on a couch. Others sat on the floor. They were all in their mid-20s. They were all the same. They were all dressed in little walking shorts, and they just sat. Now and then one of them would cross his legs or cough. Sarah was a fairly handsome woman, lean, and she moved around briskly. Class. Her hair was red blonde. It looked very good. "We'll take care of you," she told me. "All right," I said. There was a bookcase. 3 or 4 of my books were in it. I found some Lorca and sat down and pretended to read. That way I wouldn't have to see the guys in their walking shorts. They looked as if nothing had ever touched them, all well-mothered, protected, with a soft sheen of contentment. None of them had ever been in jail or worked hard with their hands or even gotten a traffic ticket. Skimmed milk jollies, the whole bunch. Sarah brought me a health food sandwich. Here, try this. I ate the sandwich as the guys lolled about. Soon one got up and walked out, then another. Sarah was cleaning up. There was only one left. He was about 22, and he sat on the floor. He was gangly, his back bent like a bow. He had on glasses with heavy black rims. He seemed more lonely and daft than the others. "Hey, Sarah," he said, "let's go out and have some beers tonight." "Not tonight, Mike. How about tomorrow night?" "All right, Sarah." He stood up and walked to the counter. He put a coin down and picked up a health food cookie. He stood at the counter eating the health food cookie. When he finished it, he turned and walked out. "Did you like the sandwich?" Sarah asked. "Yes, it wasn't." "Could you bring in the table and the chairs from the sidewalk?" I brought in the table and the chairs. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "Well, I don't like bars. The air is bad. Let's get something to drink and go to your place." "All right. Help me carry the garbage out." I helped her carry the garbage out. Then she locked up. "Follow my van. I know a store that stocks good wine. Then you can follow me to my place." She had a Volks van, and I followed her. There was a poster of a man in the back window of her van. "Smile and rejoice," he advised me. And at the bottom of the poster was his name, Dreyer Baba. We opened a bottle of wine and sat on the couch in her house. I liked the way her house was furnished. She had built all her furniture herself, including the bed. Photos of Dreyer Baba were everywhere. He was from India and had died in 1971, claiming to be God. While Sarah and I sat there drinking the first bottle of wine, the door opened, and a young man with snaggled teeth, long hair, and a very long beard walked in. "This is Ron, my roommate," said Sarah. "Hello, Ron. Want a wine?" Ron had a wine with us. Then a fat girl and a thin man with a shaved head walked in. They were Pearl and Jack. They sat down. Then another young man walked in. His name was Jean John. Jean John sat down. Then Pat walked in. Pat had a black beard and long hair. He sat down on the floor at my feet. "I'm a poet," he said. "My feet." "I'm a poet," he said. I took a swallow of wine. "How do you go about getting published?" he asked me. "You submit it to the editors, but I'm unknown." "Everybody starts out unknown. I give readings 3 nights a week, and I'm an actor, so I read very well. I figure if I read my stuff enough, somebody might want to publish it." "It's not impossible." "The problem is that when I read, nobody shows up." "I don't know what to tell you." "I'm going to print my own book. Whitman did. Will you read some of your poems?" "Christ, no." "Why not?" "I just want to drink." "You talk about drinking a lot in your books. Do you think drinking has helped your writing?" "No, I'm just an alcoholic who became a writer so that I would be able to stay in bed until noon." I turned to Sarah. "I didn't know you had so many friends." "This is unusual. It's hardly ever like this." "I'm glad we got plenty of wine." "I'm sure they'll be leaving soon," she said. The others were talking. The conversation drifted, and I stopped listening. Sarah looked good to me. When she spoke, it was with wit and incisiveness. She had a good mind. Pearl and Jack left first, then Jean John, then Pat the poet. Ron sat on one side of Sarah, and I sat on the other. Just the 3 of us. Ron poured himself a glass of wine. I couldn't blame him. He was her roommate. I had no hope of outweighting him. He was already there. I poured Sarah a wine and then one for myself. After I finished Sarah and Ron, well, I guess I'll be going. Oh, no, said Sarah, not so soon. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. I'd like to talk to you. She looked at Ron. You understand, don't you, Ron? Sure. He got up and walked to the back of the house. Hey, I said, I don't want to start any shit. What shit? Between you and your roommate. Oh, there's nothing between us, no sex, nothing. He rents the room in the back of the house. Oh, I heard the sound of a guitar, then loud singing. That's Ron, said Sarah. He just bellowed and called the hogs. His voice was so bad that no comment was needed. Ron sang on for an hour. Sarah and I drank some more wine. She lit some candles. Here, have a beady. I tried one. A beady is a small brown cigarette from India. It had a good tart taste. I turned to Sarah and we had our first kiss. She kissed well. The evening was looking up. The screen door swung open and a young man walked into the room. Barry, said Sarah, I'm not having any more visitors. The screen door banged and Barry was gone. I foresaw future problems. As a recluse, I couldn't bear traffic. It had nothing to do with jealousy. I simply disliked people, crowds, anywhere except at my readings. People diminished me. They sucked me dry. Humanity, you never had it from the beginning. That was my motto. Sarah and I kissed again. We both had drunk too much. Sarah opened another bottle. She held her wine well. I've no idea what we talked about. The best thing about Sarah was that she made very few references to my writing. When the last bottle was empty, I told Sarah that I was too drunk to drive home. Oh, you can sleep in my bed, but no sex. Why? One doesn't have sex without marriage. One doesn't? Dreher Baba doesn't believe in it. Sometimes God can be mistaken. Never. All right, let's go to bed. We kissed in the dark. I was a kiss freak anyway, and Sarah was one of the best kissers I'd ever met. Back to Liddy to find anyone comparable. Yet each woman was different. Each kissed in her own way. Liddy was probably kissing some son of a bitch right now, or worse, kissing his parts. Catherine was asleep in Austin. Sarah had my cock in her hand, patting it, rubbing it. Then she pressed it against her cunt. She rubbed it up and down against her cunt. She was obeying her god, Dreher Baba. I didn't play with her cunt because I felt that would offend Dreher. We just kissed, and she kept rubbing my cock against her cunt, or maybe against the clit, I didn't know. I waited for her to put my cock in her cunt, but she just kept rubbing. The hairs began to burn my cock. I pulled away. "Good night, baby," I said. And then I turned, rolled over, and put my back up against her. "Dreher, baby," I thought, "you've got one hell of a believer in this bed." In the morning we began the rubbing bit again with the same end result. I decided to hell with it. I don't need this kind of non-action. "You want to take a bath?" Sarah asked. "Sure." I walked into the bathroom and let the water run. Sometime during the night I had mentioned to Sarah that one of my insanities was to take 3 or 4 steaming hot baths a day, the old water therapy. Sarah's tub held more water than mine, and the water was hotter. I was 5 feet 11 3/4 inches, and yet I could stretch out in the tub. In the old days, they had bathtubs for emperors, not for 5-foot bank clerks. I got into the tub and stretched. It was great. Then I stood up and looked at my poor, raw, cunt-hair-rubbed cock. Rough time, old boy, but close, I guess, is better than nothing. I sat back down in the tub and stretched out again. The phone rang. There was a pause. Then Sarah knocked. "Come in." "Hank, it's Deborah." "Deborah? How'd she know I was here?" "She's been calling everywhere." "Should I tell her to phone back?" "No, tell her to wait." I found a large towel and wrapped it around my waist. I walked into the other room. Sarah was talking to Deborah on the phone. "Oh, here he is." Sarah handed me the phone. "Hello, Deborah?" "Hank, where have you been?" "In the bathtub." "The bathtub?" "Yes." "You just got out?" "Yes." "What are you wearing?" "I have a towel around my middle." "How can you keep the towel around your middle and talk on the phone?" "I'm doing it." "Did anything happen?" "No." "Why?" "Why what?" "I mean, why didn't you fuck her?" "Look, do you think I go around doing things like that? Do you think that's all there is to me?" "Then nothing happened?" "Yes." "What?" "Yes, nothing." "Where are you going after you leave there?" "My place." "Come here." "What about your legal business?" "We're almost caught up. Tessie can handle it." "All right." I hung up. "What are you going to do?" Sarah asked. "I'm going to Deborah's. I said I'd be there in 45 minutes. "But I thought we'd have lunch together. I know this Mexican place." "Look, she's concerned. How can we sit around and chat over lunch?" "I have my mind set on lunch with you." "Hell, when do you feed your people?" "I open at 11. It's only 10 now." "All right, let's go eat." It was a Mexican place in a snide, hippie district of Hermosa Beach. Bland, indifferent types, death on the shore. Just phase out, breathe in, wear sandals, and pretend it's a fine world. While we were waiting for our orders, Sarah reached out a bowl of hot sauce and then sucked her finger. Then she dipped again. She bent her head over the bowl. Strands of her straight hair poked at me. She kept sticking her finger into the bowl and sucking. "Look," I told her, "other people want to use that sauce. You're making me sick. Stop it." "No, they refill it each time." "I hope they did refill it each time." Then the food arrived, and Sarah bent and attacked it like an animal, just as Lydia used to do. We finished eating, and then we went out, and she got into her van and drove to her health food place, and I got in my Volks and started out toward Playa del Rey. I had been given careful directions. The directions were confusing, but I followed them and had no trouble. It was almost disappointing because it seemed when stress and madness were eliminated from my daily life, there wasn't much left you could depend on. I drove into Deborah's yard. I saw movement behind the blinds. She'd been watching for me. I got out of the Volks and made sure that both doors were locked since my auto insurance had expired. I walked up and bing-bonged Deborah's bell. She opened the door and seemed glad to see me. That was all right, but it was things like that which kept a writer from getting his work done. Chapter 92. I didn't do much the rest of the week. The oak tree meet was on. I went to the track 2 or 3 times, broke even. I wrote a dirty story for a sex mag, wrote 10 or 12 poems, masturbated, and phoned Sarah and Deborah each night, One night I phoned Cassie and a man answered. "Goodbye, Cassie." I thought about breakups, how difficult they were. But then, usually, it was only after you broke up with one woman that you met another. I had to taste women in order to really know them, to get inside of them. I could invent men in my mind because I was one. But women, for me, were almost impossible to fictionalize without first knowing them. So I explored them as best I could, and I found human beings inside. The writing would be forgotten. The writing would become much less than the episode itself until the episode ended. The writing was only the residue. A man didn't have to have a woman in order to feel as real as he could feel, but it was good if he knew a few. Then when the affair went wrong, he'd feel what it was like to be truly lonely and crazed, and thus know what he must face finally when his own end came. I was sentimental about many things. A woman's shoes under the bed, one hairpin left behind on the dresser, the way they said, "I'm going to pee," hair ribbons, walking down the boulevard with them at 1:30 in the afternoon, just two people walking together. The long nights of drinking and smoking, talking, the arguments, thinking of suicide, eating together and feeling good, the jokes, the laughter out of nowhere, feeling miracles in the air, being in a parked car together, comparing past loves at 3 a.m., being told you snore, hearing her snore, mothers, daughters, sons, cats, dogs, sometimes death, and sometimes divorce, but always carrying on, always seeing it through, reading a newspaper alone in a sandwich joint and feeling nausea, because now she's married to a dentist with an IQ of 95. Racetracks, parks, park picnics, even jails, her dull friends, your dull friends, your drinking, her dancing, your flirting, her pills, your fucking on the side, and her doing the same, sleeping together. There were no judgments to be made, yet out of necessity one had to select. Beyond good and evil was all right in theory, but to go on living one had to select. Some were kinder than others. Some were simply more interested in you, and sometimes the outwardly beautiful and inwardly cold were necessary just for bloody, shitty kicks, like a bloody, shitty movie. The kinder ones fucked better, really, and after you were around them a while they seemed beautiful because they were. I thought of Sarah. She had that something extra. If only there was no Dreyer Baba holding up that damned stop sign. Then it was Sarah's birthday, November 11th, Veterans Day. We had met twice again, once at her place, once at mine. There had been a high sense of fun and expectancy. She was strange, but individual and inventive. There had been happiness, except in bed. It was flaming. But Dreyer Baba kept us apart. I was losing the battle to God. Fucking is not that important, she told me. I went to an exotic food place at Hollywood Boulevard and Fountain Avenue, Aunt Bessie's. The clerks were hateful people, young black boys and young white boys of high intelligence that had turned into high snobbery. They pranced about and ignored and insulted the customers. The women who worked there were heavy, dreamy. They wore large, loose blouses and hung their heads as if in some sleepy state of shame, and the customers were gray wisps who endured the insults and came more. The clerks didn't lay any shit on me, so they were allowed to live another day. I bought Sarah her birthday present, the main bit being bee secretion, which is the brains of many bees drained out of their collective domes by a needle. I had a wicker basket, and in it, along with the bee secretion, were some chopsticks, sea salt, 2 pomegranates, organic, 2 apples, organic, and some sunflower seeds. The bee secretion was the main thing, and it cost plenty. Sarah had talked about it quite a bit, about wanting it, but she said she couldn't afford it. I drove to Sarah's. I also had several bottles of wine with me. In fact, I had polished off one of them while shaving. I seldom shaved, but I shaved for Sarah's birthday and Veterans Night. She was a good woman. Her mind was charming, and strangely, her celibacy was understandable. I mean, the way she looked at it, it should be saved for a good man. Not that I was a good man exactly, but her obvious class would look good sitting next to my obvious class at a cafe table in Paris after I finally became famous. She was endearing, calmly intellectual, and best of all, there was that crazy admixture of red in the gold of her hair. It was almost as if I had been looking for that color hair for decades, maybe longer. I stopped off at a bar on Pacific Coast Highway and had a double vodka 7. I was worried about Sarah. She said sex meant marriage, and I believed she meant it. There was definitely something celibate about her, and I could also imagine that she got off in a lot of ways, and that I was hardly the first to have his cock rubbed raw against her cunt. My guess was that she was as confused as everybody else. Why I was agreeing to her ways was a mystery to me. I didn't even particularly want to wear her down. I didn't agree with her ideas, but I liked her anyway. Maybe I was getting lazy. Maybe I was tired of sex. Maybe I was finally getting old. Happy birthday, Sarah. I drove up to her house and took in my basket of health. She was in the kitchen. I sat down with the wine in the basket. "I'm here, Sarah." She came out of the kitchen. Ron was gone, but she had his stereo on full blast. I always hated stereos. When you lived in poor neighborhoods, you continually heard other people's sounds, including their fucking. But the most obnoxious thing was to be forced to listen to their music at full volume, the total vomit of it, for hours. In addition, they usually left their windows open, confident that you two would enjoy what they enjoyed. Sarah had Judy Garland on. I liked Judy Garland a little, especially her appearance at the New York Met. But suddenly she seemed very loud, screaming her sentimental horse shit. For Christ's sake, Sarah, turn it down. She did, but not very much. She opened one of the bottles of wine, and we sat down at the table across from each other. I felt strangely irritable. Sarah reached into the basket and found the bee secretion. She was excited. She took the lid off and tasted. "This is so powerful," she said. "It's the essence. Care for some?" "No, thanks." "I'm making us dinner." "Good. But I should take you out." "I've already got it started." "All right, then. But I need some butter. I'll have to go out and get some. Also, I'm going to need cucumbers and tomatoes for the store tomorrow." "I'll get them. It's your birthday. Are you sure you don't want to try some bee secretion?" "No, thanks. It's all right. You can't imagine how many bees it took to fill this jar." "Happy birthday. I'll get the butter and things." I had another wine, got into the Volks, and drove to a small grocery. I found the butter, but the tomatoes and cucumbers looked old and shriveled. I paid for the butter and drove about, looking for a larger market. I found one, got some tomatoes and cucumbers, then drove back. Up the driveway to her place, I heard it. She had the stereo on full volume again. As I walked closer and closer, I began to sicken. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point, then snapped. I walked into the house with just a bag of butter in my hand. I had left the tomatoes and cucumbers in the car. I don't know what she was playing. It was so loud that I couldn't distinguish one sound from another. Sarah walked out of the kitchen. "God damn you!" I screamed. "What is it?" Sarah asked. "I can't hear." "What?" "You're playing that fucking stereo too loud, don't you understand?" "What?" "I'm leaving." "No." I turned and banged out of the screen door. I walked out to the Volks and saw the bag of tomatoes and cucumbers I'd forgotten. I picked them up and walked back up the driveway. We met. I pushed the bag at her. "Here." Then I turned and walked off. "You rotten son of a bitch!" she screamed. She threw the bag at me. It hit me in the middle of the back. She turned and ran off into her house. I looked at the tomatoes and cucumbers scattered on the ground in the moonlight. For a moment I thought of picking them up. Then I turned and walked away. Chapter 93. The reading in Vancouver went through. $500 plus airfare and lodging. The sponsor, Bart McIntosh, was nervous about crossing the border. I was to fly to Seattle. He'd meet me there, and we'd drive over the border. Then after the reading, I'd fly from Vancouver to L.A. I didn't quite understand what it all meant, but I said, "All right." So there I was in the air again, drinking a double vodka 7. I was in with a salesman and businessmen. I had my small suitcase with extra shirts, underwear, stockings, 3 or 4 books of poems, plus typescripts of 10 or 12 new poems, and a toothbrush and toothpaste. It was ridiculous to be going off somewhere to get paid for reading poetry. I didn't like it, and I could never get over how silly it seemed to work like a mule until you were 50 at meaningless, low jobs, and then suddenly be flitting about the country a gadfly with drink in hand. McIntosh was waiting at Seattle, and we got in his car. It was a nice drive because neither of us said too much. The reading was privately sponsored, which I preferred to university-sponsored readings. The universities were frightened. Among other things, they were frightened of lowlife poets, but on the other hand, they were too curious to pass one up. There was a long wait at the border, with 100 cars backed up. The border guards simply took their time. Now and then they pulled an old car out of line, but usually they only asked 1 or 2 questions and waved the people on. I couldn't understand McIntosh's panic over the whole procedure. "Man," he said, "we got through." Vancouver wasn't far. McIntosh pulled up in front of the hotel. It looked good. It was right on the water. We got the key and went up. It was a pleasant room with a refrigerator, and thanks to some good soul, the refrigerator had beer in it. "Have one," I told him. We sat down and sucked at the beer. "Creeley was here last year," he said. "Is that so?" "It's kind of a co-op art center, self-sufficient. They have a big paid membership, rent space, so forth. Your show is already sold out. Silvers said he could have made a lot of money if he jacked the ticket prices up." "Who's Silvers?" We were getting to the dull part now. "I can show you around town," said McIntosh. "That's all right. I can walk around." "How about dinner? On the house." "Just a sandwich. I'm not all that hungry." I figured if I got him outside, I could leave him when we were finished eating. Not that he was a bad sort, but most people just didn't interest me. We found a place 3 or 4 blocks away. Vancouver was a very clean town, and the people didn't have that hard city look. I liked the restaurant, but when I looked at the menu, I noticed that the prices were about 40% higher than in my part of L.A. I had a roast beef sandwich and another beer. It felt good to be out of the USA. There was a real difference. The women looked better. Things felt calmer, less false. I finished the sandwich. Then Macintosh drove me back to the hotel. I left him in the car and took the elevator up. I took a shower, left my clothes off. I stood at the window and looked down at the water. Tomorrow night it would be all over. I'd have their money, and at noon I'd be back in the air. Too bad. I drank 3 or 4 more bottles of beer, then went to bed and slept. They took me to the reading an hour early. A young boy was up there singing. They talked right through his act. Bottles clanked, laughter, a good, drunken crowd, my kind of folks. We drank backstage, Macintosh, Silvers, myself, and a couple of others. "You're the first male poet we've had here in a long time," said Silvers. "What do you mean?" "I mean, we've had a long run of fags. This is a nice change." I read it to them. By the end I was drunk, and they were too. We bickered, we snarled at each other a bit, but mostly it was all right. I had been given my check before the reading, and it helped my delivery some. There was a party afterwards in a large house. After an hour or two I found myself between 2 women. One was a blonde. She looked as if she was carved out of ivory, with beautiful eyes and a beautiful body. She was with her boyfriend. "Chinaski," she said after a while, "I'm going with you." "Oh, wait a minute," I said. "You're with your boyfriend." "Oh, shit," she said. "He's nobody. I'm going with you." I looked at the boy. He had tears in his eyes. He was trembling. He was in love, poor fellow. The girl on the other side of me had dark hair. Her body was as good, but she wasn't as facially attractive. "Come with me," she said. "What?" I said, "Take me with you." "Oh, wait a minute." I turned back to the blonde. "Listen, you're beautiful, but I can't go with you. I don't want to hurt your friend." "Fuck that son of a bitch. He's shit." The girl with dark hair pulled at my arm. "Take me with you now, or I'm leaving." "All right," I said. "Let's go." I found Macintosh. He didn't look as if he was doing much. I guess he didn't like parties. "Come on, Mac. Drive us back to the hotel." There was more beer. The dark girl told me her name was Iris Duarte. She was 1/2 Indian, and she said she worked as a belly dancer. She stood up and shook it. It looked good. She stood up and shook it. It looked good. "You really need a costume to get the full effect," she said. "No, I don't. I mean, I need one to make it look good, you know." She looked Indian. She had an Indian nose and mouth. She appeared to be about 23, dark brown eyes. She spoke quietly and had that great body. She had read 3 or 4 of my books. All right. We drank another hour, then went to bed. I ate her up, but when I mounted, I just stroked and stroked without effect. Too bad. In the morning I brushed my teeth, threw cold water on my face, and went back to bed. I started playing with her cunt. It got wet, and so did I. I mounted. I ground it in. That good young body. She took all I had to give her. It was a good one. It was a very good one. Afterwards, Iris went to the bathroom. I stretched out, thinking about how good it had been. Iris reappeared and got back into the bed. We didn't speak. An hour passed. Then we did it all over again. We cleaned up and dressed. She gave me her address and phone number. I gave her mine. She really seemed fond of me. Macintosh knocked about 15 minutes later. We drove Iris to an intersection near her place of work. It turned out she really worked as a waitress. The belly dancing was an ambition. I kissed her goodbye. She got out of the car, she turned and waved, then walked off. I watched that body as it walked away. "Chinaski scores again," said McIntosh as he headed for the airport. "Think nothing of it," I said. "I had some luck myself," he said. "Yeah? Yeah, I got your blonde." "What?" "Yes," he laughed. "I did." "Drive me to the airport, bastard." I was back in Los Angeles for 3 days. I had a date with Deborah that night. The phone rang. "Hank, this is Iris." "Oh, Iris, what a surprise. How's it going?" "Hank, I'm flying to L.A. I'm coming to see you." "Great. When?" "I fly down the Wednesday before Thanksgiving." "Thanksgiving?" "And I can stay until the following Monday." "Okay." "Do you have a pen? I'll give you my flight number." That night, Deborah and I had dinner at a nice place down by the seashore. The tables weren't crowded together, and they specialized in seafood. We ordered a bottle of white wine and waited for our meal. Deborah looked better than I had seen her for some time, but she told me her job was getting to be too much. She was going to have to hire another girl, and it was hard to find anybody efficient. People were so inept. "Yes," I said. "Have you heard from Sarah?" "I phoned her. We had a little argument. I sort of patched it up." "Have you seen her since you got back from Canada?" "No." "I've ordered a 25-pound turkey for Thanksgiving. Can you carve?" "Sure." "Don't drink too much tonight. You know what happens when you drink too much? You become a wet noodle." "Okay." Deborah reached over and touched my hand. "My sweet, dear old wet—" We got one bottle of wine for after dinner. We drank it slowly, sitting up in her bed, watching her giant TV. The first program was lousy. The second was better. It was about a sex pervert and a subnormal farm boy. The pervert's head was transplanted onto the farm boy's body by a mad doctor, and the body escaped with the two heads and ran about the countryside doing all sorts of horrible things. It put me in a good mood. After the bottle of wine and the two-headed boy, I mounted Deborah and had some good luck for a change. I gave her a long, slamming gallop full of unexpected variables and inventiveness before I finally shot it into her. In the morning, Deborah asked me to stay and wait for her to get home from work. She promised to cook a nice dinner. "All right," I said. I tried to sleep after she left, but I couldn't. I was wondering about Thanksgiving. How I was going to tell her that I couldn't be there. It bothered me. I got up and walked the floors. I took a bath. Nothing helped. Maybe Iris would change her mind. Maybe her plane would crash. I could phone Deborah Thanksgiving morning to tell her I was coming after all. I walked about feeling worse and worse. Perhaps it was because I had stayed over instead of going home. It was like prolonging the agony. What kind of shit was I? I could certainly play some nasty, unreal games. What was my motive? Was I trying to get even for something? Could I keep on telling myself that it was merely a matter of research, a simple study of the female? I was simply letting things happen without thinking about them. I wasn't considering anything but my own selfish, cheap pleasure. I was like a spoiled high school kid. I was worse than any whore. A whore took your money and nothing more. I tinkered with lives and souls as if they were my playthings. How could I call myself a man? How could I write poems? What did I consist of? I was a bush-leagued sod without his intellect. A murderer was more straightforward and honest than I was, or a rapist. I didn't want my soul played with, mocked, pissed on. I knew that much, at any rate. I was truly no good. I could feel it as I walked up and down on the rug. No good. The worst part of it was that I passed myself off for exactly what I wasn't, a good man. I was able to enter people's lives because of their trust in me, I was doing my dirty work the easy way. I was writing the love tale of the hyena. I stood in the center of the room, surprised by my thoughts. I found myself sitting on the edge of the bed, and I was crying. I could feel the tears with my fingers. My brain whirled, yet I felt sane. I couldn't understand what was happening to me. I picked up the phone and dialed Sarah at her health food store. "You busy?" I asked. "No, I just opened up. Are you all right? You sound funny." "I'm at the bottom." "What is it?" "Well, I told Deborah I'd spend Thanksgiving with her. She's counting on it. But now something has happened." "What?" "Well, I didn't tell you before. You and I haven't had sex yet, you know. Sex makes things different." What happened?" "I met a belly dancer in Canada." "You did? And you were in love?" "No, I'm not in love." "Wait, here's a customer. Can you hold the line?" "All right." I sat there holding the telephone to my ear. I was still naked. I looked down at my penis. "You dirty son of a bitch. Do you know all the heartache you cause with your dumb hunger?" I sat there for 5 minutes with the phone to my ear. It was a toll call. At least it would be charged to Deborah's bill. "I'm back," said Sarah. "Go ahead." "Well, I told the belly dancer when I was in Vancouver to come down and see me sometime in L.A. "So?" "Well, I told you I already promised Deborah I'd spend Thanksgiving with her." "You promised me, too," Sarah said. "I did?" "Well, you were drunk. You said that, like any other American, you didn't like to spend holidays alone. You kissed me and asked that we might spend Thanksgiving together." "I'm sorry. I don't remember." "It's all right. Hold on. Here's another customer." I put the phone down and went out and poured myself a drink. As I walked back to the bedroom, I saw my sagging belly in the mirror. It was ugly, obscene. Why did women tolerate me? I held the phone to my ear with one hand and drank wine with the other. Sarah came back on. "All right, go ahead." "Okay. It's like this. The belly dancer phoned the other night, only she's not really a belly dancer, she's a waitress. She said she was flying down to L.A. to spend Thanksgiving with me. She sounded so happy. You should have told her you hadn't have the guts. Iris has got a lovely body. There are other things in life besides lovely bodies. Anyway, now I have to tell Deborah I can't spend Thanksgiving with her, and I don't know how." "Where are you?" "I'm in Deborah's bed." "Where's Deborah?" "She's at work." I couldn't hold back a sob. "You're nothing but a big-ass crybaby." "I know, but I've got to tell her. It's driving me crazy." "You got in this mess by yourself. You'll have to get out by yourself. I thought you'd help me. I thought you might tell me what to do." "You want me to change your diapers? You want me to phone her for you?" "No, it's all right. I'm a man. I'll phone her myself. I'm going to phone her right now. I'm going to tell her the truth. I'm going to get the fucking thing over with. "That's good. Let me know how it goes. It was my childhood, you see. I never knew what love was. Phone me back later." Sarah hung up. I poured another wine. I couldn't understand what had happened to my life. I had lost my sophistication. I had lost my worldliness. I had lost my hard protective shell. I had lost my sense of humor in the face of other people's problems. I wanted them all back. I wanted things to go easily for me. But somehow I knew they wouldn't come back, at least not right away. I was destined to continue feeling guilty and unprotected. I tried telling myself that feeling guilty was just a sickness of some sort, that it was men without guilt who cheat, men who knew all the shortcuts. Cortez, he didn't fuck around, neither did Vince Lombardi. But no matter how much I thought about it, I still felt bad. I decided to get it over with. I was ready. The confessional booth. I'd be a Catholic again. Get it on, off, and out. Then wait for forgiveness. I finished the wine and dialed Deborah's office. Tessie answered. "Hi, baby, this is Hank. How's it going?" "Everything's fine, Hank. How are you doing?" "All is well. Listen, you're not pissed at me, are you?" "No, Hank. It was a little gross, but it was fun. It's our secret anyhow." "Thanks. You know, I'm really not—" "I know. Well, listen, I want to speak to Deborah. Is she there?" "No, she's in court transcribing." "When will she be back?" "She doesn't usually return to the office after she goes to court. In case she does, is there any message?" "No, Tessie, thank you." That did it. I couldn't even make amends. Constipation of confession, lack of communication. I had enemies in high places. I drank another wine. I'd been ready to clear the air and let everything hang out. Now I had to sit on it. I felt worse and worse. Depression, suicide was often the lack of a proper diet, but I'd been eating well. I remember the old days, living on one candy bar a day, sending out hand-printed stories to Atlantic Monthly and Harper's. All I thought about was food. If the body didn't eat, the mind All I thought about was food. If the body didn't eat, the mind starved too. But I'd been eating damn good for a change and drinking damn good wine. That meant that what I was thinking was probably the truth. Everybody imagined themselves special, privileged, exempt. Even an ugly old crone watering a geranium on her front porch. I'd imagined myself special because I'd come out of the factories at the age of 50 and become a poet. Hot shit. So I pissed on everybody just like those bosses and managers had pissed on me when I was helpless. It came to the same thing. I was a drunken, spoiled, rotten fucker with a very minor fame. My analysis didn't cure the burn. "You said you'd phone. What happened?" "She wasn't in." "Not in?" "She's in court." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to wait and tell her." "All right. I shouldn't have laid all this shit on you." "It's all right. I want to see you again." "When? After the belly dancer?" "Well, yes. Thanks, but no thanks." "I'll phone you." "All right. I'll get your diapers laundered and ready for you." I sipped on the wine and waited. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Finally I remembered to put my clothes on. I was sitting with a drink in my hand when Deborah's car pulled up in front of the house. I waited. She opened the door. She had a bag of groceries. She looked very good. "Hi," she said. "How's my axe, wet noodle?" I walked up to her and put my arms around her. I started to tremble and cry. "Hank, what's wrong?" Deborah dropped the bag of groceries to the floor, our dinner. I grabbed her and held her to me. I was sobbing. The tears flowed like wine. I couldn't stop. Most of me meant it. The other part was running away. "Hank, what is it?" "I can't be with you Thanksgiving." "Why? Why? What's wrong?" "What's wrong is that I am a giant hunk of shit." My guilt screwed inside me, and I had a spasm. It hurt something awful. A belly dancer's flying down from Canada to spend Thanksgiving with me. A belly dancer? Yes. Is she beautiful? Yes, she is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Deborah pushed me off. "Let me put the groceries away." She picked up the bag and walked into the kitchen. I heard the refrigerator door open and close. "Deborah," I said, "I'm leaving." There was no sound from the kitchen. I opened the front door and walked out. The Volks started. I turned the radio on, the headlights on. Chapter 94. Wednesday night found me at the airport waiting for Iris. I sat around and looked at the women. None of them, except for one or two, looked as good as Iris. There was something wrong with me. I did think of sex a great deal. Each woman I looked at I imagined being in bed with. It was an interesting way to pass airport waiting time. Women. I liked the colors of their clothing, the way they walked, the cruelty in some faces, now and then the almost pure beauty in another face, totally and enchantingly female. They had it over us. They planned much better and were better organized. While men were watching professional football or drinking beer or bowling, they, the women, were thinking about us, concentrating, studying, deciding whether to accept us, discard us, exchange us, kill us, or whether simply to leave us. In the end, it hardly mattered. No matter what they did, we ended up lonely and insane. I had bought Iris and myself a turkey, an 18-pounder. It was on my sink, thawing out. Thanksgiving. It proved you had survived another year with its wars, inflation, unemployment, smog, presidents. It was a grand neurotic gathering of clans, loud drunks, grandmothers, sisters, aunts, screaming children, would-be suicides. And don't forget indigestion. I wasn't different from anyone else. There sat the 18-pound bird on my sink, dead, plucked, totally disemboweled. Iris would roast it for me. I had received a letter in the mail that afternoon. I took it out of my pocket and reread it. It had been mailed from Berkeley. "Dear Mr. Chinaski, you don't know me, but I'm a cute bitch. I've been going with sailors and one truck driver, but they don't satisfy me. I mean, we fuck, and then there's nothing more. There's no substance to those sons of bitches. I'm 22, and I have a 5-year-old daughter, Aster. I live with a guy, but there's no sex. We just live together. His name is Rex. I'd like to come see you. My mom could watch Aster. Enclosed is a photo of me. Write me if you feel like it. I've read some of your books. They are hard to find in bookstores. What I like about your writing is that you are so easy to understand. And you're funny, too. Yours, Tanya." Then Iris's plane landed. I stood at the window and watched her get off. She still looked good. She had come all the way from Canada to see me. She had one suitcase. I waved to her as she filed through the entranceway with the others. She had to pass through customs. Then she was pressed up against me. We kissed, and I got half a heart-on. She was in a dress, a practical, tight-fitting blue dress, high heels, and she wore a small hat cocked on her head. It was rare to see a woman in a dress. All the women in Los Angeles wore pants continually. Since we didn't have to wait for her baggage, we drove right to my place. I parked out front, and we walked through the court together. She sat on the couch while I poured her a drink. Iris looked over at my homemade bookcase. "Did you write all those books?" "Yes. I had no idea you'd written so many." I wrote them." "How many?" "I don't know, 20, 25. I kissed her, putting one arm around her waist, pulling her to me. The other hand I put on her knee. The phone rang. I got up and answered it. "Hank?" It was Valerie. "Yes?" "Who was that?" "Who was who?" "That girl." "Oh, that's a friend from Canada." "Hank, you and your goddamn women." "Yes. Bobby wants to know if you and Iris. He wants to know if you and Iris want to come down for a drink." "Not tonight. I'll take a rain check." "She's really got a body." "I know." "All right. Maybe tomorrow?" "Maybe." I hung up thinking that Valerie probably liked women, too. Well, that was all right. I poured 2 more drinks. "How many women have you met at airports?" Iris asked. "It's not as bad as you'd think. Have you lost count, like your books?" "Math is one of my weaker points." "Do you enjoy meeting women at airports?" "Yes." I had not remembered that Iris was so talkative. "You pig," she laughed. "Our first fight. Did you have a nice flight?" "I sat next to a bore. I made a mistake and let him buy me a drink. He talked my goddamn ear off." "He was only excited. You're a sexy woman." "Is that all you see in me?" "I see lots of that. Maybe I'll see other things as we go along." "Why do you want so many women?" "'Cause my childhood, you see, no love, no affection. And in my 20s and 30s there was also very little. I'm playing catch-up." "Will you know when you've caught up?" "The feeling I have is that I'll need at least one more lifetime." "You're so full of shit." I laughed. "That's why I write." "I'm going to take a shower and change." "Sure." I went to the kitchen and felt up the turkey. It showed me its legs, its pubic hair, its bunghole, its thighs. It sat there. I was glad it didn't have eyes. Well, we'd do something with the thing. That was the next step. I heard the toilet flush. If Iris didn't want to roast it, I'd roast it. When I was young, I was depressed all the time. But suicide no longer seemed a possibility in my life. At my age, there was very little left to kill. It was good to be old, no matter what they said. It was reasonable that a man had to be at least 50 years old before he could write with anything like clarity. The more rivers you crossed, the more you knew about rivers. That is, if you survived the whitewater and the hidden rocks. It could be a rough cob sometimes. Iris came out. She had on a blue-back one-piece dress that appeared to be silk, and it clung. She wasn't your average American girl, which kept her from appearing obvious. She was a total woman, but she didn't throw it in your face. American women drove hard bargains, and they ended up looking the worse for it. The few natural American women left were mostly in Texas and Louisiana. Iris smiled at me. She had something in each hand. She held both hands above her head and began making clicking noises. She began to dance, or rather, she vibrated. It was as if she were shot through with electric current, and the center of her soul was her belly. It was lovely and pure, with just the faintest hint of humor. The whole dance, as she never took her eyes off me, had its own meaning, a good, endearing sense of its own worth. Iris finished, and I applauded, poured her a drink. I didn't do it justice, she said. You need a costume and music. I liked it very much. I was gonna bring a tape of the music, but I knew you wouldn't have a machine. You're right. It was great anyhow. I gave Iris a gentle kiss. Why don't you come live in Los Angeles? I asked her. All my roots are up in the Northwest. I like it there. My parents, my friends. Everything is up there, don't you see? Yes. Why don't you move to Vancouver? You could write in Vancouver. I guess I could. I could write on top of an iceberg. You might try it. What? Vancouver. What would your father think? About what? Us. Chapter 95. On Thanksgiving, Iris prepared the turkey and put it in the oven. Bobby and Valerie came over for a few drinks, but they didn't stay. It was refreshing. Iris had on another dress just as appealing as the other. You know, she said, I didn't bring enough clothes. Tomorrow Valerie and I are going shopping at Frederick's. I'm going to get some real slut shoes. You'll like them. I'd like that, Iris. I walked into the bathroom. I had hidden the photo Tanya had sent me in the medicine chest. She had her dress hiked up, and she wasn't wearing panties. I could see her cunt. She was a cute bitch. When I came out, Iris was washing something in the sink. I grabbed her from behind, turned her around, and kissed her. You are a horny old dog, she said. I'll make you suffer tonight, my dear. Please do. We drank all through the afternoon, then got to the turkey around 5 or 6 p.m. The food sobered us up. An hour later we began drinking again. We went to bed early around 10 p.m. I didn't have any problems. I was sober enough to ensure a good long ride. The minute I began stroking, I knew that I would make it. I didn't particularly try to please Iris. I just went ahead and gave her an old-fashioned horse fuck. The bed bounced, and she grimaced. Then came low moans. I slowed down a bit, then picked up the pace and ripped it home. She appeared to climax along with me. Of course, a man never knew. I rolled off. I'd always liked Canadian bacon. The next day, Valerie came over, and she and Iris left together for Frederick's. The mail arrived about an hour later. It contained another letter from Tanya. Henry, dear, I walked down the street today and these guys whistled. I walked on past them without response. The ones I really hate are the car wash guys. They holler things and stick out their tongues like they could really do something with their tongues. But there isn't really a man among them who could do it. Tell, you know. Yesterday I went into this clothing store to buy a pair of pants for Rex. Rex gave me the money. He can never buy his own things. He just hates to. So I went into this men's clothing store and picked out a pair of pants. There were 2 guys in there, middle-aged, and one of the guys was real sarcastic. While I was picking out the pants, he came up to me and he took my hand and put it on his cock. I told him, "Is that all you've got? Poor thing." He laughed and said something wise. I found these real nice pair of pants for Rex, green with thin white stripes. Rex likes green. Anyhow, this guy says to me, "Come on back into one of the try-on booths." Well, You know, sarcastic guys always fascinate me. So I went into the booth with him. The other guy saw us go in. We started kissing, and he unzipped. He got a hard-on and put my hand on it. We kept kissing, and he lifted my dress and looked at my panties in the mirror. He played with my ass, but his cock never got real hard, just half hard. It just stayed half hard. I told him he wasn't shit. He walked out of the booth with his cock out and zipped up in front of the other guy. They were laughing. I came out and paid for the pants. He bagged them.
Tell your husband you took his pants into the try-on booth, he laughed.
You're nothing but a fucking fag, I told him, and your buddy is nothing but a fucking fag, too. And they were. Almost every man is a fag now. It's really difficult for a woman. I had a girlfriend who married a guy, and she came home one day and found him in bed with another man. No wonder all the girls are having to buy vibrators these days. It's rough shit. Well, write me yours, Tanya.
Dear Tanya, I got your letters and your photo. I'm sitting here alone the day after Thanksgiving. I have a hangover. I liked your photo. Do you have any more? Have you ever read Celine, Journey to the End of Night, I mean? After that he lost stride and became a crank, bitching about his editors and his readers. It's a real damn shame. He's a good doctor. Or maybe he wasn't. Maybe his heart wasn't in it. Maybe he killed his patients off. Now that would have made a good novel. Many doctors do that. They give you a pill and send you back out on the street again. They need money to pay for what their education cost them. So they pack their waiting rooms and run the patients in and out. They weigh you, take your blood pressure, give you a pill, and send you back out on the street feeling worse. A dental surgeon may take your life savings, but usually he does something for your teeth. Anyhow, I'm still writing, and I seem to be making the rent. I find your letters interesting. Who took that photo of you without your panties on? A good friend, no doubt. Rex? Rex? You see, I'm getting jealous. That's a good sign, isn't it? Let's just call it interest or concern. I'll watch the mailbox. Any more photos? Yours, yes, yes. Henry. The door opened, and it was Iris. I pulled the sheet out of the typewriter and laid it face down. Oh, Hank, I got the slut shoes. Great, great. I'll put them on for you. I'm sure you'll love them. Baby, do it. Iris walked into the bedroom. I took the letter to Tanya and stuck it under a pile of papers. Iris walked out. The shoes were bright red on viciously high heels. She looked like one of the greatest whores of all time. There were no backs on the shoes, and her feet showed through the see-through material. Iris walked back and forth. She had a most provocative body and ass, anyhow, and walking on those heels pushed it all sky-high. It was maddening. Iris stopped and looked back at me over her shoulder, smiled. What a marvelous chippy! She had more hip, more ass, more calf than I'd ever seen before. I ran out and poured 2 drinks. Iris sat down and crossed her legs high. She sat in a chair across the room from me. The miracles in my life kept occurring. I couldn't understand it. My cock was hard, throbbing, pushing against my pants.
You know what a mattress. We finished our drinks. I took her by the hand into the bedroom. I pushed her on the bed. I pulled her dress back and got at her panties. It was hard work. Her panties got caught on one shoe, got hooked on the heel, but I finally got them off. Iris's dress was still covering her hips. I raised her ass and pushed the dress up under her. She was already wet. I felt her with my fingers. Iris was almost always wet, almost always ready. She was a total joy. She had long nylon stockings with blue garters decorated with red roses. I put it into the wetness. Her legs were raised high in the air, and as I caressed her, I saw those slut shoes on her feet, red heels jutting like stilettos. Iris was in for another old-fashioned horse-fuck. Love was for guitar players, Catholics, and chess freaks. That bitch with her red shoes and long stockings, she deserved what she was gonna get from me. I tried to rip her apart. I tried to split her in half. I watched that strange half-Indian face in the soft sunlight that filtered weakly through the blinds. It was like murder. I had her. There was no escape. I ripped and roared, slapped her across the face, and nearly tore her in half. I was surprised that she was able to get up smiling and walk to the bathroom. She looked almost happy. Her shoes had come off and were lying by the side of the bed. My cock was still hard. I picked up one of the shoes and rubbed my cock with it. It felt great. Then I put the shoe back on the floor. When Iris came out of the bathroom, still smiling, my cock went down. Chapter 96. Not much happened during the rest of her stay. We drank, we ate, we fucked. There were no arguments. We took long drives down along the shore, ate at seafood cafes. I didn't bother with writing. There were times when it was best to get away from the machine. A good writer knew when not to write. Anybody could type. Not that I was a good typist. Also, I couldn't spell, and I didn't know grammar. But I knew when not to write. It was like fucking. You had to rest the Godhead now and then. I had an old friend who occasionally wrote me letters, Jimmy Shannon. He wrote 6 novels a year, all on incest. It was no wonder he was starving. My problem was that I couldn't rest my cock Godhead like I could my typer Godhead. That was because women were available only in streaks, so you had to get as much in as possible before somebody else's Godhead came along. I think the fact that I quit writing for 10 years is one of the luckiest things that ever happened to me. I suppose that some critics would say that it was one of the luckiest things that ever happened to the reader, too. 10 years' rest for both sides. What would happen if I stopped drinking for 10 years? The time came to put Iris Duarte back on the plane. It was a morning flight, which made it difficult. I was used to rising at noon. It was a fine cure for hangovers and would add 5 years to my life. I felt no sadness while driving her to L.A. International. The sex had been fine. There had been laughter. I could hardly remember a more civilized time, neither of us making any demands, yet there had been warmth. It had not been without feeling. Dead meat coupled with dead meat. I detested that type of swinging, the Los Angeles, Hollywood, Bel Air, Malibu, Laguna Beach kind of sex. Strangers when you meet, strangers when you part, a gymnasium of bodies namelessly masturbating each other. People with no morals often considered themselves more free, but mostly they lacked the ability to feel or to love, so they became swingers. The dead fucking the dead. There was no gamble or humor in their game. It was corpse fucking corpse. Morals were on human experience down through the centuries. Some morals tended to keep people slaves in factories, in churches, and true to the state. Other morals simply made good sense. It was like a garden filled with poisoned fruit and good fruit. You had to know which to pick and eat, which to leave alone. My experience with Iris had been delightful and fulfilling, yet I wasn't in love with her, nor she with me. It was easy to care and hard not to care. I cared. We sat in the Volks, on the upper parking ramp. We had some time. I had the radio on, Brahms. "Will I see you again?" I asked her. "I don't think so." "Do you want a drink in the bar?" "You've made an alcoholic out of me, Hank. I'm so weak I can hardly walk." "Was it just the booze?" "No." "Then let's get a drink." "Drink, drink, drink. Is that all you can think of?" "No, but it's a good way to get through spaces like this one." "Can't you face things straight?" "I can, but I'd rather not." "That's escapism." "Everything is. Playing golf, sleeping, eating, walking, arguing, jogging, breathing, fucking." "Fucking?" "Look, we're talking like high school children. Let's get you on the plane." It wasn't going well. I wanted to kiss her, but I sensed her reserve, a wall. Iris wasn't feeling good, I guess, and I wasn't feeling good. "All right," she said. "We'll check in and then go get a drink. Then I'll fly away forever, real smooth, real easy, no pain." "All right," I said. And that was just the way it was. The way back. Century Boulevard East, down to Crenshaw, up 8th Avenue, then Arlington to Wilton. I decided to pick up my laundry and turned right on Beverly Boulevard. I drove into the lot behind the Silverette cleaners and parked the Volks. As I did, a young black girl in a red dress walked past. She had a marvelous swing to her ass, a most marvelous motion. Then the building blocked my view. She had the movements. It was as if life had given a few women a supple grace and denied the rest. She had that indescribable grace. I stepped out onto the sidewalk and watched her from behind. I saw her turn and look back. Then she stood and stared at me, looking back over her shoulder. I walked into the laundry. When I came out with my things, she was standing by my Volks. I put the things inside from the passenger's side. Then I moved around to the driver's side. She stood in front of me. She was about 27, with a very round face, impassive. We were standing very close together. "I saw you looking at me." "Why were you looking at me?" "I apologize. I didn't mean any offense." "I want to know why you're looking at me. You're really staring at me." "Look, you're a beautiful woman. You have a beautiful body. I saw you walk by, and I looked. I couldn't help it." "Do you want a date for tonight?" "Well, that would be great. Great. But I've got a date. I've got something going." I circled around her and made for the driver's side. I opened the door and got in. She walked off. As she did, I heard her whisper, "Dumb, honky asshole." I opened the mail. Nothing. I needed to regroup. Something needed was missing. I looked in the refrigerator. Nothing. I walked outside, got in the Volks, and drove to the Blue Elephant liquor store. I got a fifth of Smirnoff and some 7-Up. As I drove back to my place, somewhere along the way, I knew I had forgotten cigarettes. I went south down Western Avenue, took a left on Hollywood Boulevard, then a right on Serrano. I was trying to get to a save-on for smokes. Right on the corner of Serrano and Sunset stood another black girl, a high yellow and black high heels and a miniskirt. As she stood there in that short skirt, I could see just a touch of blue panty. She began to walk, and I drove along beside her. She pretended not to notice me. "Hey, baby." She stopped. I pulled over to the curb. She walked up to the car. "How you doing?" I asked her. "All right." "Are you a decoy?" I asked. "What do you mean?" I asked her, "how do I know you're not a cop?" "How do I know you're not a cop?" "Look at my face. Do I look like a cop?" "All right," she said. "Drive around the corner and park. I'll get in around the corner." I drove around the corner in front of Mr. Famous N.J. Sandwiches. She opened the door and got in. "What do you want?" she asked. She was in her mid-30s, and one large solid gold. She'd never be broke. "Head," I said. $20. "Okay, let's go." "Drive up Western to Franklin, take a left, go to Harvard, and take a right." When we got to Harvard, it was hard to park. Finally, I parked in a red zone, and we got out. "Follow me," she said. It was a decaying high-rise. Just before we reached the lobby, she took a right, and I followed her up a cement stairway, watching her ass. It was strange, but everybody had an ass. It was almost sad. But I didn't want her ass. I followed her down a hallway and then up some more cement steps. We were using some kind of fire escape instead of the elevator. What her reason was, I had no idea, but I needed the exercise if I intended to write big fat novels in my old age like Newt Hampson. Big fat novels in my old age like Newt Hampson. We finally reached her apartment, and she got out her key. I grabbed her hand. "Wait a minute," I said. "What is it?" "You got a couple of big black bastards in there who are going to kick my ass and roll me?" "No, there's nobody in there. I live with a girlfriend, and she's not home. She works at the Broadway department store." "Give me the key." I opened the door slowly and then kicked it wide with my foot. I looked inside. I had my steel, but I didn't reach. She closed the door behind us. "Come on in the bedroom," she said. "Wait a minute." I ripped open a closet door and, reaching in, felt behind the clothing. Nothing. "What kind of shit are you on, man?" "I'm not on any kind of shit." "Oh, Lord." I ran into the bathroom and yanked. Nothing. I went into the kitchen, pulled back the plastic curtain below the sink. Just a filthy, overflowing plastic trash basket. I checked the other bedroom, the closet in there. I looked under the double bed, an empty bottle of Ripple. I walked out. "Come on back here," she said. It was a tiny bedroom, more like an alcove. There was a cot with dirty sheets. The blanket was on the floor. I unzipped and pulled it out. $20, she said. "Get your lips on this motherfucker. Suck it dry." $20. I know the price. Earn it. Drain my balls. $20 first. "Oh, yeah? I give you the 20. How do I know you don't yell for the cops? How do I know your 7-foot basketball-ass brother doesn't arrive with his switchblade? $20 first. And don't worry, I'll suck you. I don't trust you, whore." I zipped up and got out of there fast. I went down all those cement steps. I reached the bottom, jumped into the Volks, and drove back to my place. I started drinking. My stars simply weren't in order. The phone rang. It was Bobby. "Did you get Iris on the plane?" "Yeah, Bobby. I want to thank you for keeping your hands off for a change. Look, Hank, that's just in your head. You're old, and you bring all these young chicks over, then you get nervous when a young cat comes around. Your ass gets uptight. Self-doubt. Lack of confidence, right? Well, okay, Bobby. Anyhow, Valerie wondered if you wanted to come down for a drink. Why not? Bobby had some shit. We passed it around. Bobby had a lot of new tapes for the stereo. He also had my favorite singer, Randy Newman, and he put Randy on, but only medium loud, as per my request. So we listened to Randy and smoked, and then Valerie began putting on a fashion show. She had a dozen sexy outfits from Frederick's. She had 30 pairs of shoes hanging on the back of the bathroom door. Valerie came prancing out in 8-inch high heels. She could hardly walk. She poked around the room, staggering on her stilts. Her ass poked out, and her tiny nipples were hard and stiff. They jutted out under her see-through blouse. She had on a thin gold anklet. She whirled and faced us, made some gentle sexual movements. "Christ," said Bobby. "Oh," said Bobby. "Oh, Christ." "Holy Jesus Christ, Mother of God," I said. As Valerie went past, I reached out and got a handful of ass. I was living. I felt great. Valerie ducked into the crapper for a change of costume. Each time Valerie came out, she looked better, crazier, wilder. The whole process was moving towards some climax. We drank and smoked, and Valerie kept coming back with more. One hell of a show. She sat on my lap, and Bobby snapped some photos. The night wore on. Then I looked around, and Valerie and Bobby were gone. I walked into the bedroom, and there was Valerie on the bed, naked except for her spiked high heels. Her body was firm and lean. Bobby was still dressed and was sucking Valerie's, going from one to the other. Her nipples stood tall. Bobby looked at me. "Hell, man, I've heard you brag about how you eat pussy. How's this?" Bobby ducked down and spread Valerie's legs. Her cunt hairs were long and twisted and tangled. Bobby went down there and licked at the clit. It was pretty good, but he lacked spirit. "Wait a minute, Bobby, you're not doing it right. Let me show you." I got down there. I began far back and worked toward it. Then I got there. Valerie responded. Too much so. She wrapped her legs around my head and I couldn't breathe. My ears were pressed flat. I pulled my head out of there. "Okay, Bobby, you see?" Bobby didn't answer. He turned and walked into the bathroom, shoes and pants off. I like to show off my legs when I drank. Valerie reached up and pulled me down on the bed. Then she bent over my cock and took it in her mouth. She wasn't very good compared to most. She began the old head bob and had very little else to offer beside that. She worked a long time, and I felt I wasn't going to make it. I pulled her head away, put it up on the pillow, and kissed her. Then I mounted. I had made about 8 or 10 strokes when I heard Bobby behind us. "I want you to leave, man." "Bobby, what the hell's wrong?" "I want you to go back to your place." I pulled out, got up, walked into the front room and put on my pants and shoes. "Hey, cool papa," I said to Bobby, "what's wrong?" "I just want you out of here." All right. "I just want you out of here." All right. I walked back to my place. It seemed a very long time since I had put Iris Duarte on that plane. She must be back in Vancouver by now. Shit. Iris Duarte. Chapter 97. I got a letter in the mail.
It was addressed from Hollywood.
Dear Chinaski, I've read almost all your books. I work as a typist in a place on Cherokee Ave. I've hung your picture in the place where I work. It's a poster from one of your readings. People ask me, "Who's that?" And I say, "That's my boyfriend." And they say, "My God." I gave my boss your book of stories, The Beast with Three Legs, and he said he didn't like it. He said you didn't know how to write. He said it was cheap shit. He got quite angry about it. Anyhow, I like your things, and I'd like to meet you. They say I'm pretty well stacked. Care to check me out? Love, Valencia. She left 2 phone numbers, one at work, one at home. It was about 2:30 p.m. I dialed the work number. Yes, a female voice answered. Is Valencia there? This is Valencia. This is Chinaski. I got your letter. I thought you'd phone. You have a sexy voice, I said. You have too, she answered. When can I see you? Well, I'm not doing anything tonight. Okay. How about tonight? All right, she said. I'll see you after work. You can meet me at this bar on Cahuenga Boulevard, the Foxhole. You know where it is? Yes. I'll see you around 6 then. I drove up and parked outside the Foxhole. I lit a cigarette and sat there a while. Then I got out and walked into the bar. Which one was Valencia? I stood there and nobody said anything. I walked up to the bar and ordered a double vodka with my name. Henry? I looked around, and there was a blonde alone in a booth. I took my drink over and sat down. She was about 38 and not stacked. She had gone to seed, was a bit too fat. Her breasts were very large, but they sagged wearily. She had short, clipped blonde hair. She was heavily made up, and she looked tired. She was in pants, blouse, and boots, pale blue eyes, many bracelets on each arm. Her face revealed nothing, although once she might have been beautiful. It was really a fucking miserable day, she said. I typed my ass off. Let's make it some other night, then, when you're feeling better, I said. Oh, shit, it's all right. Another drink and I'll spring back. Valencia motioned to the waitress. Another wine. She was drinking a white wine. How's the writing going? She asked. Any new books out? No, but I'm working on a novel. What's it called? No title yet. Is it going to be a good one? I don't know. Neither of us said anything for a while. I finished my vodka and had another. Valencia just wasn't my type in any sense of the word. I disliked her. There are people like that. Immediately upon meeting them, you despise them. There's a Japanese girl down where I work. She does everything possible to get me fired. I'm in tight with the boss, but this bitch makes the day unpleasant for me. Someday I'm gonna stick my foot up her ass. Where are you from? Chicago. I don't like Chicago, I said. I like Chicago. I finished my drink, she finished hers. Valencia pushed her bill toward me. You mind paying for this? I had a shrimp salad, too. I took out my key to unlock the door. This your car? Yes. You expect me to ride in an old car like that? Look, if you don't want to get in, don't get in. Valencia got in. She took out her mirror and began making up her face as we drove along. It wasn't far to my place. I parked. Inside, she said, This place is filthy. You need somebody to fix it up. I got out the vodka and the 7-Up and poured 2 drinks. Valencia pulled her boots off. Where's your typewriter? On the kitchen table. You don't have a desk? I thought writers had desks. Some don't even have kitchen tables. You been married? Valencia asked.
Once.
What went wrong?
We began to hate each other.
I've been married 4 times. I still see my ex-husbands. We're friends.
Drink up.
You seem nervous, said Valencia. I'm all right.
Valencia finished her drink, then stretched out on the couch. She put her head in my lap. I began to stroke her hair. I poured her another drink and went back to stroking her hair. I could look into her blouse and see her breasts. I leaned over and gave her a long kiss. Her tongue darted in and out of my mouth. I hated her. My cock began to rise. We kissed again, and I reached down into her blouse.
I knew I'd meet you someday, she said.
I kissed her again, this time with some savagery. She felt my cock against her head.
Hey, she said.
It's nothing, I said.
Like hell, she said. What do you want to do?
I don't know.
I know.
Valencia got up and went to the bathroom. When she came out, she was naked. She got under the bedsheet. I had another drink. Then I undressed and got into bed. I pulled the sheet back. What huge breasts! She was 1/2 breast. I firmed one up with my hand as best I could and sucked at the nipple. It didn't harden. I went to the other breast and sucked at the nipple. No response. I sloshed her breasts about. I stuck my cock in between them. The nipples remained soft. I shoved my cock at her mouth, and she turned her head away. I thought of burning her ass with a cigarette. What a mass of flesh she was. A worn-out, busted-down streetwalker. Whores usually made me hot. My cock was hard, but my spirit wasn't in it. Are you Jewish? I asked her.
No.
You look Jewish.
I'm not.
You live in the Fairfax district, don't you?
Yes.
Are your parents Jewish?
Listen, what's all this Jewish shit?
Don't feel bad. Some of my best friends are Jewish. I sloshed her breasts around again.
You seem frightened, Valencia said. You seem uptight.
I waved my cock in her face. Does that look frightened?
It looks horrible.
Where'd you get all those big veins? I like them. I grabbed her by the hair and pressed her head up against the wall and sucked at her teeth, looking into her eyes. Then I began playing with her cunt. She was a long time coming around. Then she began to open, and I stuck my finger in. I got to the clit and worked it. Then I mounted. My cock was inside of her. We were actually fucking. I had no desire to please her. Valencia had a fair grip. I was into her pretty good, but she didn't seem to be responding. I didn't care. I pumped and pumped. One more fuck. Research. There was no sense of violation involved. Poverty and ignorance bred their own truth. She was mine. We were 2 animals in the forest, and I was murdering her. She was coming around. I kissed her, and her lips were finally open. I dug it in. The blue walls watched us. Valencia began making little sounds. That spurred me on. When she came out of the bathroom, I was dressed. There were 2 drinks on the table. We sipped our drinks. How come you live in the Fairfax district? I asked.
I like it there.
Should I drive you home?
If you don't mind.
She lived 2 blocks east of Fairfax.
That's my place there, she said, with the screen door.
Looks like a nice place.
It is. Want to come in for a while?
Got anything to drink?
Can you drink sherry?
Sure. We went in. There were towels on the floor. She kicked them under the couch as she walked past. Then she came out with a sherry. It was very cheap stuff. Where's your bathroom? I asked. I flushed the toilet to cover, then puked the sherry back up.
I flushed again and came out. "Another drink?" she asked. "Sure." "The kids came by," she said. "That's why the place is such a mess." "You got kids?" "Yes, but Sam is taking care of them." I finished my drink. "Well, look, thanks for the drinks. I gotta get going." "All right. You got my phone number?" "Right." Valencia walked me to the screen door. We kissed there. Then I walked out to the Volks. I got in and drove off. I circled around the corner, double-parked, opened the door, and puked up the other drink. Chapter 98. I saw Sarah every 3 or 4 days, at her place or at mine. We slept together, but there was no sex. We came close, but we never quite got to it. Dreyer Baba's precepts held strong. We decided to spend the holidays together at my place, Christmas and New Year's. Sarah arrived about noon on the 24th in her Volks van. I watched her park, then went out to meet her. She had lumber tied to the roof of the van. It was to be my Christmas present. She was going to build me a bed. My bed was a mockery, a simple box spring with the innards sticking out of the mattress. Sarah had also brought an organic turkey plus the trimmings. I was to pay for that and the white wine, and there were some small gifts for each of us. We carried in the lumber and the turkey and the sundry bits and pieces. I placed the box spring, mattress, and headboard outside and put a sign on them, "Free." The headboard went first, the box spring second, and finally somebody took the mattress. It was a poor neighborhood. I had seen Sarah's bed at her place, slept in it, and had liked it. I'd always disliked the average mattress, at least the ones I was able to buy. I had spent over half my life in beds which were better suited for somebody shaped like an angleworm. Sarah had built her own bed, and she was to build me another like it. A solid wood platform supported by 7 4x4 legs, the 7th directly in the middle, topped by a layer of firm 4-inch. Sarah had some good ideas. I held the boards, and Sarah drove home the nails. She was good with a hammer. She only weighed 105 pounds, but she could drive a nail. It was going to be a fine bed. It didn't take Sarah long. Then we tested it, non-sexually, as Dreyer Baba smiled over us. We drove around looking for a Christmas tree. I wasn't too anxious to get a tree. Christmas had always been an unhappy time in my childhood. And when we found all the lots empty, the lack of a tree didn't bother me. Sarah was unhappy as we drove back, but after we got in and had a few glasses of white wine, she regained her spirits and went about hanging Christmas ornaments, lights, and tinsel everywhere, some of the tinsel in my hair. I had read that more people committed suicide on Christmas Eve and on Christmas Day than at any other time. The holiday had little or nothing to do with the birth of Christ, apparently. All radio music was sickening, and the TV was worse, so we turned it off, and she phoned her mother in Maine. I spoke to Mama, too, and Mama was not all that bad. "At first," said Sarah, "I was thinking about fixing you up with Mama, but she's older than you are." "Forget it." "She had nice legs." "Forget it." "Are you prejudiced against old age?" "Yes. Everybody's old age but mine." "You act like a movie star. Have you always had women 20 or 30 years younger than you?" "Not when I was in my 20s. "All right, then. Have you ever had a woman older than you? I mean, lived with her?" "Yeah. When I was 25, I lived with a woman 35. How'd it go? It was terrible. I fell in love. What was terrible? She made me go to college. And that's terrible? It wasn't the kind of college you're thinking of. She was the faculty and I was the student body. What happened to her? I buried her. With honors? Did you kill her? Booze killed her. Merry Christmas. Sure. Tell me about yours. I pass. Too many? Too many, yet too few. 30 or 40 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. I got up and opened it. A sex symbol walked in on Christmas Eve. I didn't know who she was. She was in a tight black outfit, and her huge breasts looked as if they would burst out of the top of her dress. It was magnificent. I'd never seen breasts like that, showcased in just that way, except in the movies. "Hi, Hank." She knew me. "I'm Edie. You met me at Bobby's one night." "Oh? Were you too drunk to remember?" "Hello, Edie. This is Sarah." "I was looking for Bobby. I thought Bobby might be down here." "Sit down and have a drink." Edie sat in a chair to my right, very near to me. She was about 25. She lit a cigarette and sipped at her drink. Each time she leaned forward over the coffee table, I was sure that it would happen. I was sure that those breasts would spring out, and I was afraid of what I might do if they did. I just didn't know. I'd never been a breast man. I'd always been a leg man. But Edie really knew how to do it. I was afraid, and I peeked sideways at her breasts, not knowing whether I wanted them to fall out or to stay in. "You met Manny," she said to me, "down at Bobby's?" "Yeah." "I had to kick his ass out. He was too fucking jealous. He even hired a private dick to follow me. Imagine that? That simple sack of shit." "Yeah." "I hate men who are beggars. I hate little toadies." "A good man nowadays is hard to find," I said. That's a song out of World War II. They also had "Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree with Anybody Else But Me." "Hank," said Sarah. "Have another drink, Edie," I said, and I poured her one. "Men are such shits," she continued. "I walked into a bar the other day. I was with 4 guys, close friends. We sat around chug-a-lugging pitchers of beer. We're laughing, just having a good time. We weren't bothering anybody. Then I got the idea that I would like to shoot a game of pool. I like to shoot pool. I think that when a lady shoots pool, it shows her class." "I can't shoot pool," I said. "I always rip up the green, and I'm not even a lady." Anyway, I got up to go to the table, and there's this guy shooting pool all by himself. I go up to him and I say, "Look, you've had this table a long time. My friends and myself want to shoot a little pool. Do you mind letting us have the table for a while?" He turned and looked at me. He waited, looked at me. He waited. Then he sneered and he said, "All right." Edie became animated and bounced around as she spoke, and I peeked at her things. I went back and told my friends. We got the table. Finally, this guy's shooting is down to his last ball when a buddy of his walks up and says, "Hey, Ernie, I hear you giving up the table." And you know what he tells this guy? He says, "Yeah, I'm giving it up to that bitch." I heard it and I saw red. This guy's bent over the table to cue in on his last ball. I grabbed a pool stick, and while he was bent over, I hit him over the head as hard as I could. The guy dropped on the table like he was dead. It was known in the bar, and so a bunch of his friends rush over, but meanwhile my 4 buddies rush over too. Boy, what a brawl! What a brawl! Bottles smashing, broken mirrors. I don't know how we got out of there, but we did. You got some shit?
Yeah, but I don't roll too good.
I'll take care of it.
Edie rolled a thin, tight joint, just like a pro. She sucked it up, hissing, then passed it to me.
So I went back the next night alone. The owner is the bartender. He recognized me. His name is Claude. Claude, I told him, I'm sorry about yesterday, but that guy at the table is a real bastard. He called me a bitch.
I poured more drinks all around. In another minute, her breasts would be out.
The owner said, it's okay. Forget it. He seemed like a nice guy. What do you drink? He asked me. I hung around the bar and had 2 or 3 free drinks and used another waitress.
Edie took a hit on the joint and continued.
He told me about the other waitress. She pulled the men in, but she made a lot of trouble. She played one guy against the other. She was always on stage. Then I found out she was tricking on the side. She was using my place to peddle her pussy.
Really? Sarah asked.
That's what he said. Anyhow, he offered me a position as a waitress, and he said, no tricking on the job. I told him to cut the shit. I wasn't one of those. I thought maybe I'll be able to save some money and go to UCLA to become a chemist and to study French. That's what I've always wanted to do. Then he said, come on back here. I want to show you where we store our excess stock. And also, I've got an outfit I'd like you to try on. It's never been worn, and I think it's your size. So I went into this dark little room with him, and he tried to grab me. I pushed him off. Then he said, just give me a little kiss. Fuck off, I told him. He was bald and fat and very short. He had false teeth and black warts with hairs growing out of them on his cheeks. He rushed me and grabbed a hunk of my ass with one hand and some titty with the other, and he tried to kiss me. I pushed him off again. I got a wife, he says. I love my wife, don't worry. He rushed me again, and I gave him a knee, you know where. I guess he didn't have anything there. He didn't even flinch. I'll give you money, he said. I'll be nice to you. I told him to eat shit and die. And so I lost another job.
That is sad.
Listen, said Edie, I gotta go. Merry Christmas. Thanks for the drinks.
She got up, and I walked her to the door, opened it. She walked off through the court. I came back and sat down.
You son of a bitch, said Sarah.
What is it?
If I hadn't been here, you would have fucked her.
I hardly know the lady.
All that tit. You were terrified. You were afraid to even look at her. What's she doing wandering around on Christmas Eve? Why didn't you ask her?
She said she was looking for Bobby.
If I hadn't been here, you would have fucked her.
I don't know. I have no way of knowing.
Then Sarah stood up and screamed.
She began to sob, and then she ran into the other room. I poured a drink. The colored lights on the walls blinked off and on. Chapter 99. Sarah was preparing the turkey dressing, and I sat in the kitchen talking to her. We were both sipping white wine. The phone rang. I went and got it. It was Deborah.
I just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas, Wet Noodle.
Thank you, Deborah, and a happy Santa Claus to you. We talked a while, then I went back and sat down.
Who was that?
Deborah.
How is she?
All right, I guess.
What did she want?
She sent Christmas greetings.
You'll like this organic turkey, and the stuffing is good, too. People eat poison, pure poison. America is one of the few countries where cancer of the colon is prevalent. Yeah, my ass itches a lot, but it's just my hemorrhoids. I had them cut out once. Before they operate, they run this snake up your intestine with a little light attached, and they peek into you looking for cancer. That snake is pretty long. They just run it up you. The phone rang again. I went and got it. It was Cassie. "How are you doing?" "Sarah and I are preparing a turkey." "I miss you." "Merry Christmas to you, too. How's the job going?" "All right. I'm off until January 2nd. Happy New Year, Cassie. What the hell's the matter with you?" "I'm a little airy. I'm not used to white wine so early in the day." "Give me a call sometime." "Sure." I walked back into the kitchen. It was Cassie. People phone on Christmas. Maybe Dre or Baba will call. Why? He never spoke aloud. He never spoke and he never touched money. That's pretty good. Let me eat some of that raw dressing. Okay. Say, not bad. Then the phone rang again. It worked like that. Once it started ringing, it kept ringing. I walked into the bedroom and answered it. "Hello," I said. "Who's this?" "You son of a bitch, don't you know?" "No, not really." It was a drunken female. "Guess." "Wait, I know, it's Iris." "Yes, Iris, and I'm pregnant." "Do you know who the father is?" "What difference does it make?" "I guess you're right. How are things in Vancouver?" "All right. Goodbye." "Goodbye." I walked back into the kitchen again. "It was the Canadian belly dancer," I told Sarah. "How's she doing?" "She's just full of Christmas cheer." Sarah put the turkey in the oven and we went into the front room. We talked small talk for some time. Then the phone rang again. "Hello," I said. "Are you Henry Chinaski?" It was a young male voice. "Yes." "Are you Henry Chinaski, the writer?" "Yeah." "Really?" "Yeah." "Well, we're a gang of guys from Bel Air, and we really dig your stuff, man. We dig it so much that we're going to reward you, man." "Oh?" "Yeah, we're coming over with some 6-packs of beer." "Stick that beer up your ass." "What? What?" I said, "Stick it up your ass." I hung up. "Who was that?" asked Sarah. "I just lost 3 or 4 readers from Bel Air, but it was worth it." The turkey was done, and I pulled it out of the oven, put it on a platter, moved the typer and all of my papers off the kitchen table, and placed the turkey there. I began carving as Sarah came in with the vegetables. We sat down. I filled my plate. Sarah filled hers. It looked good. "I hope that one with the tits doesn't come by again," said Sarah. She looked very upset at the thought. "If she does, I'll give her a piece." "What?" I pointed at the turkey. I said, "I'll give her a piece. You can watch." Sarah screamed. She stood up. She was trembling. Then she ran in. I looked at my turkey. I couldn't eat it. I'd pushed the wrong button again. I walked into the front room with my drink and sat down. I waited 15 minutes, and then I put the turkey and the vegetables in the refrigerator. Sarah went back to her place the next day, and I had a cold turkey sandwich about 3 p.m. About 5 p.m. there was a terrific pounding on the door. I opened it up. It was Tammy and Arlene. They were cruising on speed. They walked in and jumped around, both of them talking at once. "Got anything to drink?" "Shut, Hank. You got anything to drink?" "How's your fucking Christmas?" "Yeah, how's your fucking Christmas, man?" "There's some beer and wine in the icebox," I told them. You can always tell an old-timer he calls a refrigerator an icebox. They danced into the kitchen and opened the icebox. "Hey, here's a turkey. We're hungry, Hank. Can we have some turkey?" "Sure." Tammy came out with a leg and bit into it. "Hey, this is an awful turkey. It needs spices." Arlene came out with slices of meat in her hands. "Yeah, this needs spices. It's too mellow. You got any spices?" "In the cupboard," I said. They jumped back into the kitchen and began sprinkling on the spices. "Ah, that's better." "Yeah, it tastes like something now." "Organic turkey, shit." "Yeah, it's shit. I want some more." "Me too, but it needs spices." Tammy came out and sat down. She had just about finished the leg. Then she took the leg bone, bit and broke it in half, and started chewing the bone. I was astonished. She was eating the leg bone, spitting splinters out on the rug. "Hey, you're eating the bone." "Yeah, it's good." Tammy ran back into the kitchen for some more. Soon they both came out, each of them with a bottle of beer. "Thanks, Hank." "Yeah, thanks, man." They sat there sucking at the beers. "Oh," said Tammy, "we gotta get going." "Yeah, we're gonna to rape some junior high school boys." "Yeah." They both jumped up and they were gone out the door. I walked into the kitchen and looked into the fridge. That turkey looked like it had been mauled by a tiger. The carcass had simply been ripped apart. It looked obscene. Sarah drove over the next evening. "How's the turkey?" she asked. "Okay." She walked in and opened the refrigerator door. She screamed. Then she ran out. "My God, what happened?" Tammy and Arlene came by. I don't think they had eaten for a week. "Oh, it's sickening. It hurts my heart." "I'm sorry. I should have stopped them. They were on uppers." "Well, there's just one thing I can do." "What's that?" "I can make you a nice turkey soup." "I'll go get some vegetables." "All right." I gave her a 20. Sarah prepared the soup that night. It was delicious. When she left in the morning, she gave me instructions on how to heat it up. Tammy knocked on the door around 4 p.m. I let her in, and she walked straight to the kitchen. The refrigerator door opened. "Hey, soup, huh?" "Yeah." "Is it any good?" "Yeah." "Mind if I try some?" "Okay." I heard her put it on the stove. Then I heard her dipping in there. "God, the stuff is mild. It needs spices." I heard her spooning the spices in. Then she tried it. "That's better, but it needs more. I'm Italian, you know. Now, there, that's better. Now I'll let it heat up. Can I have a beer?" "All right." She came in with her bottle and sat down. "Do you miss me?" she asked. "You'll never know." "I think I'm going to get my job back at the Playpen." "Great. Some good tipper place. One guy tipped me $5 each night. He was in love with me, but he never asked me out. He just ogled me. He was strange. He was a rectal surgeon, and sometimes he masturbated as he watched me walking around. I could smell the stuff on him, you know." "Well, you got him off." "I think the soup is ready. Want some?" "No, thanks." Tammy went in, and I heard her spooning it out of the pot. She was in there a long time. Then she came out. "Could you lend me a 5 until Friday?" "No." "Then lend me a couple of bucks." "No." "Just give me $1 then." I gave Tammy a pocket full of change. It came to $1.37. "Thanks," she said. "It's all right." Then she was gone out of the door. Sarah came by the next evening. Came by this often. It was something about the holiday season. Everybody was lost, half crazy, afraid. I had the white wine ready and poured us both a drink. "How's the inn going?" I asked her. "Business is crappy. It hardly pays to stay open." "Where are your customers?" "They've all left town. They've all gone somewhere." "All our schemes have holes in them." "Not all of them. Some people just keep making it and making it." "True. How's the soup?" "Just about finished." "Did you like it?" "I didn't have too much." Sarah walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator door. "What happened to the soup? It looks strange." I heard her tasting it. Then she ran to the sink and spit it out. "Jesus, it's been poisoned." "What happened? Did Tammy and Arlene come back and eat soup, too?" "Just Tammy." Sarah didn't scream. She just poured the remainder of the soup into the sink and ran the garbage disposal. I could hear her sobbing, trying not to make any sound. That poor, organic turkey had had a rough Christmas. Chapter 100. New Year's Eve was another bad night for me to get through. My parents had always delighted in New Year's Eve, listening to it approach on the radio, city by city, until it arrived in Los Angeles. The firecrackers went off, and the whistles and horns blew, and the amateur drunks vomited, and husbands flirted with other men's wives, and the wives flirted with whoever they could. Everybody kissed and played grab-ass in the bathrooms and closets, and sometimes openly, especially at midnight, and there were terrible family arguments the next day, not to mention the Tournament of Roses parade and the Rose Bowl game. Sarah arrived early New Year's Eve. She got excited about things like Magic Mountain, outer space movies, Star Trek, and over certain rock bands, creamed spinach, and pure food. But she had better basic common sense than any woman I had ever met. Perhaps only one other, Joanna Dover, could match her good sense and kind spirit. Sarah was better looking and much more faithful than any of my other current women, so this New Year was not going to be so bad after all. I had just been wished a Happy New Year by a local idiot news broadcaster on TV. I disliked being wished a Happy New Year by some stranger. How did he know who I was? I might be a man with a 5-year-old child, wired to the ceiling and gagged, hanging by her ankles as I slowly sliced her to pieces. Sarah and I had begun to celebrate and drink, but it was difficult when half the world was straining to get drunk along with you. "Well," I said to Sarah, "it ain't been a bad year. Nobody murdered me." "And you're still able to get drunk every night and get up at noon every day." "If I can just hold out another year." "Just an old alcoholic bull." There was a knock on the door. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Dinky Summers, the folk rock man, and his girlfriend Janice. "Dinky," I hollered. "Hey, shit, man, what's happening?" "Oh, I don't know, Hank. I just thought we'd drop by." "Janice, this is Sarah. Sarah Janice." Sarah went on and got 2 more glasses. I poured. The talk wasn't much. "I've written about 10 new pieces. I think I'm getting better." I think he is too, said Janice. "Really. Hey, look, man, that night I opened your act. Tell me, Hank, was I that bad?" "Listen, Dinky, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I was drinking more than I was listening. I was thinking of myself having to go out there, and I was getting ready to face it. Makes me puke. But I just love to get up in front of the crowd, and when I get over to them and they like my stuff, I'm in heaven. Writing's different. You do it alone. It has nothing to do with a live audience. You might be right. I was there, said Sarah. 2 guys had to help Hank up on stage. He was drunk and he was sick. Listen, Sarah, asked Dinky, was my act that bad? No, it wasn't. They were just impatient for Chinaski. Everything else irritated them. Thanks, Sarah. Folk rock just doesn't do much for me, I said. What do you like? Almost all the German classical composers, plus a few of the Russians. I've written about 10 new pieces. Maybe we can hear some, asked Sarah. But you don't have your guitar, do you? I asked. Oh, he's got it, said Janice. It's always with him. Dinky got up, went out and got his instrument from the car. He sat down cross-legged on the rug and began tuning that thing. We were going to get some real live entertainment. Soon he began. He had a full, strong voice. It bounced off the walls. The song was about a woman, about a heartbreak between Dinky and some woman. It was not really too bad. Stage with people paying, it would be all right. But it was harder to tell when they were sitting on the rug in front of you. It was much too personal and embarrassing. Yet I decided he was not really too bad, but he was in trouble. He was aging. The golden curls were not quite as golden, and the wide-eyed innocence drooped a little. He would soon be in trouble. We applauded. Too much, man, I said. You really like it, Hank? I waved my hand in the air. You know, I've always dug your stuff, he said. Thanks, man. He jumped into the next song. It was also about a woman. His woman, an ex-woman. She'd been out all night. It had some humor, but I wasn't sure if it was deliberate. Anyhow, Dinky finished and we applauded. He went into the next. Dinky was inspired. He had a lot of volume. His feet twisted and curled in his tennis shoes, and he let us hear it. Actually, it was him, somehow. He didn't look right, and he didn't quite sound right, yet the product itself was much better than what one usually heard. It made me feel low that I couldn't praise him without reservation. But then if you lied to a man about his talent just because he was sitting across from you, that was the most unforgivable lie of them all, because that was telling him to go on, to continue, which was the worst way for a man without real talent to waste his life, finally. But many people did just that, friends and relatives mostly. Dinky rocked into the next song. He was going to give us all 10. We listened and applauded, but at least my applause was the most restrained. The third line, Dinky. I didn't like it, I said. But it's needed, you see, because I know. Dinky went on. He sang all his songs. It took quite some time. There were rests in between. When the new year finally came in, Dinky and Janice and Sarah and Hank were still together. But thankfully the guitar case was closed, a hung jury. Dinky and Janice left about 1 a.m., and Sarah and I went to bed. We began hugging and kissing. I was, as I've explained, a kiss freak. I almost couldn't handle it. Great kissing was seldom, rare. They never did it well in the movies or on TV. Sarah and I were in bed, body rubbing, and with a heavy, good kissing. She really let herself go. It had always been the same in the past. Dreyer Baba was watching up there. She'd grab my cock and I'd play with her pussy, and Then she'd end up rubbing my cock along her cunt, and in the morning the skin of my cock would be red and raw with rubbing. We got to the rubbing part, and then suddenly she took a hold of my cock and slid it into her cunt. I was astounded. I didn't know what to do. Up and down, right? Or rather, in and out. It was like riding a bicycle. You never forget. She was a truly beautiful woman. I couldn't hold back. I grabbed her golden red hair and pulled Sarah's mouth to mine, and I came. She got up and went to the bathroom, and I looked up at my blue bedroom ceiling, and I said, "Dreher Baba, forgive her." But since he never talked and he never touched money, I could neither expect an answer nor could I pay him. Sarah came out of the bathroom. Her figure was slight. She was thin and tan, but totally entrancing. Sarah got into the bed and we kissed. It was an easy, open-mouthed love kiss. "Happy New Year," she said. We slept, wrapped together. Chapter 101. I had been corresponding with Tanya, and on the evening of January 5th she phoned. She had a high, excited, sexy voice like Betty Boop used to have. "I'm flying down tomorrow evening. Will you pick me up at the airport?"
How will I recognize you?
"I'll wear a white rose." "Great." "Listen, are you sure you want me to come?"
"Yes."
"All right, I'll be there." I put down the phone. I thought of Sarah. But Sarah and I weren't married. A man had a right. I was a writer. I was a dirty old man. Human relationships didn't work anyhow. Only the first 2 weeks had any zing, then the participants lost their interest. Masks dropped away, and real people began to appear. Cranks, imbeciles, the demented, the vengeful, sadists, killers. Modern society had created its own kind, and they feasted on each other. It was a duel to the death, in a cesspool. The most one could hope for in a human relationship, I decided, was 2½ years. King Mongut of Siam had 9,000 wives and concubines. King Solomon of the Old Testament had 700 wives. August the Strong of Saxony had 365 wives, one for each day of the year. Safety in numbers. I dialed Sarah's number. She was in. "Hi," I said. "I'm glad you called," she said. "I was just thinking of you." "How's the old Health Food Inn doing?" "It wasn't a bad day." "You ought to raise your prices. You give your stuff away. If I just break even I don't have to pay taxes." "Listen, somebody phoned me tonight." "Who?" "Tanya." "Tanya?" "Yes, we've been writing. She likes my poems." "I saw that letter, the one she wrote. You left it lying around. She's the one who sent you the photo with her cunt showing?" "Yes." "And she's coming to see you?" "Yes." "Hank, I'm sick. I'm worse than sick. I don't know what to do." "She's coming. I said I'd meet her at the airport." "What are you trying to do?" "What does it mean?" "Maybe I'm not a good man. There are all kinds in degrees, you know." "That's no answer. What about you? What about me? How about us? I hate to sound like a soap opera, but I've let my feelings get involved." She's coming down. Is this the end for us, then?" "Hank, I don't know. I think so. I can't handle it." "You've been very kind to me. I'm not sure I always know what I'm doing." "How long is she going to be staying here?" 2 or 3 days, I guess." "Don't you know how I'll feel?" "I think so." "Okay, Phone me when she's gone, then we'll see. Right. I walked into the bathroom and looked at my face. It looked terrible. I clipped some white hairs out of my beard and some from the hair around my ears. Hello, death. But I've had almost 6 decades. I've given you so many clean shots at me that I should have been yours long ago. I want to be buried near the racetrack, where I can hear the stretch run. The next evening I was at the airport waiting. I was early, so I went to the bar. I ordered my drink and heard somebody sobbing. I looked around. At the table in the rear, a woman was sobbing. She was a young negress, very light in color, in a tight blue dress, and she was intoxicated. She had her feet up on a chair, and her dress was pulled back, and there were these long, smooth, sexy legs. Every guy in the bar must have had a hard-on. I couldn't stop looking. She was red hot. I could visualize her on my couch, showing all that leg. I bought another drink and went over. I stood there, trying not to let my hard-on show. "Are you all right?" I asked. "Is there anything I can do?" "Yeah, buy me a stinger." I came back with her stinger and sat down. She had taken her feet off the chair. I sat next to her in the booth. She lit a cigarette and pressed her flank to mine. I lit a cigarette. "My name's Hank," I said. "I'm Elsie," she said. I pressed my leg against hers, moved it up and down slowly. "I'm into plumbing supplies," I said. Elsie didn't answer. "The son of a bitch left me," she finally said. "I hate him, my God. You don't know how I hate him." It happens to almost everybody 6 or 8 times. Probably, but that doesn't help me. I just want to kill him. Take it easy now. I reached down and squeezed hard on was so strong it hurt. I was damn near ready to come. $50, Elsie said. "For what?" "Any way you want it." "Do you work the airport?" "Yeah. I sell Girl Scout cookies." "I'm sorry. I thought you were in trouble. I have to meet my mother in 5 minutes. I got up and walked away. A hooker! When I looked back, Elsie had her feet up on the chair again, showing more than ever. I almost went back. God damn you anyhow, Tanya. Tanya's plane made its approach, landed without crashing. I stood and waited a little bit behind the crush of greeters. What would she be like? I didn't want to think about what I was like. The first passengers came through and I waited. Oh, look at that one. If that were only Tanya. If that were only Tanya. Or her, my God, all that haunch, dressed in yellow, smiling. Or that one in my kitchen washing the dishes. Or that one screaming at me, one breast falling loose. There had been some real women on that plane. I felt somebody tap me on the back. I turned, and behind me was this very small child. She looked about 18. Thin, long neck, a bit round-shouldered, long nose, but breasts, yes, and legs, and a behind, yes. "It's me," she said. I kissed her on the cheek. "Got any baggage?" "Yes." "Let's go to the bar. I hate waiting for baggage." "All right." "You're so small." 90 pounds. Jesus. Rape. We went into the bar and took a booth. The waitress asked for Tanya's ID. She had it ready. "You look 18, the waitress said. "I know," Tanya answered in her high Betty Boop voice. "I'll have a whiskey sour." "Give me a cognac," I told the waitress. 2 booths over, the high yellow was still sitting with her dress pulled up around her ass. Her panties were pink. She kept staring at me. The waitress arrived with the drinks. We sipped them. I saw the high yellow get up. She wobbled toward our booth. She put both hands flat on our table and leaned over. Her breath stank of booze. She looked at me. "So this is your mother, huh, you motherfucker?" Mother couldn't make it. Elsie looked at Tanya. "What do you charge, darling?" "Darling." "Fuck off," said Tanya. "You give good head?" "Keep it up. I'll turn you from yellow to black and blue." "How are you going to do it with a beanbag?" Then Elsie walked off shaking her ass at us. She barely made it back to her booth, and then she extended those glorious legs again. Why couldn't I have both of them? King Mongut had 9,000 wives. Think of it, 365 days a year divided into 9,000. No arguments, no menstrual periods, no psychic overload. Just feast and feast and feast. It must have been very hard for King Mongut to die. Or very easy. There could not have been an in-between. "Who's that?" Tanya asked. "That is Elsie." "You know her?" "She tried to pick me up. She wants $50 for a blowjob. "She pisses me. I've known a lot of groids, but—" "What's a groid?" "A groid is the black." "Oh." "You never heard that?" "Never." "Well, I've known a lot of groids." "Okay." "She's got great legs, though. She almost gets me hot." "Tanya, legs are only a part of it." "Which part?" "The biggest." "Let's go get the luggage." After we left, Elsie hollered, "Goodbye, Mother." I didn't know which of us she was speaking to. Back at my place, we sat on the couch, drinking. "Are you unhappy that I came?" Tanya asked. "I'm not unhappy with you." "You had a girlfriend. You wrote me about her. Are you still together?" "I don't know." "You want me to leave?" "I don't think so." "Listen, I'm a writer. You're one of the few writers I can read." "Yeah? Who are the other bastards?" "I can't think of their names right now." I leaned over and kissed her. Her mouth was open and wet. She gave up easily. She was a number, 90 pounds. It was like an elephant and a church mouse. Tanya got up with a drink, hiked up her skirt, and straddled my legs, facing me. She wasn't wearing pants. She began rubbing her cunt against my hard-on. We grabbed and kissed, and she kept rubbing. It was very effective. Wriggle, little snake child. Then Tanya unzipped my pants. She took my cock and pushed it into her cunt. She began riding. She could do it, all 90 pounds of her. I could hardly think. I made small, half-hearted movements, meeting her now and then. At times we kissed. It was gross. I was being raped by a child. She moved it around. She had me cornered, trapped. It was mad. Flesh alone without love. We were filling the air with the stink of pure sex. My child, how can your small body do all these things? Who invented woman? For what ultimate purpose? Take this shaft, and we were perfect strangers. It was like fucking your own shit. She worked at it like a monkey on a string. Tanya was a faithful reader of all my works. She bore down. That child knew something. She could sense my anguish. She worked away furiously, playing with her clit with one finger, her head thrown back. We were caught up together in the oldest and most exciting game of all. We came together, and it lasted and lasted until I thought my heart would stop. She fell against me, tiny and frail. I touched her hair. She was sweating. Then she pulled herself off me and went to the bathroom. Child rape. Finalized. They taught children well nowadays. Rapist raped. A final justice. Was she a liberated woman? No, she was simply red hot. Tanya came out. We had another drink. Damn it, she began to laugh and chat, almost as if nothing had happened. Yes, that was it. It had simply been some exercise for her, like jogging or swimming. Tanya said, "I think I'm going to have to move out of where I live. Rex is giving me a hard time." "Oh." "I mean, we don't have sex. We never have, yet he's so jealous. Remember the night you phoned me?" "No." "Well, after I hung up, he ripped the phone out of the wall." "He may be in love with you. Better be good to him." "Are you good to the people who love you?" "No, I'm not." "Why?" "I'm infantile. I can't handle it." We drank for the remainder of the night, then went to bed shortly before dawn. I hadn't split that 90 pounds in half. She could handle me and much, much. Chapter 102. When I awakened a few hours later, Tanya was not in the bed. It was only 9 a.m. I found her sitting on the couch drinking out of a pint of whiskey. "Jesus, you start early." "I always wake up at 6 a.m. and I get up." "I always get up at noon. We're going to have a problem." Tanya hit the whiskey and I went back to bed. Rising at 6 a.m. was insanity. Her nerves must be shot. No wonder she didn't weigh anything. She walked in. "I'm going for a walk." "Okay." I went back to sleep. When I next awakened, Tanya was on top of me. My cock was hard and buried into her cunt. She was riding me again. She threw back her head, arched her body back. She was doing all the work. She gave little gasps of delight, and the gasps kept getting closer and closer. I also began making sounds. They got louder. I could feel myself approaching. I was right there. Then it happened. It was a good, long, hard climax. Then Tanya climbed off. I was still hard. Tanya put her head down there, and while looking into my eyes, she began to tongue the sperm off the head of my cock. She was some scullery maid. She got up and went to the bathroom. I could hear the bath water running. It was only 10:15 a.m. I went back to sleep. Chapter 103. I took Tanya to Santa Anita. The current sensation was a 16-year-old jockey still riding with his 5-pound bug advantage. It was from the east and was riding at Santa Anita for the first time. The track was offering a prize of $10,000 to the person who could pick the winner of the feature race, but his or her entry had to be plucked out of all the other entries. One person was drawn for each horse, and it went from there. We drove in about the fourth race, and the suckers had the place filled to capacity. All the seats were gone, and there was no parking left. Track personnel directed us into a nearby shopping center. They had buses to shuttle us in. They would let us walk back after the last race. "This is madness. I feel like going back," I told Tanya. She took a pull from her pint. "Fuck it," she said. "We're here." After we got inside, I knew a special place to sit, comfortable and isolated, and I took her there. The only thing wrong was that the children had discovered it, too. They ran about kicking up dust and screaming, but it was better than standing. "We're leaving after the 8th race," I told Tanya. "The last of these people won't get out of here until midnight." "I'll bet a racetrack would be a good place to pick up men." "The hookers work the clubhouse." Did a hooker ever pick you up out here? Once, but it didn't count. Why? I already knew her. Aren't you afraid of catching something? Of course. That's why most men will only take head. You like head? You like head? Why, sure. When do we bet? Right now. Tanya followed me to the betting windows. I went to the $5 window. She stood beside me. How do you know who to bet? Nobody knows. Basically, it's a simple system. Like what? Well, generally the best horse goes off at the shortest odds, and as the horses get progressively worse, the odds mount. But the so-called best horse only wins 1/3 of the time at odds of less than 3-1. Can you bet every horse in the race? Yes, if you want to get poor fast. Do many people win? I'd say that about one person out of 20 or 25 wins. Why do they come? I'm no shrink, but I'm here, and I imagine a few shrinks are here too. Bet the 6 horse 5 win, and we went out to watch the race. I always preferred a horse with early lick, especially if he had quit in his last race. The players called them quitters. But you always got a better price for the same kind of ability that you got with a closer. I got 4-1 on my quitter. He won by 2.5 lengths and paid $10.20 for $2. I was $25.50 ahead. Let's get a drink, I said to Tanya. The bartender makes the best Bloody Marys in Southern California. We went to the bar. They asked for Tanya's ID. We got our drinks. How do you like in the next race? Tanya asked. Zag-zig. Do you think he'll win? Do you have 2 breasts? Have you noticed? Yes. Where's the ladies' room? Turn right twice. As soon as Tanya left, I ordered another Bloody Mary. A black guy walked up to me. He was around 50. Hank, man, how you doing? I'm holding on. Man, we really miss you down at the P.O. You're one of the funniest guys we ever had. I mean, we miss you down there. Thanks. Tell the boys I said hello. What are you doing now, Hank? Oh, I pound a typewriter. What do you mean? I pound a typewriter. I held both hands up and tapped down at the air. You mean you're a clerk, typist? No, I write. Write what? Poems, short stories, novels. They pay me for that. He looked at me. Then he turned and walked off. Tanya came back. Some son of a bitch me up. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have gone with you. He was very brash. I really hate those types. They're slime. If they only had some originality, it might help. They just don't have any imagination. It might be why they're alone. I'm gonna bet Zag-Zig. I'll buy you a ticket. Zag-Zig just didn't stoke up. He came up to the gate weakly, the jock, stroking away the whitewash with his whip. Zag-Zig broke poorly and then loped. He beat 1 horse. We went back to the bar. One hell of a race for a 6-5 shot. We had 2 Marys. You like head? Tanya asked me. It depends. Some do it well, most don't. You ever meet any friends out here? I just did the race before this. A woman? No, a guy, a postal clerk. I really don't have any friends. You've got me. 90 pounds of roaring sex. Is that all you see in me? Of course not. You have those large, large eyes. You're not very nice. Let's catch the next race. We caught the next race. She bet hers, I bet mine. We both lost. Let's get out of here, I said. Okay, said Tanya. Back at my place, we sat on the couch drinking. She really wasn't a bad girl. She had such a sad look about her. She wore dresses and high heels, and her ankles were good. I wasn't quite sure what she expected of me. I had no desire to make her feel bad. I kissed her. She had a long, thin tongue in and out of my mouth. I thought of a silverfish. There was so much sadness in everything, even when things worked. Then Tanya unzipped me and had my cock in her mouth. She pulled it out and looked at me. She was on her knees between my legs. She stared into my eyes and ran her tongue around the head of my cock. Behind her, the last of the sun was leaking through my dirty Venetian blinds. Then she went to work. She had absolutely no technique. She knew nothing about how it should be done. It was straight and simple, bob and suck. As straight, grotesque, it was fine, but it was hard to get it off on straight, grotesque. I had been drinking, and I didn't want to hurt her feelings, so I went into fantasy land. We were both down at the beach, and we were surrounded by 45 or 50 people, male and female, most of them in bathing trunks. They were gathered around us in a small circle. The sun was up above. The sea rolled in and out, and you could hear it. Now and then 2 or 3 seagulls circled low over our heads. Tanya sucked and bobbed as they watched, and I heard their comments. "Christ, look at her go and get it. Cheap, demented slut, sucking off a guy 40 years older than she is. Pull her away, she's crazy. No, wait, she's really getting at it. And look at that thing. Horrible. Hey, I'll get her in the ass while she's doing it. She's crazy, sucking off that old fuck. Let's burn her back with matches. Look at her go. She's totally crazy." I reached down and grabbed Tanya's head and forced my cock into the center of her skull. When she came out of the bathroom, I had 2 drinks ready. Tanya took a sip and looked at me. "You liked it, didn't you? I could tell." "You're right," I said. "You like symphony music?" "Folk rock," she said. I went over to the radio, moved it to 160, turned it on, turned it up. We were there. Chapter 104. I took Tanya to the airport the next afternoon. We had a drink in the same bar. The high yellow wasn't around. All that leg was with somebody else. "I'll write you," said Tanya. "All right." "Do you think I'm a chippy?" "No. You love sex, and there's nothing wrong with that." "You really get off on it yourself." "There's a lot of Puritan in me. Puritans might enjoy sex more than anybody." "You do act more innocent than any man I've ever met." "In a sense, I've always been a virgin." "I wish I could say that." "Another drink?" "Sure." We drank in silence. Then it was time to board. I kissed Tanya goodbye outside of security, then took the escalator down. The ride home was uneventful. I thought, well, I'm alone again. I had to get some fucking writing done or go back to being a janitor. The Postal Service will never take me back. A man must ply his trade, as they say. I arrived at the court. There was nothing in the mailbox. I sat down and dialed Sarah. She was at the inn. "How's it going?" I asked. "Is that bitch gone?" "She's gone." "How long?" "I just put her on the plane." "Did you like her?" "She had some qualities." "Do you love her?" "No." "Look, I'd like to see you." "I don't know. It's been terribly hard for me." "How do I know you won't do it again?" "Nobody is ever quite sure of what they will do. You might do." "I know what I feel." "Look, I don't even ask what you've been doing, Sarah." "Thanks. You're very kind." "I'd like to see you tonight. Come on over." Hank, I just don't know. Come on over. We can just talk. I'm pretty damned upset. I've really gone through hell. Look, let me put it this way. With me, you're number one, and there isn't even a number two. All right. I'll be over about 7. Look, there are 2 customers waiting. All right, see you at 7. I hung up. Sarah really was a good soul. To lose her for a Tanya was ridiculous. Yet, Tanya had brought me something. Sarah treatment than I gave her. People owed each other certain loyalties, even if they weren't married. In a way, the trust should run deeper because it wasn't sanctified by the law. Well, we needed wine, good white wine. I walked out, got in the Volks, and drove up to the liquor store next to the supermarket. I like to change liquor stores frequently because the clerks got to know your habits if you went in night and day and bought huge quantities. I could feel them wondering why I wasn't dead yet, and it made me uncomfortable. They probably weren't thinking any such thing, but then a man gets paranoid when he has 300 hangovers a year. I found 4 bottles of good white wine in the new place and went out with them. 4 young Mexican boys were standing outside. "Hey, mister, give us some money. Hey, man, give us some money." "What for?" "We need it, man, we need it, don't you know?" "Gonna buy some Coke?" "Pepsi-Cola, man." I gave them 50 cents. Immoral writer comes to aid of street urchins. They ran off. I opened the door to the Volks and put the wine inside. Just as I did, a van drove up rapidly and the door slammed open. A woman was roughly pushed out. She was a young Mexican, about 22, no breasts, dressed in gray slacks. Her black hair was dirty and scraggly. The man in the van screamed at her, "You goddamn whore, you sick fucking whore, I ought to kick your stupid ass." "You dumb prick," she screamed back, "you stink of shit." He leaped out of the van and ran toward her. She ran off toward the liquor store. He saw me, gave up the chase, got back in the van, roared through the parking lot, then swung off down Hollywood Boulevard. I walked up to her. "You all right?" "Yes." "Is there anything I can do for you?" "Yes. Drive me down to Van Ness and Franklin." "All right." She got into the Volks and we drove off into Hollywood. I took a right, then a left, and we were on Franklin. "You got a lot of wine, haven't you?" she asked. "Yeah." "I think I need a drink." "Almost everybody does, only they don't know it." "I know it." "We can go to my place." "Okay." I swung the Volks around, headed back. "I've got some money," I told her. $20, she said. "You give head?" "The best." When we got home, I poured her a glass of wine. It was warm. She didn't mind. I drank a warm one, too. Then I pulled my pants off and stretched out on the bed. She followed me into the bedroom. I pulled my limp string out of my shorts. She got right down to it. She was terrible. No imagination at all. This is pure shit, I thought. I lifted my head up from the pillow. "Come on, baby, get with it. What the fuck are you doing?" I was having trouble getting hard. She sucked at it and looked into my eyes. It was the worst head I ever had. She worked about 2 minutes, then pulled away. She took her handkerchief out of her purse and spit into it as if she were "Hey," I said, "what the hell are you trying to sell me? I didn't come." "Yes, you did. You did. Hey, I ought to know. You shot it into my mouth." Knock off the bullshit. Get on down there. She began again, but she was just as bad. I let her work away, hoping for the best. Some whore. She bobbed and sucked. It was as if she were only pretending to do it, as if we were both just pretending. My cock got soft. She kept on. All right, I said. Leave off. Forget it. I got back into my pants and took out my wallet. Here's your 20. You can leave now. How about a ride? You just gave me one. I want to go to Franklin and Van Ness. All right. We went out to Van Ness. As I drove off, I saw her stick out her thumb. She was hitchhiking. When I got back, I phoned Sarah again. How's it going? I asked. It's slow today. Are you still coming by tonight? I told you I would. I've got some good white wine. It'll be like old times. Are you going to see Tanya again? No. Don't drink anything until I get there. All right. I've got to go. A customer just walked in. Good. See you tonight. Sarah was a good woman. I had to get myself straightened out. The only time a man needed a lot of women was when none of them were any good. A man could lose his identity fucking around too much. Sarah deserved much better than I was giving her. Me now. I stretched out on the bed and was soon asleep. I was awakened by the telephone. Yes, I asked. Are you Henry Chinaski? Yes. I've always adored your work. I don't think anybody writes any better than you do. Her voice was young and sexy. I have written some good stuff. I know. Have you really had all those affairs with women? Yes. Listen, I write too. I live in L.A., and I'd like to come see you. I'd like to show you some of my poems. I'm not an editor or a publisher. I know. Look, I'm 19. I just want to come over and visit you. I'm tied up tonight. Oh, any night would do. No, I can't see you. Are you really Henry Can't see you. Are you really Henry Chinaski, the writer? I'm sure I am. I'm a cute chick. You probably are. My name's Rochelle. Goodbye, Rochelle. I hung up. There, I had done it that time. I walked into the kitchen, opened a bottle of vitamin E, 400 IU each, and downed several with half a glass of Perrier water. It was going to be a good night for Chinaski. The sun was slanting down through the Venetian blinds, making familiar patterns on the carpet, and the white wine was chilling in the refrigerator. I opened the door and walked out on the porch. There was a strange cat out there. He was a huge creature, a tom, with a shining black coat and low eyes. He wasn't frightened of me. He walked up purring and rubbed against one of my legs. I was a good guy, and he knew it. Animals knew things like that. They had an instinct. I walked back inside, and he followed me. I opened him up, a can of star-kissed solid white tuna, packed in spring water. Net weight, 7 ounces.